Nine Pandas.
I like that they give Dotaock this Aegis. He's the one who's fragile. They have double BKB on him.
He's going to get the catch on a Mickey top. Okay, he'll go for the TP out. Will be okay. The focus fire not going to deliver enough damage quick enough to kill him in time. So Mickey will survive.
Forced to TP back though. Nine Pandas 4K lead. A lens now on Antares. They're big. And the BKB for Nisha is very, very delayed. Him team fighting, I feel like he just needs it. Mars, I think Zai already has it finished, so his timing is pretty good, but your mid laner at this point, a little bit of a liability. Boxy's actually the same net worth as Nisha after these last few moments.
Insania!
Oh my god.
Nearly dying on the way out. There's the damage of Mira and his spider army.
It's close. And a really nice talent. I think Ramses takes this one every time. I think most people I saw took the damage per Grievous in a lot of situations, but he always seems to take the acid spray talent. I really like this one. When you're grouped up, especially versus something like Mars, just drop the acid spray in the arena. Everybody gets this nice little 6 armor bonus if they're standing in it. Pretty good.
Pushing the waves in, this mid tier 2. What sort of a defense Liquid can put up out here, Zai? Blink before the Glypnir connects.
Liquid just so heavily on back foot.
Timer's gone.
They can't make blink initiations or anything like that.
This game went from looking one-sided to looking the other way one-sided.
Yep.
Trying to keep the game going for Mickey to get his items. That's the nullifier done. He's going to queue up the butterfly next.
Okay. His continues to rise, but the Primal Beast net worth has completely stopped. Nisha needs space to find this BKB to be able to do anything in the fights. Pandas, they're feeling their strength. They're stalking a DD spawns top. A nice one for Kiyotaka. Alright, Liquid. Looks like they are going to potentially group up here for a smoke. They have to get some type of godly connection. And Nisha's not, for Nisha, it's not easy for him to run in here. Still no BKB. Zai, Boxy, let's see who they're going to be able to grab here. There is an Aegis on this Wind Ranger, and not an easy fight.
This is a tough call to make here, Liquid.
Absolutely. I mean, Mickey.
Because chance of execution successfully it feels low.
Sure does.
When you're smoking into this Aegis, but Liquid they want to at least try and see how things are different when Mickey's involved in the gank, in the fight.
I'm sure Nisha's probably sitting there like, man, I really need to speak to you guys. This downtime is not good for me. We'll just sit on high ground, maybe hoping that Nine Pandas is going to run into them there.
Yeah, I think sort of the way that Nine Pandas is off the map, it's just sort of scaring Liquid. They're very much worried about getting jumped themselves. How Nine Pandas is carefully farming for the majority outside of the vision that Liquid have.
These items are coming quick. Ramsey soon has an AC. They're already starting to get more and more answers, perhaps even versus this Juggernaut, who is the only real damage dealer soon, it feels like, on the side of Liquid. This armor is going to kick in quick. The acid spray armor, the AC, all these auras. I say all these auras, but the mini auras. Solo will get the shard.
Top lane.
Taka has Aghanim now already too. Oh boy, he's got the DD. This fight does not look easy for Liquid.
It's a difficult one.
Zai.
Boxy able to find any sort of jump on the side. The telekinesis onto Mickey, no follow-up, so Mickey will be fine.
Okay.
Force from Boxy gets Mickey back to safety.
I think Ramses is probably telling his team, like, if you guys want to fight, I'm not there for a couple seconds.
Key attackers, he's in with the DD.
Okay.
He's looking towards Mickey. Mickey will be able to get that healing ward out.
Here comes Ramses. I think his AC is being delivered on the courier. Yeah.
I mean, Liquid have to retreat.
Yeah, they gotta run.
Yeah, Nisha's out with the TP. They'll just completely back out of this area. They don't want to fight now that they know that Nine Pandas
26 seconds slower than average.
Might catch them though. Like, look at Nine Pandas' movements. I'm pretty sure they're looking at Nisha and he doesn't have BKB. Like, this is a free kill if they see this Primal Beast.
They can get the jump on him. Ramses
for a second.
Picking up the concoction. They'll know that he'll be there on the high ground, but Ramses, he's not going to risk it. He's not going to throw himself up there.
They're being pretty aggressive here though on
Zai.
Pandas.
He's considering going. It's a hard jump. He's stepping up. He's going to get caught by the telekinesis. A bit too much hesitation from Zai. They're able to turn towards him now. Now get the BKB off.
They found Solo.
They're going to go straight for the Pugner, but that's all they'll probably get from this one.
Kiyotaka though.
Maybe they can find the Wind Ranger. He's not going to get caught
It's
in the arena.
outside.
And the Flame Break is going to knock him a bit further away to safety. Kiyotaka is going to continue to run. Boxy trying to jump, but the focus fire is still there. Boxy's going to go into his death.
And the Omni, it's actually just on like spiders and stuff like that. It doesn't even get on Miro.
Mira's able to put the BKB, and Taurus was able to turn with the stolen pulverize. They're just going to be able to kill off Nisha as well.
Team Liquid isn't doing it.
You get Solo, but you lose so much.
They've got the shackle on Insania.
Liquid's not doing it.
I mean, 9
They're
Pandas.
effed.
I mean, with what we've known and what we've seen from this team in their previous series, I don't think they're letting this game slip away from them. They've got the lead now. I don't think they're going to let this one go away.
And they're just still hunting. They still have the stolen pulverize. So now, I mean, Solo's death. Solo's probably like, my death for giving a Rubik pulverize,
So much.
10x worth it.
Yeah, I mean, they were. It seemed like they were so close to catching Kiyotaka, but they couldn't quite get him.
And
But he was able to run.
And he still had, actually, no, I think the age just timed out, I guess, at the end there or something like that. But they tried to go for him, but I think they would have had to get him twice. 9 Pandas, they feel their timing, they feel that strength, and they're hitting it hard. Liquid went for they went for like these blinks and stuff like that, but they just haven't found the connections. And let's see if they can make anything happen now with Nisha having a BKB. But it's so late now at this point. So I feel like sometimes you see these primals, they have BKB at like 15, 16 minutes. It's 28 minutes already.
Where do Liquid go? And as we saw, Mickey turning up, it's just a bit too much for him to deal with.
They'll have to.
Some of the Omni Slash, and it's not getting the kills.
They have to get some like godly repositioning.
Zai is going to get jump box. He will try and help out with the lasso, but Miro is very, very tanky here.
Shield rune.
Indeed, they can't kill that. Zai, he's out again, dead for 45. 9 Pandas. They might even be able to catch more. They get the Gleipnir connection onto Boxy. The attacker trying to hit him with the shackle, but Boxy's out with a blink.
Wait, did he just focus fire creep? I think he did by accident.
I think he must have actually.
I think he focus fired the range.
It's just 30 seconds. He's chilling.
That's kind of funny. 9 Pandas, yeah, they're fully have hit their stride quite some time ago, of course.
Yeah, just back-to-back fights that Liquid tried to force and unsuccessful in doing so. You're always going to pay the price when you're up against a carry that's just going to really relish on sort of the momentum that's shifted into their hands. Ramses
and you're
full
playing
farm now.
You're playing a tempo draft overall for the side of Liquid, and you completely lost the tempo versus a tri-core scale that itemized for this type of timing here. And I mean, I feel like they actually got more than they wanted on 9 Pandas with the way that they itemized versus what Liquid did, just because of that mid-fight in particular.
Yeah, he really does have three carries that he has to out-carry now, Mickey.
And yeah, his offlaner Zai, who did have that spectacular game, has totally fallen off completely here. And Nisha's game just fell off a cliff, really. I feel like the Vanguard purchase is something to look back on, but
yeah, I mean, because it always feels awkward, kind of get the Vanguard and the Blade.
Yeah,
two sort of similar items that.
Antares,
full snowball, fantastic, but if you start a full behind, it doesn't feel great.
No, absolutely. Maybe he was thinking like, oh, I can just if we snowball, I can get Crimson Guard, right? And then it's like maybe that's the thing that we were talking about from maybe Zai thinking it too, perhaps, but it just didn't happen. That mid fight just really snowballed. 9 Pandas out of control with getting these timings. Ramses near level 20. And Kiyotaka is level 20. And he actually does have now that protective item. He's going to have his BKB done.
Now, McKay's progression continues. Yes, the Ag's complete. Opted to go for that rather than getting the butterfly after the nullifier.
Okay. Pretty much completely reliant on just playing around Swift Slash and Omni Slashes then. Because if not, you're just going to get hit by some of these misses. And you're playing versus a Radiance, you're playing versus a Windrunner, you're playing versus the Bola of the Spider too. So you cannot just stand and attack. Like you're literally just completely playing around being inside of invulnerable form.
Yeah, 9 Pandas, they'll easily get themselves this next round of Roshan. Aegis and Cheese is going to be theirs. Ramsey's just a few hundred gold of having the completed Abyssal Blade.
Miaro actually, I think he bought the shard on the Spider, right? Or did they get it from the... Because I know Solo got the first Tormentor, but... Oh well, he bought it either way. I like this shard a lot. Yeah, I talk about it most of the time. Tons of damage. It's like a free rapier once it full ticks up.
So take the Cheese Mirror.
Yeah, and now an Aegis on Kiyotaka plus the BKB.
A smoke's come out from Liquid, but of course Roche, it's already been taken, and you know, 9 Pandas, they're not kind of leaving any sort of gaps. They haven't split up. They're staying as 5 as they head towards the top. Kiyotaka's charging ahead quite far from the rest of the team.
Fiero, maybe they get Solo. Looks like they probably will. That's awkward.
All right, he's able to glimmer. He should still be found here. They'll catch him with the spear. They'll kill him. Can they get any more, though?
Stun on 2.
It's going to catch the 3 of them as
Mickey.
well. Ramses stepping in. Kiyotaka steps forward. They take out one. Mickey's in with the Omni Slash, but it's onto the illusions. We'll be back onto Mirror, but it's not enough. Mirror's able to put the BKB. Turns to die. They take Zai out. Mickey Blade Furying, attempting a TP out, but the physical damage is too high. 3 dead on Liquid. They just cannot fight 9 Pandas. Antares, he's also going to be able to catch Nisha on the escape. It's 4 dead. As it really feels like that this one, Liquid, they've lost any chances of getting it back in their favor.
Done and dusted, for sure. Get Solo, instant buyback. They don't really need him for the fight anyway. Everybody just connects. And then they get like a 2-man concoction, a 3-man lift stun.
Yep.
And then Mickey, he gets shackle shotted, and I think Insania clicks grab ally, and it grabs himself instead of Mickey. I mean, either way, it doesn't matter, but little things, little small things that end up going even more poorly there for Liquid as 9 Pandas, they smashed this game.
They did. No, I don't think they were ever worried. It was one of those games again where Ramses, sure, you know, the early levels, the lane dies a couple of times, but yeah, just the 3 deaths, and then he gets the farm on, and the rest of his team making excellent moves and getting away, as you say. We're going for this kind of 3-core, the carry build on the Brood.
It
I had a great time.
In fact, that you win these like early fights when you're going for this type of itemization, it really hurts Liquid. Like, they're all about tempo setting, and there's no way to recover. Exactly. So
there's just no option for Liquid to stabilize the game after they let it slip away as much as they do. Dotaock just runs into the 4 of them.
No fear.
Takes out Insane. He's going to get lassoed, but he doesn't care. BKB's up. He's getting healed up as well by Solo. Dotaock can continue to stand his ground. There'll be a buyback from Nisha.
Pretty ogre.
He's in with the arena. See if they can punish 9 Pandas a little bit here. Solo's getting low. They'll take out the Pugna. Can they find Dotaock? He's sticking down to the Firefly. They'll kill him the once. Killing him a second time, though, that might not happen. The damage is being done to the base. Zai, he's out of the game for 50. No buyback on him. The racks have been
pulverized.
Taken. They'll get the grab onto Nisha. He's out for 75. And they'll call it GG as 9 Pandas will take game 1.
First 10 minutes, Liquid looked good. After that, total dominance from 9 Pandas. Better macro play, better read of the map, and just, yeah, better fights overall. A really good execution by them. And Antares kind of ends up being the better Primal Beast.
There's a lot of great grabs, right? A lot of great pulverizers from him.
Yeah, I think he actually got pulverized like every single time, it felt like. It's obviously almost impossible to cover it. You just steal it freely every single time if you don't get on top of that Rubik, but whew, Liquid, they're gonna have to, if they're gonna play tempo, they have to play clean. 9 Pandas, they didn't play tempo, they played a farm game, win early game, and they just smash in these last 10, 15 minutes.
It's seemingly difficult really to have a good strat against 9 Pandas, because like,
yeah.
What do you feel it is better for teams to do against them? Do you want to try and play this tempo? Because the alternative, right, trying to play the farm game, it feels right now that when it comes to farming, Ramses, he's always going to be a step ahead. It doesn't matter what hero you're on compared to him. He'll get his Alk or his Terrorblade, and he will out-farm you.
Yeah, it definitely feels like there's some problem. Maybe we're going to see that Alk get a little bit more attention. Perhaps that's something that's just, it's a hero that sometimes just like, it used to be the old days of like the anti-mage, just like where's the anti-mage? Where's the alchemist? We have to kill the alchemist. We have to kill the alchemist. So, you know, perhaps there's going to be some slight adjustments, but either way, 9 Pandas outplayed, and they kind of just crushed Liquid in this one.
Yeah, very solid stuff from 9 Pandas. Looked incredibly difficult for Liquid the majority of this game. As, ladies and gentlemen, 9 Pandas will take game 1 of this best of 3.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Fog. The 9 Pandas with 1 game up against Team Liquid. 9 Pandas were very cool, calm and collected. It doesn't matter that Team Liquid had the upper hand in the first 10 minutes. They knew exactly when their timing was going to be, and they were able to wait it out and then just smash Team Liquid down when it was their time, and that's exactly how this game happened. I'm joined by Fear, Jack, and Winter. Winter, this game, it felt like Team Liquid kind of crumbled.
I felt like after watching the game, then we realized what was lacking in terms of the draft. You know, when the draft was like completed, it wasn't very obvious. But during the game, it was really apparent that the Primal he didn't really have enough damage. Like, you know, from the supports, the Skyra ban was actually really crucial from 9 Pandas, and the Bat Rider, Primal, and the Mars, the 3 heroes. They kind of do the same thing. You know, they want to go around, they want to kill people, but there's not really an obvious hero that's unloading the damage when they are ganking. So Mars had a really good game. Like Zai, he won his lane, he was top net worth, but he didn't really have anybody to play with. So he was running around the map. He didn't have a partner. Undying doesn't really give you the damage. He's like just there, chuck his tombstone down. Yeah, sure, you know, but you don't have that instant burst to kill the hero once the Mars jumped in. So there was that period where after the laning phase between minute 10 to minute 20, where Liquid didn't really have anything to do, you know, and Jug was like farming. So he's a really slow hero now because of how you want to build the hero with battle free, you want to get your level 20. And the Alchemist, on the other hand, once he got the Radiance, he was participating, he was making a difference for his team. And that's when Liquid slowly lost control of the game.
We saw LGD have a similar struggle, I think, when they also had this Primal Mars as their 2 cores. Like, especially with the Bat Rider, it feels like you have a ton of initiation, a ton of like ways to start the fight, but then again, like Winter said, not enough damage follow-up. And then finally, like, changing sort of how you look at these heroes, Juggernaut, Alchemist. Traditionally, Juggernaut has been a faster hero for a long time, it's been with that Maelstrom build, right? Into like maybe like Spin, Shard, Blink, that sort of thing, lets you take skirmishes early on. And Alchemist has traditionally been a hero that needs a lot of protection or resources, but obviously there's more camps to farm now. Obviously you get Greevil's Greed ticking in your favor sooner on, and then Alch just, it's much harder to completely shut this hero down and not have him hit this like 20 to 25 minute window where he has a Radiance +1 item and can be a factor on the map. And so nowadays, it kind of changed a little bit. It feels like Alch is often a faster hero than the Juggernaut, and right around the time that Liquid started running out of damage, as we saw with that fight bottom, was the Delta split on Pandas just barely escaping. They started to run out of the ability to finish heroes off before Juggernaut gets his items up that he wants, and then Alch enters the fight. Wind Ranger obviously doesn't need that much to start contributing and being active, and that's when the tide really shifted.
Yeah, I feel like 9 Pandas, we saw once again fear that I think Antares and Kiyotaka, they are stepping up to the plate big time.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Antares had a great game. We talked about the Primal Beast in this matchup and how the interaction where if you still pulverize, it doesn't just slam them in place, it brings them to you. And when you have additional cast range on top of that, it makes Rubik the superior Primal Beast in this game, just by virtue of how the hero works here. And it just came down to what everyone else said here. It's just, you hit your timing a lot faster on 9 Pandas here. Juggernaut is just, it's not the same hero as it used to be. I need to reevaluate how I think about this hero. It's like, oh, Jug's kind of like a tempo hero. He comes online quickly, but that's really not the case with this hero anymore. You're playing for that level 20 town and around the Omni Slash more than the spin, so he just wasn't involved in the early fights here for Liquid, and that's what Liquid really were missing. They were missing the damage, and Juggernaut kind of had to provide that, but you don't want to be stuck in a situation where you need your carry to do the damage. He's supposed to just close out the game for you, so I think after reevaluating this, 9 Pandas draft was just more well-rounded here, and they just came online quicker. And I really like how Miro, he just didn't really go for ores this game. He could have, I think, however, but he just turned into a core. Kiyotaka was a core. Ramses was a core. I think the idea of Liquid trying to punish this and playing a fast tempo type of lineup is good, but maybe this Juggernaut wasn't the right pick to make that happen. I think having this Mars as well with the Primal, maybe not the best thing if you want to group up more. I think Liquid just could play faster and abuse 9 Pandas like Greed, because this is what this draft is. You got to carry Brood, you got to carry mid Wind Ranger, and you got to carry Alchemist. You got to be able to punish us somehow.
I think this game also tells the other story about Liquid being the team that picked the most heroes, and 9 Pandas is, has a smaller hero pool. But in the game, it shows that maybe when you have a lot of heroes that you play, you don't really truly understand your lineup as well as the team that only plays a specific amount of heroes. And they felt like, oh, the Juggernaut is supposed to be able to punish, but 9 Pandas, on the other hand, felt like with the Elk, they should be able to hold the game. And because the Brood actually decided to go for a carry build from the early, from the get-go, so it just gave me the feeling that 9 Pandas knew that the Brood is going to be able to be greedy this game. The game won't be, they won't get ran over by Liquid in the early game, and after the mid-game, you have a Brood and Alchemist which went greedy, and you'll be able to just outscale the Juggernaut at the end of the game.
Those are two sides of the Bulba coin, right? If you pick if you have this sort of flow chart of
Storm on both sides.
That's like if you have a the Storm is frequently picked or banned. It's like there's like a pool of heroes for each position and each player that you like coming into tournament. And it's like if this isn't here, this is here, and if it can oversimplify things, but that can be in your favor if you're executing well, if you have a strong grasp of the current meta and how teams are playing. And I think for this last pick, I think maybe for Liquid to execute their strategy, they needed this last pick to be an aura carrier that doesn't care about the lane. And as you mentioned, they picked the Mars because this hero gives you certain tools regardless of what the lane is, but ultimately those two tools were overlapping in this draft that they had.
Yeah, we had a first phase Brood Mother coming out as well, which, I don't know, Miro gets away with it quite frequently, and he doesn't really seem to get punished.
It's really hard to punish a Brood Mother nowadays. This is why the hero is so strong. It's a lose-lose situation when you play versus Brood. It's like, I have to counter him in the early stages where he's strong with the Bola. He can also lifesteal it back. His webs give him a lot of regen, so it's kind of hard to harass him. And then when he gets level 6, can I play a hero that can deal with the spiders as well? And it's almost impossible to like be able to do both. You can like usually get out of the laning stage against Brood, but then you have to like focus on your own farm. But yeah, I mean, just Brood is just a strong hero right now. We're seeing a lot because you just can't punish it in the laning stage.
Yeah, we're going to find out if maybe Team Liquid wants to solve that issue by banning it out, or potentially we'll see it again. Maybe we'll see it on the side of Team Liquid. If you want to know what's going to happen in Game 2, you got to stick around until after this break. Welcome back to the Bali Major. We are live from the Ayana Estate, which is also the largest integrated resort in Bali. It's got nice beaches, jungle, it has a fantastic rock bar, and currently it has some Dota being played as well, as we're heading to game number 2 between 9pandas and Team Liquid, where 9pandas is 1 game up. This is elimination on the line, so Team Liquid, they really want to win this next game to force out a third if they want to keep their tournament lives alive. But we'll see what happens. Game 1 did not look so convincing for them, but a lot was riding potentially on holes in the draft. And we are going to see what kind of holes are left behind in the current draft for game number 2, as we are heading to that in a second. I'm joined by Winter, Jack, and Fear. And we are looking for adaptations. Jack, where would you like to see this next draft go?
I think that third pick might have been where things turned. They went with the Bat Rider. We were talking about, like, there's a good ban on the Skywrath and needed a little bit of damage there as follow-up. And then I think once you take the Bat Rider, and then again you're forced to blind pick your offlaner into something that needs to have a lane. And let's say you don't go for an aura carrier, maybe like an Underlord or something like that, or an option that is more likely to be counterpicked by the opponent's 18 or 24, then your draft can get into a weird position. But I thought that Liquid still did execute the lanes very well. Obviously they came out with a pretty nice advantage early on, that early double kill from Zai top. So they had a playable game, but you have to, as you guys said, you have to continue to be crisp and sharp from that point. You want to turn that into a win.
Yeah, just to throw out some random stats here. On the last game there, 9pandas, they had second pick, and they had Dire.
Yep.
And currently right now, Dire has a 51% win rate, and second pick has a 53% win rate. So they had the winning side and the winning pick, and they won the game. So that could be a trend we can keep an eye on this game.
This game, I can tell you that Team Liquid had the priority, so they most likely chose that second pick, whereas 9pandas is known to choose Dire. And they'll get first pick with that one as well, as they are the ones to ban out the Broodmother. Team Liquid goes back to banning out
No
the
spiders.
Previous game, Morphling and Medusa.
What? More spiders?
No, 9pandas says no more spiders.
Together with the Enigma, they banned
No.
the Storm Spirit.
More spiders.
I mean, that's the good news, right?
No, they want less spiders after they had more spiders.
Whenever it's draft issues,
Oops, all spiders?
Now we're talking.
The macro game stuff, then it'll be
No, I
difficult
need
to
silver
control
as
it.
well.
I'm pretty sure they've already come to
Slivers.
a conclusion that they needed to change something.
What if you were a sliver?
And right now they have
I would evolve based on what slivers were on my side of the field.
and
Canonical.
to adjust that and come up with a better opening, like 6 and 7. I think for the second pick, the most difficult part is to come up with your 6 and 7, and after that, the second phase, I think,
Absolutely
will be much
canonical.
easier.
Yeah, I've really been enjoying 9pandas drafting, depending on what side they're on. They're shifting their bans entirely, and it seems they have a good read on, depending on what side they're playing, they're banning accordingly. So the last game they banned Morph and Medusa on second pick, which makes me believe that I think they want probably more for Medusa while on first pick, and the reason for this is they like to abuse getting that overall last pick as a carry when they play the second pick, but they realize if you play a hero like Morphling, like Medusa, and maybe even some games of Naga, these are like the 3 heroes in the meta that you can just pick them early, and you'll have a fine lane regardless. That's kind of their mentality going into this, because these type of heroes, if you get them right away, you don't have to worry about that last pick getting counter-picked from your carry position. So they're just going to pick the Morph right away, and the logic that I'm going with, that I think 9pandas has as well, is kind of like proving itself here too. Like, they really value this Morphling even over the Medusa, thinking it's the counter matchup, which I would agree. But on first pick, they want Morph Medusa. On second pick, they want a last pick Ramses, and they want to ban out the Morph and Medusa, so the other team can't just have a stable offlane.
Yeah, and because they are banning the Pugma, tells me that when they are second pick, it feels like they favor the team having second pick, opening the draft with like a Pugma plus Storm. So, I mean, the hero is also really good without the Storm. Like, you know, without the Storm, you're still a really strong laner. You still provide your heroes with your team with a lot of like push. You're really good in the lane.
If your first pick, like you said, you leave like either one of the best carries in the pool there, right? So you're guaranteed to basically take one, or you get your first pick of the litter on that and the draft around that. And then if you're second pick and you give up one of those heroes, then I think you're in a lot of trouble in the draft, because they can play that lane into anything and they can counter pick your other 2 lanes.
Yeah.
So I think that makes sense. And then Liquid, we've talked about this coming full circle from the start of the tournament. they seemed as equipped as any team for both playing with and against the Morphling. And this is a pick that we saw very early on in the tournament. They would use immediately against the Morphling, the Visage. Usually goes into that lane, provides some early pressure against the Morphling, and then sort of hits these like aura and timings that are a little bit faster than the Morphling. Liquid has chosen often a very timing route in dealing with the Morph. In addition to like scale, which we've seen a few times when they run like a Drow or something, or a Slark. But we've seen Necro, we've seen Visages as their first phase answers to Morphling, and here they go for it immediately this game.
Yeah, you probably see there's a high chance that they're gonna pick Drow if it's not banned in the second phase. So I do feel like whenever you're playing against Morphling, you need to understand what is Morphling's strength. He's really good in the lane, and after the lane, he actually just needs to farm. He wants to get to the stage where he has Aghanims, Manta, plus another item, like maybe BKB or something else that he needs to. So before that phase of the game, the Morphling is actually not that strong, and Visage is one of the few heroes that can actually abuse the fact that the Morphling is not ready to fight, and you can just take the map or even get a set of racks at minute 20 to 25. So I think that's probably the best route right now. I feel like to deal with Morphling, you need to try to do damage towards the game before he actually hits the Aghanim's timing.
Yep, and I think if you're Liquid on the opposite side of the coin here, you also want the carry matchup to be good, because it's really hard right now in the meta, and you don't see many teams just try and end the game early. It kind of just feels like you had a good laning stage, things kind of just fell into place just through one team fight or something. Then the game might randomly end around that 25-minute mark, but nobody ends up like playing the game like we have to end the game at like 25 minutes and build a draft constructed just to do that specifically. So you do want to feel comfortable going into the late game here. And to do that, if you're Liquid, you need to make sure you have probably last pick carry. Because, as I mentioned before, a lot of carries just can't be blind picked. We saw the Juggernaut in last game. It wasn't blind picked, but it has the same effect. Like, there's some heroes that just go farm, and they feel like they don't have a lot of purpose, but if you lose your lane, and that was more prevalent when we saw Beast Ghost get eliminated, they pick a PA, right? This hero, a lot of the carry heroes, if they lose their lane, they just can't farm very quickly. So they need to see their lane matchup, and it also has to be good against Morphling.
Yeah, but don't you feel like if they leave it to the overall last pick, everything good might be already banned out? Like, I feel like with the Visage, you're probably thinking with either Drow or maybe a Luna to fit the whole draft, and I guess right now, because they banned the Dusa and PL, so you're probably going to still be able to get one or the other.
I think
that's just the state of playing carry right now. It's like, it feels like your options are very limited for the carry pool if you don't see your laning matchup.
I think Liquid has more confidence against this morph precisely because they can go either the scale or tempo option, and so that's too many bans. Because you can see like pandas are, obviously there's like Medusa being the other obvious carry, but they're starting to ban illusion heroes, right? So that's one route that gives you some amount of scale against the Morphling. But there is also tempo, there's also something hits the timing, there's also these Slarks, these Drows, there's a lot of different options. So I think they don't feel quite as bad about getting overall last pick against this morph because they can kind of have a different approach to dealing with it.
But can you get a draft in the end that fits the whole lineup? You know, I feel like that's what happened the last game. You know, they opened up with a decent opening, but they couldn't finish a draft with picks that made a lot of sense with the overall strategy. And right now, that's my concern with Liquid. If you leave the carry to last, can you actually find a good pick that rounds up the whole draft? Because right now, Naga's banned, PL's banned. Like Naga and PL are probably the few better heroes that if you're talking about late game against Morphling. So right now all the heroes are banned. So it means that you kind of are left in the pool where you need to pick a carry that fits with the Visage and you try to play for more tempo and early game. So you're not going to scale against the Morphling.
I think outside of Slark and Drow, there's not going to be a lot of very comfortable carry picks going into the morph into late game. But that's your other option, is maybe you pick some Luna or something, get ahead early and hit a timing and just be like, we're not going to play this late game against you, we're just going to end the game before you're ready.
Yeah, we saw Beast Ghost try out obviously they love the TA and the SF.
Yeah.
Both would be a solution potentially as well.
Yeah, actually I like that you brought that out. TA is like a hero that will work with the Visage, and you get Roshan, you take the map, you know, really fast pace, and I think that really fits the criteria here when you're playing against Morphling. You want to end the game early, you have the toolkit as TA, and you also have the silence with the traps, which can be really annoying for the Morphling if he's rushing Axe after Manta and he already used his Manta in the fight, especially when you have global. So then the TA trap with the silence could be effective against Morphling here.
Right. So there you go, there's plenty of heroes you can last pick them. And I think you do want to last pick these heroes because you need to pick the right one that has the best lane. You can't just blind pick it. Like, you probably don't want to pick TA anymore. There's a Darkseer in the game.
I think if you're last pick overall, you always want to have that piece of the puzzle that solves it.
Yeah.
And the only position at the moment that they can do that with is the safe laner.
Yeah, they might pick their carry now since they are showing the Darkseer. And Darkseer is definitely one of those heroes that limits your hero pool even further. So you're going to want to pick something that can do well against in the lane.
I guess you know the full lane, because, well, either Spirit Breaker Darkseer or Rubik Darkseer, really.
I mean, that's also the problem with picking a position 5 silencer, right? It doesn't really open up your carry pool, you know, because you, like when you pick Drow and when you pick Luna, you kind of want your position 5 to be like some Spirit Breaker, Clockwork, somebody to soak up damage in the lane for you. Like a silencer and Drow or silencer plus Luna, the lane just doesn't feel the same. And right now, 9 let's see the silencer, they just pick Darkseer plus Spirit Breaker, because silencer doesn't like to play against the Darkseer Spirit Breaker lane.
Well, there's an anti-mage, there's a faceless void.
But if you pick those heroes, then I feel like the Visage kind of feels awkward in the game. You know, we might see a repeat of the first game where the offlaner, the Mars, didn't really connect with the rest of the team.
What other hero would you like to see against the Darkseer?
Yeah, I guess you don't really have an option that fits the lane and fits the game.
Bloodseeker. But then you're playing Bloodseeker into Morph. You're on a Ultra Timer, and Bloodseeker is not a hero that will scale against it. And it's not going to hit buildings either, but it will win its lane quite hard.
So you have to win your lane, you have to ball together with the Visage, and you have to try to end the game ideally before minute 30, or at least you want to take a set of racks before minute 30. So that's going to put them in a lot of pressure on the time.
There's like two sides of the coin there. Winter was like, he wanted the more tempo, so I was thinking, yeah, Bloodseeker, it's going to feel great in the lane, but it's not going to win you the late game. But it will give them the tempo. If they wanted to win the late game, there was like an anti-mage Faceless Void that could have won that route, but they want to play more for the tempo. They want to play around the Visage's timings, which means they're going to try and punish 9 Pandas this game.
And they get the counter pick there in mid lane as we are looking for a hero for Nisha and Kiyotaka.
I feel like Kiyotaka just needs to be on something like maybe like a puck. You know? You just try to push out the wave. Your hero is very elusive. It's very hard for them to kill you. So you're constantly shuffling out the wave and delaying the push from the Visage. Because he doesn't really need to be on like a greedy hero anymore. Because you have Darkseer and Morphing. Those two cores are already very greedy. So ideally your mid hero needs to be like a cheap hero. Doesn't need too much resources. And
You can just delay the game.
yeah, you're delaying the game and playing for the other cores.
I'd like him to play Ember on Liquid here.
They could just go for
Not
something
Liquid,
with the
sorry,
Wind Ranger
9 Pandas.
again as well.
Not against Bloodseeker, I don't think that's a good idea. I think whatever they pick for their mid laner should be able to play in front of Bloodseeker's face and deal
What
with
if
the
you were
rupture.
just permanently
Plus
sick?
our ban, right? So that's just the Ember.
What do you
Yeah,
mean?
but that also has to mean
It's sword
that's the
voice
most
man again.
obvious, hey,
No.
you really should ban out Ember here. Unless Team Liquid has something planned to go up against the Ember.
And
Ember,
then-
Storm, Queen of Pain would all. Storm is. It's not banned? It's not. It is banned. Okay, so Ember will get banned. Storm will be banned. You can blink and then move a little bit when you're ruptured, which makes it very difficult to play against. So I think they banned it last game, didn't they? The Queen of Pain?
Yep.
Really early on, so
Yeah, in the second ban phase already.
it's a fine swap game. I don't see why they wouldn't go for it.
I mean, but DK is not bad. So you might get hard counter in the lane. I would actually prefer still like Puck. I mean, sure, if you pick Puck, they can still pick DK. But I think as a Puck, if you lose your lane, if you're comparing Puck and Pop, like both heroes losing their lane, I would prefer to be a Puck. Because I'm still useful if I have a hard time.
There's
Oh,
the
wait.
Templar Assassin.
Wow. That's
Wow.
totally different from what I expected. It's like a greedier pick overall. So they have like TA, Darkseer, Morphing, very, very greedy cores. And I guess the idea is like they want to try to put more pressure in the laning phase. So you play the map more, you push out the waves faster, the traps, you cut waves, and by doing that, you delay the timing, essentially.
I
against
mean,
the V6.
Rupture also is one instance of damage, so if you get ruptured on TA and then you blink away, it's just going to take one refraction charge. So
Yeah,
TA doesn't mind as much playing its Bloodseeker. That's exactly what I think they needed. They need something. This is the greediest thing they could have done against the Bloodseeker, but it's the same thing. Something that can just play in front of the Bloodseeker's face just a little bit.
So what early timing with hero crushes TA mid?
It's time for a Venomancer or what?
In time for a Viper? Yes, something along those lines.
Time for
That
one
would be
Green Riders,
very-
maybe if they all commit to that option of like we need to end
Bat
the game,
Rider's
right?
in the pool if they want to go that route. Like Bat should be impossible to play against.
How about Tiny mid? You think it could be an option?
Put the tiny mid, get
Yeah.
Boxy to play something else. Maybe?
Nah, Just play bat mid. It's a TA. Come on, you're going to win that lane. You're going to be high tempo. There'll be initiation. Got a silencer.
The decision is made. We'll see a death prophet. Now that adds tempo to it.
I mean, that's also a good matchup against the TA. I think it kind of fits the overall idea that they have drafted so far. They want to be fast-paced. You win your lanes, you push towers. That's basically a very, very straightforward idea. That's what DP gives you.
Is it enough?
I think it is, you know, like they have very good tools to group up and end the game. The silence is also useful against the Morphling before he gets like a BKB or a Manta. And I think that even though it puts them on the clock, but they have the right tools because they're going to have superior lanes.
So if Team Liquid's going to win this game, how long will the game last? Because they have a high tempo, but when you say high tempo nowadays, how high are we speaking? 14 minutes, 30 minutes?
I'd say between, you want a decisive advantage between like 25 to 30 minutes at the latest. I think anything beyond that, if it's still like close after that, you're probably in a really tough spot.
I think they just can't have like 2 high ground pushes that fail in the 25 plus minute mark, because if that happens, they're going to just give all the gold advantage from the laning stage right back, and then your lineup is going to have a hard time against this TA and this Morphling.
So we do feel like Team Liquid is going to win all their lanes?
I think so. Their draft is looking quite good in this game. As everything Winter said, it's exactly what they needed. They can push even more tempo with this DP. Should win its lane. It looks good.
All right, pushing tempo for Team Liquid, and with that, maybe pushing into a third game of this best-of-3 series. Will it happen? We're finding out together with OD Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, GVS. Game 2 here, ladies and gentlemen, of Team Liquid against 9 Pandas. Fogged, we're getting the morph coming through once more.
We are.
9 Pandas, they pick it nice and early. Liquid, this is going to be their approach against it. As you said, we have been seeing the morph being beaten recently in some scenarios. This game, this draft, do you think Liquid's got the power to do it? Or could they fall to a 2-0 to 9 Pandas in this series?
A possibility if they cannot stay clean and stay aggressive, but I mean, I feel like every time I'm watching Liquid, they're going for like just winning all 3 lanes and then trying to just dominate the game after that. But they've definitely slipped up a lot. Quite a bit of mistakes in the, I mean, I guess it's just like since yesterday, right? Going for these tempo kind of drafts and making mistakes, which in this type of game, if they make too many mistakes, this is going to be a strong scaling draft from 9 Pandas. So they go for Death Prophet. So I think maybe they were identifying also in the last game, because besides what the panel was talking about, where there's like, where's like that big burst with the Mars combo, how could they take buildings? So I think this time around, they were like, okay, we're getting a Visage, which is good with Morph, good versus Morph, and takes buildings, and we're even kicking up the tempo more. Nisha's going to play Death Prophet, so they're looking to play super fast.
I mean, where does sort of Death Prophet sit at the moment in your eyes? Why don't we see more of it? You know, when is the good time to go with the Death Prophet?
I think it's undervalued, actually. I'm not sure when you ideally really want to fully go for it right now, but I guess if you can get some type of good matchups and you don't see the most burst damage on the enemy lineup. They're now looking at 9 Pandas. I guess their burst, it takes some time to get online. It takes until they have some itemization from the TA, itemization from the Morphling like that. So, I don't know. I think this hero is actually quite underpicked because it's got a ton of buffs. I think all the 7.33 and onwards or something like that, it got buffed. And I didn't see nearly as much of it as I was hoping to. But let's see. Let's see what we do again. Okay, let's see if it's going to work. See if tempo is going to work. Greed versus speed. Will Liquid get the speed to work this time?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you were saying what during the draft as well. You like to see the Tiny picked up when it was by Liquid?
I like the Visage Tiny lane. I think now we're seeing the two of the better answers in particular versus Morph. It's like the Enigma Tiny or the Visage Tiny. One you can get kills, one you can slow down the farm. This one, it's a kill lane. I've just seen these Tinies actually just catch every Morphling off guard. Like 3 tree throws, a Blood Grenade, a hit, and then a Soul Assumption, and these Morph tend to die. That's all going to be what Liquid wants to do in this early game, is get that early advantage. Let's see if they can. Because I'd say top, they have that advantage. Mid, they have a pretty good matchup. Bottom, this, even though there's a Bloodseeker, the Silencer might make this lane a little bit weak versus Darkseer Spiritbreaker. We'll see.
Sure. Good. Well, overall, you do feel that Liquid's going for a similar time.
Yeah.
If they don't get the lead, push the advantage, this Morph TA likely to outcarry.
Likely to carry. Yep. Absolutely. Unless they have like a very substantial lead, I would say by 20-ish, 25. This could be difficult for Liquid, but yeah, let's see if it does go down. I'm going to keep watching Ramsey's top because you blink and you miss it.
Sure, he can die quickly if he's not careful.
And that's perhaps also why they do like having, besides just the Bloodseeker versus this Darkseer versus the Morphling matchup where you're just keeping this Morphling at like 10% HP. They're going to get the kill bot.
They are. They're able to take him out. 9 Pandas. They should lose solo in return. Mid-game gets the kill.
Can we get a bash cam? Was that 3 bashes? I'm not even sure. He got 2 or 3 bashes. I'm not certain, but they do get that kill. As we, that's the lane to look at least for the side of 9 Pandas in the early game. That Darkseer Spirit Breaker, it's very impressive.
Miro should be fine. He has a surge. He's just waiting for the curse to end. I say that. Mid-K can get another hit. He can't quite. Miro.
Blood right.
Gonna have to dodge the blood right. Mid-K. He's able to get in and get that final touch. So
Okay.
they've got the early kill 9 Pandas, but Liquid they'll get a second kill for Mid-K in this lane.
Yep. I mean, Bloodseeker's going to be that strong answer, of course, for the Darkseer. It's just the silencer that definitely can give up a ton of kills down here. Let's see how mid goes. I'm curious how this matchup ends up going nowadays, too. Used to be okay for the DP, but my goodness, Dotaock.
Yeah, he's gonna do good. It's a
Feels
great
he's gonna
start
do
for
excellent.
the attacker.
Yeah.
First few waves, he's having a fantastic time.
Man, I mean, Dotaock has been on the rise, and I would say that Nisha has definitely been faltering a little bit more than people would have anticipated.
Whoa.
Say that, but Dotaock now maybe going
Verify it. One more hit.
Tower
about
armor.
9 HP.
Tower armor saving him for
It
sure.
certainly did. Meanwhile, back down bottom, Solo. He's going to be able to get back in, take out Insania again. Okay, can he find the trade kill?
With bashes.
I mean, if Solo gets a bash, it could get pretty messy pretty quickly. You got to watch out for this Darkseer Spirit Breaker combo.
Level 3, almost on Miro. Okay, back down. I mean, Solo, careful.
Couple of bashes in a row there.
Solo might just die here now.
Charge. And deep with the curse upon him. Solo will pay the price.
That's a fun lane.
Yeah, they're playing pretty reckless down here. And
Top.
should be okay. It's still, even if it's early, he's able to shift enough strength, quick enough Ramses. So they won't be able to burst him.
You say that. I gotta keep eyes on it there.
Some sort of random tree coming
One
in.
soul assumption in a
God.
tree. Yeah, it could just bring him down. They will get the Rubik. Tons of aggression coming up from these lanes. Ramses is
Mid-lane,
doing okay though.
It's getting
Yeah.
rough. 19 for 4 against the 9 and 2. Just Dotaock on an absolute roll in the mid lane.
That is interesting. And Nisha's gonna do the build that people did
Bottom.
on DP for a long time. We'll have to wait for that. Too much aggression.
Got Solo zooming around here, trying to get in under the tower to look towards Insania.
They
How squishy the silencer is. Charges back up. It's going to be another dead silencer Insania. Or maybe, yeah, the bash is there. Insania's gone.
Will Silencer ever be good?
Another one.
There, Solo.
I mean, look at Atari.
He's got an
He wants
ult.
to join the fun.
That's all.
the action's happening down here.
That's all he needs.
Solo looked to try and run Mickey out the lane as well.
7
Got to
kills.
back off.
7 kills in 3 minutes. Mickey is getting zoned off the wave.
He is. It's not easy to step up, especially
He'll
as this
forever be
Antares
oppressed from
showed
reaching
space down there as well.
170
So,
intellect.
Fun place for Mickey to be.
Nicely done with the glyphing the wave, right? I feel like we see that so much from these Darkseers. Glyph, dive the wave, they'll get a successful one, but now, will they get something back? They'll get the surge off.
Yeah, they're able to split and avoid the blood right.
Okay. Death Prophet a little bit behind, but you see Darkseer, they're getting kills, but he's behind on last hits. Zai, Roxy.
On the edge, they're both Sai and Ramses. I mean, they tried to abuse the fact that Boxy had left the lane, made the move over towards mid.
Look at Antares' inventory. This is the saddest Rubik on the planet, but it's all about playing with the Morphling. So double salves and raindrop just to throw onto Ramsey so he can continue farming. Ramsey's 18-6, getting slowed down a little bit.
Well, they tried to go for Miro again. It's going to be fine. In terms of regen, also sitting on the ring, he's out of mana.
Dotaock is not going back to the mid lane. As good as he was doing, this is where the matchup becomes just dominant for Nisha. Pushes him completely out. Level 5 is hit.
Solo surged up, looking for a lucky bash, won't find it.
It's interesting. Dotaock is literally just completely full jungling. I guess the wave's going to push down to the mid lane. He'll get these next 5 hits. And they're actually setting up with the charge. The dive, I mean, Boxy's here. Look at the wave.
Let's see if Liquid get away with this dive, because TPs will be coming in from 9 Pandas. The avalanche onto Solo, but Antares has turned up. I don't know if Liquid's going to get away with this. Boxy's in trouble. Nisha will get a kill on
He hit
Solo,
6.
but they'll lose Boxy in return. He
Antares.
immediately pops the Exorcism to try and turn this into more. Now for Antares, chasing him down. Further TPs to be coming in from 9 Pandas, but not before Antares goes down. Nisha
He might
gets the
keep
double.
going. Dotaock could be in trouble also.
Miro's going to turn up, offer the surge to allow Dotaock to keep a safe distance. In action, also Solo's going to be TPing over towards the mid. Can they punish Nisha? Solo,
He's got a
marching
siphon
forward.
in a second.
They've got enough damage. The meld hit comes in. Nisha trying to keep alive with that final siphon, but that is his last one. It's going to be enough, though. As Nisha able to walk away, so she's going to turn back in. Manages to pick up the power rune, get that illusion rune.
He should full heal off of it as well, too, pretty much. So much the Ghost end up giving him.
That's good stuff there for Nisha. Had that slow start in the mid, but off the back of that, making that aggressive play, hitting the 6, he's back on but exactly back where he needs to be as a Death Prophet in this
Absolutely.
early
And
minutes.
I feel like this is one of those like examples here where it's like, you haven't played versus this hero much, and it's like, oh my god, Spirit Siphon's still broken, everybody be careful. They do have a Rubik, though, so remember, that's something we're going to have to always look out for as game does progress, too, is there is a Death Prophet, but it is picked into a Rubik for these spell steals, and into a Morphling. So Morph, I feel like he's one of those heroes that can actually utilize Death Prophet siphons amazingly. Even though you're not shifting into this like Agi or anything like that, just playing off of the DP spells is very nice for a Morph. 6-4, slight lead, only slight though for Liquid. But this mid tower, it's going to drop very soon.
They just continue to pile the pressure onto Key Attacker. Nisha going with the Siphon. Caught by the trap slow. Up top, Antares tried to head over towards the Wisdom Rune, but Boxy still grabs it and also grabbed the kill.
Farewell, my friend. Nisha will get charged, but Solo's not going to complete that one. Wisdom Runes was a 1-for-1. You saw Antares attempt from the steal there. But yeah, mid tower, it's going to very, very quickly soon drop. Let's see if they look to make multiple rotations, because right now the supports, they're kind of struggling. Solo, he's doing okay, but Antares, he's playing like a full 5-position Rubik at this point. I guess he has to, because Solo's playing the Spirit Breaker with the Darkseer, but this is not going to be that Antares show that I think we saw last time from the Primal Beast in particular. It's going to take more time for him to be that flashy Rubik.
Just super hard for them to make any move on Nisha in this mid lane now that he's got the treads. He's level 7. There's the 4 points in Siphon, and Exorcism's going to be back online in 5 seconds.
Yeah, now the bottom lane is kind of broken as well too, right? The Darkseer has to jungle. They find Solo.
The toss back. He's going to look to charge away. The curse upon him.
Kitaka.
A few more hits. The stick charge is going to keep Solo fine for a little longer. And indeed, in the mid, they get the big kill. They take out the TA once more. Insania, can he get the curse on Solo? He can.
He can.
Solo, he's going down as well. Liquid starting to push the game towards a similar point that they were at last time in game 1 around the same minimum, where they were building this early lead.
And their lineup this time, as I was saying, it hits towers. Last game, they couldn't really hit buildings whatsoever. Like I think you said it once or twice. It was like, this mid-tower, like they pretty much couldn't hit it.
I think it was 20 minutes in, that's barely touched the Tier 1 mid. Yeah, this time round, of course, it's well and truly gone. Just 8 minutes in.
8 minutes in, and Vizai, he's got the familiars already finished up. He's doing the build that I think we see popularized now with the Solar Crest, because you just get these little cheap stats with your crown, magic wand, double branches, and everything. He's got it done already, so the pressure is probably going to continue to go up toward top next here from the side of Liquid. And Mickey, he already has Maelstrom. Like, even though they lost some hero, they lost the Silencer and stuff bottom, it is a Bloodseeker versus that Darkseer, and he's been able to just keep himself all the way at the top here. So Liquid, this time around, much better. At least in the tempo, just kind of keep it up.
Definitely set up much better for success this game, even though they did have a comparable early game lead in that first time around. The factors here this time with the draft definitely seem more favorable.
Yeah, as long as we see, as long as DP, we'll see what the hero overall, how it ends up working into like the later stages of the game, especially when he's playing into giving siphons to both Morphling and Rubik and stuff like that. Nisha gonna be going down the Switchblade route. I like it versus the TA quite a bit. Protection and offensive potential here. 2k lead at them. 45 seconds until they have Exorcism. Nisha very likely to just, I think that's when it's just the call to maybe invade the enemy jungle, that top jungle, and also take the top tower. But that's going to be pick your poison, because if you do go top, then it's going to be Kitaka. He's going to farm out these Ancients, which I imagine are both going to start getting it very stacked up for this TA. Solo actually misses the stack on the secondary one. And now he's going to check to see if it's blocked.
Which would be nice powering to be able to hold for Nisha. The Arcane.
It's a really good one, yeah.
And looks like they will be able to. I mean, 9 Pandas, they're not heading over towards the river. Nisha will have an Arcane ready to go for that next Exorcism.
Arcane straight to the top rune of that
Arcane,
tower.
Exorcism, push top tower. Sounds pretty appealing. We'll see if that's the move they want to go for.
It's going to be fully spotted, of course. They have wards, as well as traps to see.
I don't think they care if they get spotted, because they can just push this tower, and I don't think 9 Pandas will want to do much about it.
No.
They don't want to fight into Exorcism right now.
No, they need... this lineup is pretty slow, honestly, from 9 Pandas. Having a TA in the mid lane, having a Morphling, it is quite greedy. Especially with the Darkseer being lane versus that Bloodseeker, he's slowed down as well. So yeah, this tower, it's going to drop. Nisha Not even gonna use the exorcism for that. Nisha actually looking like he wants to potentially set up for a kill with it. Yeah, he's TP bottom.
All right, yeah. Play a bit more aggressive here with the Ghosts as the Ghosts are out.
Miro.
The rupture upon him. He's going to try and keep his distance. Look for a deny to the neutrals. Not going to get it. Nisha's in with the Crypt Swarm. Another kill for him.
They're snowballing pretty hard, 10-4. Top tower, it's dying to familiars. Bottom tower should die to this exorcism too. A lot of map control gonna kind of be gone here from 9-10. 9 Pandas. Nice rotation here from Nisha. Witchblade's done. And that was the end of the arcane room.
Why did we add in a cut-in of a random man in the crowd?
TP, so his TP will be up fast.
That's John Crowdman.
This one feels a lot more difficult for 9 Pandas to slow down. They don't
Yep,
have
I'm
ways to
watching
fight back
Dota.
this early game, you know?
So he's going to try and charge in, but there's really no fight to be had. I mean, what? Maybe with Miro? They're going to try and go.
Okay, exorcism's ending.
Can they kill Nishi? He's still got 2 more siphons to survive with after this one. They're going to try and burst him with Kiyotaka focusing down the death profit, but the heals
Mickey.
too strong. Ramses waveforms in, but he can't quite finish off Mickey.
Uh-oh.
And now Ramses, he turned up to a tough fight. He's going to get caught by the blood right. Mickey gets back in there. They bring down Ramses. They bring down Solo. This game too, it seems to be falling onto 9 Pandas to make the mistakes.
Sometimes you play versus the DP. You haven't played versus it in a while. The siphons come out. They do not have the damage. I'm actually surprised they went for that play. Kiyotaka now, he's ruptured.
He's got TP. He's going to catch him just in range with the tip of the avalanche, as they'll be able to set up to take out Kiyotaka. Maybe more. I mean, they've got eyes on towards
Well, I think we're getting a game 3.
With the stolen avalanche.
Could be.
He's going down probably.
Yeah, Zai's birds, they're upon him. The stun's coming in. Miro's going to offer up the surge, but Antares, he's already gone. 14-4, 6k lead here for Liquid.
Much better execution from them and a much easier way to, as I said, I think just being able to take these towers is really quite indicative of how much pressure they're able to apply. They're even now invading all over the place here because all 3 towers are gone at 12 minutes in. They're even going to stack and farm it inside this enemy triangle. Just kidding. Insania blocks it. He says, Nisha, nice try with your efficiency. And 9 Pandas are going to need quite a bit more time here.
Yeah, it's going to be a much more difficult game for 9 Pandas to recover. When in terms of like when you look at the carry, right? Ramses this time, he's not on an out on this Morphling, and a Morphling that just turned up to a very painful fight down bottom. So
everyone's struggling.
It's a lot of space, a lot of time to really get his game back on track. And yeah, with the implication of Liquid's move so far, it doesn't look like Liquid's going to give 9 Pandas that chance.
That is the fastest Mjolnir. I'm calling it. That's the fastest Mjolnir ever, right? 13 minutes.
Let's get up the stats. Or did we already have the stats?
I didn't see the Mjolnir one. What?
There's a 12-minute Mjolnir.
12-minute Mjolnir? Who the hell got a 12-minute? That game must have been a stomp. That is so early. That is actually insane how far Mickey is. And they're going to keep this pressure up. Top tower, probably on the horizon here. Glyph is actually on cooldown. They can probably just go for this one if they know that Glyph is down. Tanking up too. These heroes are not squishy by any means on the side of Liquid. 9 Pandas.
Ramses, they're going to look for him.
Actually shows himself.
He's going to be able to find him. He throws out a sort of a nuke into the creep wave. He tries to go for a CS with the adaptive strike. It costs him his life.
Oh, and this is just getting too much here for 9 Pandas to handle.
So,
it's global play. The blink now for Boxy super early. Everyone on Liquid is having a good game, and almost everyone on 9 Pandas is having a real rough one. Even Kiyotaka. Boxy. Maybe they can punish him at least.
they're going to try.
With the toss.
He's going to go straight for the TP out. Good call from Kiyotaka. Won't manage to save himself. Of course, back in the river, they did not have the damage to kill Boxy off. Solo's going to charge back in onto Insania, but this Spirit Breaker ain't killing any of these 3 heroes. They're just going to turn and kill him. Another kill for Mickey.
How the hell was there a 12-minute Mjolnir? I'm still like, what the? What would it have been? Maybe it would have been a Bloodseeker.
I mean, that must have been some sort of brown. It was definitely some brown
boots, probably.
Mjolnir rush, right?
Something like that.
So pretty wild, but indeed, yeah, we see here, as soon as he reveals himself, Boxy's quick with the jump. And of course, at this stage of the game, Ramses has only got that Yasha, does not have the Manta. So you get a catch on him, you're going to be able to blow him up.
Another one.
Then find Kiyotaka. Ramses is going to turn into Tiny. Use the Avalanche to try and hold them back, provide some sort of protection. The refraction's back up. They've got the charge and the wall down on the 2 of them. It's a decent attempt at a fight back from 9 Pandas that will get them the kill on Boxy.
Siphons.
He's still healing up. See if Solo can stay on top of him. No, he's going to back away from this. Mickey, he gets it to get the double. He's now ready to swing across and look to help outside to find more. They're in onto Antares. The Rubik's going down. Triple kill for Mickey. They have to run. Ramses and Solo, they've got no part to play in this fight. As once again, Liquid coming out on top. Only Boxy going down there.
This Death Prophet pick seems perfect, honestly. Nisha, he's 5-0-5 this time around. Tower's dying, pressure's being given. He's being the frontliner. He's tanking for his allies. They threw everything onto him here. He just Spirit Siphons. Tara's actually stole it, but doesn't do nearly enough there. This one is... This is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely seeing the strength of coming
Another
into
one.
and do this mid lane solo. Is he going to be able to run? Get the charge off.
He's low HP.
He's going to be all right.
He'll be able to get him.
I mean, Boxy, he picks up the invis ring. He might stay on the hunt for him. Let's have a look if Boxy can do something sneaky.
So careful where you're clicking. Okay, he'll be able to get down.
Yeah, Boxy's actually going to head back up towards mid. They might
He wants
get
bigger ones.
Got Pocky attacker.
Yeah, he wants a bigger target.
Antares.
Level 12 on Nisha. Exo's back up. He feels like he has no cooldown.
Boxy can get the toss back. It should be a surefire kill. Antares hiding in the trees. They're going to look for the
bigger
jump
one.
onto the TA instead. Get the toss back. Nisha got
Global.
the siphon and the ghost up. They're in on top of the TA. Is there any way for Kiyotaka to separate himself? No. He's going down. Antares to fall as well. Two more dead. The exorcism out. The tier 2. I'll put the fortification. Well, this should be going down pretty soon as well as Liquid. They keep their foot on the pedal.
2 minutes, way too much pressure. A Yule's, a Witchblade, they have so many. The 3 cores are just absolutely massive. Even the support's catching up to those cores with this pressure plays on all these kills. They're getting 21 to 5. I mean, Mickey's gonna have BKB Mjolnir before Ramses even has his Manta. And yeah, definitely not slowing the pace down by any means. Having this natural tower push, it just continues to give them the map to be able to swing over, continue to pressure, just give no breathing room to 9 Pandas. They're even mech yet. Okay, mech just coming out from Yara, incredibly late as well. All these item timings have been delayed so much this game for the side of 9 Pandas to try to be able to fight back. Mech seems like that's going to be the call for them to attempt to fight around.
See who they can catch. If they can get one of these cores on their own, maybe they can get the kill.
And they're playing, Exo is on cooldown.
Okay.
BKB is about to be delivered.
And they're underneath the vision here. Boxy's going to have the eyes on them, and he's in with the jump. He gets the avalanche onto the 2 of them. Mickey just commits in. We'll put the BKB. See if they want to get back into chase for more. Looks like they'll respect 9 Pandas, and 9 Pandas are able to split.
I mean, maybe if the BKB literally doesn't get delivered at that exact second, they perhaps could get Mickey there, but still a difficult kill. You can feel 9 Pandas kind of grasping at straws this early game from Liquid. It's been their cleanest one.
We have seen them lose some advantages in the past, but yeah, this game it's going to have to be like another level of mistakes really for Liquid to let this one slip away.
It'll have to be a pretty big blunder on the pushes in particular. Maybe it's could be with some type of like maybe some big steal plays. I think a lot of that is going to be like Antares if he gets some crazy type of exorcism, maybe that it gives him some type of damage. But yeah, difficult. Or rupture. I mean, he does have a good one.
Ramses, he's got a fair bit of strength build up, and he has got his Manta done. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
They still catch him.
I think the blood right hits.
I think right.
I think he manted into the blood right.
And to the DP side, and then the blood right hits, or vice versa.
They're going to continue. Exorcism's back up. They're gonna go for this end.
Boxy, that's another grab. He's in. Gets the toss back. Another kill.
Oh, this one might be done and dusted.
This is
There's no glyph even for this tower. It's dead. That's Rax at 19 minutes.
Yeah, we've had some quick games at the major. This one's definitely going to be up there if this continues at this pace.
Nisha's going a bit of a different item choice here now too. He's actually going to be going for the Aghanim. Cool. I mean, it's cool with Exorcism. It does make your spirits do more damage, so. He doesn't even have to use Exo. This tower's just dead to the Visage. They're just going to go top?
They could.
I feel like
top lane's
they just go
exposed
top.
as well.
They're actually going to back it up. That's a bit surprising. I thought that they were just going to keep going because they have Exo, but maybe Nisha's saying, I'm 100 gold from Aghanims, and then just saying that he's going to go for it. Or maybe they take the super safe route and they go push.
They could.
Especially because, like you said, they did end up like, that yesterday, especially versus Tundra, after having like a 12k plus lead, ended up losing it, so maybe trying to be as safe as possible.
I mean, this is, obviously, if they lose this game, they're going home.
Yes, and you know what? It is daytime, so it shifts to bottom. They have the tier 2 to push down bottom too, so let's see if 9 Pandas can mount a fight. This feels like it could be their last one.
It could be. If this goes badly for them, they're probably losing the base, probably losing the game.
Foxy?
Not a bad start. If they can kill the Tiny quickly.
They have detection.
He's going to be able to still get the avalanche off, and indeed that jump's not going to go well at all. Boxy's fine. They'll get a nice 4-man vacuum, but there isn't really any follow-up.
No.
Ramses, he's been ruptured at the side of the fight. Mickey did pop in a pretty early BKB in this team fight.
Ramses.
He's He's trying to back away. He's got the manservant to remove the first silence, but they're in on top of him. Ramsey,
Too much
he'll get
damage.
taken down. They will get Mickey in response. Can they get anything more, though? Miro and Antares falling low. Zionisha still pretty healthy as they'll push on to take down Solo. Miro's going to get followed down by Insane as the curse is upon Miro. He's up to the high ground, but Insane will finish him off. 4 dead on 9 Pandas. They get Mickey, but it's just not nearly enough. They still lose more. They've got eyes over towards Kiyotaka. He's trying to hide, but they're found in the sentry down. They'll toss back the TA, get the team wipe.
Team wipe, and then a wisdom rune. Nisha beyond godlike. This time it's flawless from him. Okay, now they're all dead. Maybe don't go back for the rush.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, as you said, you know, Nisha having a few games, you know, recently that were a bit shaky. He's making up for all of them and more here. 10-0-10.
With a clever pick. I gotta be honest. Like,
I think they weren't ready for this pick, right?
No, I really don't think so.
And I think we definitely saw, yeah, that the power kind of bringing in a hero that players, teams, they're not too used to playing against.
Another
There's
setup.
a lot of moments where they underestimated what this DP could do.
Yeah. And a great lineup to really play around it, too. Playing around the Visage, it's all about just pressure, pressure, pressure. 20 minutes, there's been literally no space for 9 Pandas to farm this time around compared to the last one when Liquid just couldn't take the buildings. Yeah, a much better approach. A much cleaner one.
Protect the bottom set of racks in the tier 3, so Liquid, they'll back off. They could look to go back towards the Roshan. So last time 9 Pandas attempt to bring a fight down here did not go great, ended in getting team wiped. They might try again because it's sort of all they can do in this position. We'll see. They're grouping up down bottom.
Exorcism back up in 30 seconds. Liquid being patient on the high ground here. And when they see a target, they might just strike. They see Kiyotaka.
Foxy, he's ready with the jump once more. They get the toss back onto the TA. Kiyotaka's gone. 9 Pandas, they just have to run. So if they get the opportunity, Mickey's ready to look to chase them down. Antares will manage to telekinesis back the Bloodseeker momentarily, but this Bloodseeker too speedy. Mickey gets the double.
They might just lose more. Foxy. It's on Solo.
He's going to get the catch.
Toss
into the Blood Bright. 3 dead. None of them with buyback. Not that it matters. I mean, they're sort of the position they're in, the low levels. They will be back pretty shortly.
And now you don't go for the rush. You have Exorcism again, so now you go for the push. No glyph. Rax is quickly going to fall, and they're just going to pop the X-Zone. Probably go for the Megas. They call it.
They call it. Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. 23 minutes in. Team Liquid, they take game 2. As this was quite the shake-up for 9 Pandas. They were not able to stop this push, this advance at all from Team Liquid. And for a team that has suffered some mistakes in the recent games, recent series, this was flawless for them.
Yeah, this was a true definition of speed versus greed. The greed, it never even got to start getting online there for 9 Pandas. I think Liquid, they rounded off things, identified the mistakes from last game, and this one just looked way better. That DP last pick, yeah, like you said, definitely caught them off guard, completely there. This Visage tiny lane went well versus the Morphling. And bottom, you got some kills on the Silencer, but Mickey, he pushed the Darkseer out of lane. Miro was like level 5, I think Mickey's level 7. Gets absurd item timings with 13, 14-minute Mjolnir, as we mentioned from before. A cleaner and a very well-executed game from Team Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely. This was very impressive. And the question is, if Team Liquid's going to be able to find a similar style of draft to do it again in Game 3, or if 9 Pandas will be able to have a bit of a smarter response. Because this game 2, this draft, 9 Pandas, they just didn't get to play their game whatsoever, getting completely smashed across the board. But indeed, we're getting the whole excitement once more here at the Bali Major of a deciding Game 3 coming around the corner as Liquid, they stomp this Game 2, and it's now 1-1 between Liquid and 9 Pandas.
No lack of damage this time around for
But
Team
why do they have
Liquid
so
as
many
they are able to
pandas?
tie the series, and we are indeed going to another third and deciding game here in the lower bracket of the Bali Major. I'm joined by Fear,
Excellent
by Winter,
question.
and Jack, and
Nobody
we're going to break
needs
the
that
game
many
down.
pandas.
We did say that Team Liquid have very fast.
As you can see, the pandas just weight them down.
Actually, Fear, I feel like we kind of nailed this one.
We did. I mean, the last draft, we got a couple things wrong there, but this one went exactly how all of us thought it would go. You're going to win your lane with the Bloodseeker versus the Darkseer. You're going to do well in the mid lane with your Death Prophet as well. The one lane that I wasn't entirely sure was going to go was going to be the Visage versus Morph, but on paper, Visage should do really well. They won all 3 lanes. They had the tempo. They grouped up, and I think 9 Pandas made it a little bit easier for them just by last picking that TA and putting them even more all in that situation where they're probably going to get ran over.
I mean, I just felt like they just needed like a hero that can hold the game together. You know, you have the Darkseer, you have the Morphing. It's already greedy enough, and like adding a TA just means that they're risking so much, you know, with the whole draft, and you don't have the overall last pick, so you don't know your lane. And you could always argue
You
that,
should
oh, we
never
didn't
have more
expect
than
the death
6
prophet, you know,
pandas.
to come up, but you're putting yourself at
true.
risk of all these counter picks by picking TA when you don't have the overall last pick.
Yeah, I wonder how much effect that has. Obviously, the priorities change again for the third game, so curious how that will play itself out and how big of an impact that has. Jack, Team Liquid in the lower bracket, they do seem to level up when they're with their backs against the wall.
Yeah, and I think if there was maybe one thing you consider in this series as 9 pandas, it's don't play against the morph and don't play the morph. I mean, it's hard to say you'd be afraid to pick a hero that's been the hero of the tournament that you've had so much success with. I just feel like Liquid has so much up their sleeves against this. I feel like they have a lot of different options, whether to scale or to tempo against it. Like, even if it's not a Death Prophet, you know, it could be like a slightly different game, like a Lone Druid or something like that. Like, very similar type of playstyle that they can use against it, especially when they pick something in the first phase, whether it's a Visage or Necro or something else that gives them a tempo advantage. So I feel like just very well drafted and executed from Liquid. Even if top lane didn't go as well as it needed to, you have this Visage hero, he has stuns, he has burst, and he's not an easy hero for Morph to immediately go in and kill, which is what Morph wants to do, especially in these early fights, just be able to quickly take a hero out of the fight, basically. And yeah, it's just too much overwhelming early game momentum on the side of Liquid.
Yeah, speaking about too much, this time 9 pandas had too much of a late game, and during the break we were talking about how it's really important that you have to strike a balance within your draft. You can't have too much late game, you can't have too much early game. You want to have like a balance, like an early game, mid game, late game, everything is there, so you don't get abused in the draft by your enemy team.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I think in this game here, it's happening over and over again when I see 9 pandas lose. It's most of the time on first pick. They seem to have a really good grasp on how to play the second pick, but whenever they pick this Morphling, I feel like you need to make this hero, if it's your overall first pick of the game, you have to believe in it, and believe it's going to carry the game. It is one of the strongest carries in the game. You don't have to pick more carries with it. Just make your whole draft about the Morphling. I really did not enjoy the Dotaock TA in this game with the heroes that he currently had. It felt like
I don't think
nobody
he did either.
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, right? But I just think it should be fairly obvious at these points to these teams. Like, you're first picking Morph. Your strategy is to pick this carry. So you have to believe it's good, go all in it, pick a supporting cast around it, and hope Ramses can carry the game. But Dotaock, he's not playing for this Morphling. He's playing for himself, and then he fed on top of it. So now everyone's going to feed, because now you're just going to run all across the map as Liquid and just take over the game.
Yeah, they had a stellar performance, and they must have been over the moon. And on top of that game, I'm curious what their in-game comms sounded like during some of the fights.
There is another consideration.
Their in-game comms. They got the guy right up.
Fucking died, they died.
Stunning doctor. No more.
Yeah. Well, any XP and I get global.
They're dying. Can we run in more maybe? No. I've stunned in 5. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. I get it. Maybe I sold it.
Okay, so we got our phenolic boards.
Crossing to the bird. Sorry.
It's 8 being on looping.
Morph is here. They're gonna
I'm running. It's gonna be 5-5.
I'm running.
It's easy fight. Just take it slow.
I'm for sure dead. I think it's kind of scary here, guys.
No, it's good. Keep fighting. Keep fucking fighting. What the fuck? They cannot fight.
Keep fucking fighting.
Fair enough.
Okay, more?
Okay.
Yes, Blink, yeah.
This way. I'll catch him.
We're catching it. I'm catching it.
That seemed to be having one overarching thought there within those team fights. Keep fighting. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna go. It seemed like that was the entirety of the comms, and it makes sense because that's the type of draft they had. They played it very well. And Jack, you were about to say something right before we listened to that one.
Well, I was just going to say the other possible option there that some teams would do, like maybe like an Aster or someone else that I don't think 9 pandas has done, is if you think that the Morph's been adequately countered out of the early part of the draft, you try to flex it instead and run it mid. I don't think this team has done this, so I don't know if that's, again, I feel like they should not play or give up this hero against
Yeah,
Liquid.
I mean, it goes back to you have to believe in the Morph. If you first pick it, you can't be like, oh, it's not a good Morph game. No shit, it's not a good Morph game anymore. You first pick the hero, right? So you have to believe it's good and just really just make your draft about it.
Yeah. Anything surprising coming out of the comms? I felt like it was quite straightforward with the game winter and how the game was going.
Yeah, that's what you want to hear from your carry player when
Yeah.
he's telling you, let's just go, you know.
Let's
he's
just
feeling
go.
strong. You're like, okay, man, let's go, you know. You don't want to hear like a a 50-50 communication.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what I want to do. Should we go, like if the carry player is asking you guys what you guys want to do, then something is wrong.
That's bad.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, when the carry player thinks we're ready to fight, they're ready to fight. Now the question is, Team Liquid, this obviously was a strat that worked very well on second pick. Will they go back for it, Fear, you think? Like, can they? If they don't have second pick?
I think they have to toss the coin again to see who gets second pick this game.
Alright.
Might determine the series.
Toss the coin! I'm curious what this coin toss will give out, and I'm sure you are too, but if you want to find out, you gotta stick with us until after the break.
No, I don't want to break. Break me off a piece.
We'll take a break.
Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat board. Alright, ferric chloride. Alright, now we can make red boards. I can't get that yet. Yeah, that is gonna be nice when I can get there.
Your mandatory break ends in 25 seconds.
My mandatory happiness.
Your mandatory marionette of happiness.
5 seconds for this. I'm gonna need several of these.
Welcome back. You're watching the Bali Major, and we are in the middle of our first series. We're heading to a third game as the players are getting ready to play it. They're sitting down in the Wanderers DX Racers chair. They are an official sponsor here at the Bali Major, and you can get your own one as well. And better yet, if you are a US customer, you can get a 5% discount if you use the discount code the Bali Major, or Bali Major, not the just Bali Major. There you go. I know you can figure it out. Make sure to check that out. You can enjoy the same world-class comfort. And comfort is what we're looking for 9 Pandas here in this third and deciding game. They did get their comfort of Dire. I know there was some talk on the panel just now about who got priority. It was Team Liquid that got priority. They chose second pick. 9 Pandas chose Dire and therefore got first pick, which is the same position as the game they just lost. Winter, that might spell some problems for them.
Back to the drawing board. I think what they could do as first pick is like, if Undying is open, you can open with Undying, and then you try to play like a faster paced game with the Undying. Try to either match the pace or try to outpace them. And I feel like if the bans are going to be the same, they ban Enigma +1 in the previous game, so you can potentially open Undying plus Medusa right away. If you don't want to play that fast and you want to have late game, that's an option too.
We should be getting in there soon. I mean, do you think that 9 Pandas will just... Okay, they learned, they banned out the Morph this time around. Enigma still banned out by Team Liquid last time and was paired up with an Undying. And the Brood Pugna were banned by 9 Pandas, so one of them will probably make it through. depending on what Team Liquid prioritizes. And I also wonder that if Nine Pandas has first pick, will they go back to the Medusa on the first pick?
I think they want Pugna first pick.
Pugna first?
That way they can go into Dusa or Storm. So
There's no way Liquid will let them have that.
they're gonna let them
Surely.
have what, the Pugna?
Yeah, well, they ban that out themselves.
Yeah, not a huge fan of that ban. I think that could have been a strong tool for them, but we'll have to see.
They must have something planned.
They do, for sure. I'm curious on what it might be, because from my perspective, that Pugna would have been really, really good for them. They're not going to get it. Maybe Undying is their plan. I think that's a pretty good opening as well.
Maybe they just figure that they'll get either Dusa or Storm here. Guaranteed.
Yeah, whichever one Team Liquid chooses to ban out.
But what if Liquid pick Storm Dusa? And I don't think they should overall first pick Medusa. I think that's a mistake. They can only pick it on the last pick of the phase, so...
I mean, you're saying if they pick Undying, they pick Storm Medusa, then can't you just pick Anti-Mage right away?
Panda's our first pick. I want them to pick Undying here.
Yeah.
Liquid will pick 2, then they can pick their Storm or Medusa, then ban for it.
They can't pick Storm anymore.
That's true. But they could pick Medusa there. I haven't been a big fan of just overall first picking the hard carry.
They sometimes overall first pick their Brood.
Yeah, they like doing that. They sometimes like first picking their Morph too, but doesn't mean it works.
True. That's fair.
So I want to see an adjustment, not just slamming your head on your keyboard and doing the same thing over and over again. That isn't really working.
That's Brood.
Well, Brood Mother worked, so let's pick that.
No worry, Miro. I believe in you.
I mean, they've gotten this far in this tournament doing the same thing, right? So
Yeah.
it is good. They have one of the smallest hero pools. They believe in the heroes that they pick here. Will it work as later on in the tournament? We'll have to find out. Their tournament lives are on the line here, and they're going to make sure they don't give away that Medusa. It's taking it really early.
Do you then pick the carry matchup right now, either PL or Anti-Mage right away?
The thing is, the anti-mage, I much preferred in the offlane against the Medusa, not necessarily carry versus carry. Because it comes online a lot faster, sits in the Medusa's face, lanes against it, and the carry anti-mage oftentimes is much slower and hits its timings way later, so that power spike that Medusa normally does have is still very relevant. It gets to the butterfly, the Manta +1, and it feels like anti-mage just isn't ready at that point and can't really deal with the evasion. So the anti-mage versus Medusa matchup, it's still good in the late game, but you still have a huge window, especially if you have an Undying on Liquid here. And because you did open up with that Brood, you kind of locked in a lot of ways your offlaner, so this Medusa pick does make a lot of sense.
And they'll go for the Snapfire with it. What kind of impact will that have?
A little shredder of the Tombstone, I guess.
Yeah.
It secured a pretty good lane for them, at least as it presently stands. Again, I don't know, some teams will flex this Brood. I don't know if Nine Pandas has done that much this tournament. I feel like that hasn't really been the case.
Not for them this tournament yet.
So yeah, they've secured that lane for the moment, and they don't have to commit their carry pick just yet, leaving Liquid that much more draft capital to deal with it.
Goes back to the first pick 4. Is it a mistake? I'm starting to feel like it's not giving them many advantages, we'll put it that way, but it goes back to comfort. We'll have to see what he can do with this Brood Mother. We did see a game where the Brood Mother was like, I think, was that against Parker, where he was getting solo killed by spiders in the lane or something? The lane matchup can go really well for you, so there's always that.
Yeah, but the Dusa is Undying though, so I'm not entirely sure how well that's going to go for you. Like, I feel like that Dusa, regardless, he's going to be able to stand the lane pretty farm. Like, I rarely see like Dusa get dumpster in the lane. I think the only game that I saw was the AR game where the Clockwork was solo killing the Dusa in the lane, because the lane just went so well for the Clockwork. But apart from that game, I just feel like every Dusa I see, she's been just free farming in the lane and you can't really pressure her that much.
We need 9 Pandas to win this though, because I can't have our Eastern European team going out, China going out, and now we might as well be just watching Western Europe DPC.
That's true.
And
you're already counting out PSGL. Did he come off?
I'm not counting them out. That is a possibility. I just don't want to see it, and it could start here, where some of the other regions get to play more Dota today, more than just today.
True.
There's the anti-mage ban. So just maybe with the Darkseer ban, there's more of an illusion path they're looking for here. Maybe we might see PL, we might see Naga. Those are like the more popular ones. Perhaps Terrorblade. Even the Shadow Demon has been picked up a lot against Medusa, although I wouldn't say it's anywhere near like hard counter, but it does help as the game goes on.
I mean, I would say like even though PL feels amazing against the two heroes, the Tombstone and Lusa, but PL always runs into the problem where the early game is very weak. You can bully it in the early game, the enemy offlaner gets like a really good start, then the PL doesn't really get to the stage. He's very similar, I would say, to Anti-Mage, where he's really strong against their lineup, but it's late game, and oftentimes getting there can be a huge problem for Phantom Lancer.
I want to see a Ramses sniper bust it out.
Yeah, that would be cool. Against, you can kill the Tombstone, you can kill Dusa.
Obviously, you're going to want to pick that much later in the draft here, but you have a very limited amount of heroes that can just hit Medusa. Haven't played a lot of Sniper recently. He used to be a little more popular, but against Medusa, it is a good hero. Heroes that can just like hit Medusa from afar are definitely valuable.
I think also go the Void plus. Oh, and they can't go the Void anymore.
Yeah.
So the Void plus like range damage combo as well, but not an option anymore.
Not anymore. I do like the Shadow Demon as well that you talked about. It's really good. Oftentimes, even as a pos 4, you don't need to put them as pos 4, but they can trade versus the Rubik or the Undying, so the lane shouldn't be an issue either. Disruption, you get your own Medusas. Follow that up with Ramses, playing some hero that can just hit the Medusa. I think that's the most important part without committing. PL brought up
Just
Sniper,
hit the
yeah,
Medusa.
Hero's good though.
I mean, then the question comes down to, do you pick the mid lane or not? Because if you're picking Shadow Demon, I would assume that if you want to choose,
Yes, sir.
you want to choose a hero to pick, you have to leave the carry last, right?
Yeah.
So they're going to go for like Silencer plus Pangolier. So the Pango is a diffuser builder, so another hero that can sort of deal with the Dusa. And Silencer, I guess they're trying to get a lineup which has overwhelming team fight here with Global Silence plus the Mortimer's Kiss, and they're going to rely heavily on the Pango to do the initiating. But the problem with that is, because you're picking Pango here, you're going to run into like some counter matchup, like some Ember or whatever they're going to pick here. And that would mean that the Pango is going to have a slower start, and it means that the draft gets a little bit more unstable for 9 Pandas.
And now that Team Liquid knows that they're going to be up against the Pango in the mid lane, in all likelihood, they secure themselves the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, it just feels like Liquid is just going to have like 3 advantageous lanes with how the pick order is playing out right now. Ember's going to have a good lane, Lusa's going to farm against Brood, and in the last pick, they're going to be able to see what 9 Pandas is going to go for and decide their lane. So the laning phase is definitely going to be already very, very good for Team Liquid. And overall, the Dusa is also going to give them the stability to go through the mid and late game. So I will be very, very happy with how the first 2 phases of draft has ended for Liquid.
It just feels like getting a Morph or Medusa on second pick just feels really good right now in this tournament, in this meta. And like you said, I think we're starting to see some of that. The game could get pretty rough. I think for 9 Pandas, though, I think one of the advantages, I guess, of Pango here with the supports they have is you have a lot of kill threat at just about anywhere you go, which I feel like 9 Pandas already leverages quite a bit when they win. A lot of games that they win tend to be over very quickly, so they can try to get something that's less of like a late game scaling counter for the Medusa and just try to play faster against it, kind of do some liquid themselves on their own, right?
Probably need an Elk again. I need like a faster hero.
Yeah, I can see that work. And I think for 9 Pandas, just they're in the situation in the draft. I hate to go back to it, but like I feel like one of the OP things about first pick, if it does have any merits to it, is that 8 pick. You pick and you get 3 bans to secure that hero, but when you just overall first pick your hero, like they're banning for a Snapfire, it feels like. That doesn't really feel good.
That's why it's pretty common in the first pick where whenever you 5th pick a core, the 8th pick should still be like a hero that that's a core that will allow you to abuse this 8th pick. I oftentimes feel like 8th picking on support doesn't really feel very good because of going into the ban phase after that, and you really want to abuse that 8th pick.
Yeah, for sure here. And we will see what Ramses does want to play here. Still super down with the sniper.
Yeah.
Fusel Blade sniper, let's go.
We obviously saw a lot of heroes banned in the previous games in terms of cores, one of them being the Naga Siren, still in the pool. Is that an option here, or is that too, I don't know, slow?
Okay, nothing needs a
I don't
ton
really
of
like
solar
Naga too much versus
plates.
Dusa. It goes both ways. I think
So
everyone
one
has
lane
their
of
own
solar
opinion on that
plates.
matchup. But I feel with the
Should be
Naga,
okay.
you have to just win fairly early,
Okay.
and then you just can't group up ever against the Dusa. And Dusa is one of those carries I'd love to just group up and end. So I feel that puts you on like an incredible timer. The Alchemist idea I did like. I think that one's really good. You can play really fast, come online, and it just comes down to outplaying your opponent. And that really fast. If they want to go, you were talking about fast heroes. He's the only player that's doing this right now, playing the carry Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
But they're going to be everywhere on the map with the Brood. Pango likes to move across the map. NP will join them. This is definitely playing to not play against this late game Medusa and shut her down.
I think we saw this during the group stage, actually. They were like the only team you mentioned that would last pick this, right? And try to have these really fast, decisive rotations early in the game.
So it's good against it.
Yeah, I feel like they just need to pick like some underlord and win the lane. Any hero that can just win the lane, slow down the MP, and the game is going to be pretty straightforward for Team Liquid after that. Like underlord fits the bill because he wins the lane and he defends the towers.
Those objectives, yeah.
Yeah.
And he can also be anywhere on the map.
Yes. So it basically fully counters what MP is doing in the
Is
game.
it too slow though? I don't know. It might be. I don't know.
If you do well in the lane, I think it's not slow. But I feel like whenever underlord gets an advantageous lane, you get a lot of merit from the net worth that he's gaining because he does a lot of things for you. He's going to defend the tower, he's going to be pushing out the lanes. Okay, this is also a lane counter with Nature's Prophet.
So is the Lima major counter to when NP was super OP and picked every game.
And he's also really good against the Silencer and all these backline supports with the Snapfire.
Yeah.
Also the Brood, you know, so I think this is actually a fantastic pick here for Liquid to round up the draft.
And I think the reason why they picked this here is just using that past experience, right, of knowing the matchups. Before, nobody could beat Nature's Prophet in lane. And still might be the case, he got nerfed a little bit. Then they decided, how do you beat Nature's Prophet in lane? You just kill him. So Primal Beast can get on top of him and kill him really easily, and then when he gets to that Vanguard, he just doesn't have to worry about the treants anymore.
Great handshake that was.
I think either way we're going to get a really fast game. Either Liquid is just going to run away with the game from the lane, or Nine Pandas is going to run away with the Nature's Prophet ganking the other side of the map and just end the game really quickly.
We have Broodmother on Ramses this time.
Wait, what?
Mero is playing Nature's Prophet.
Off-lane Nature's Prophet? So they're trying to dodge the lane matchup? I guess that's why they're doing it.
Think it's going to be enough?
Does that make it better?
Might actually be good enough for them. Because if they get the advantageous matchup, they are the ones going to be dictating the play, not Liquid. And that might be a problem for Liquid.
I think it's the wrong patch to do this for 9 Pandas here. It can work, but it's very risky. I would have rather Ramses play the NP, but they've just got to play fast regardless. We'll see if they can do it though.
Will they be able to do it? That's something that we're going to, of course, find out in this third and deciding game. It's everything on the line. If you lose here, you are left behind on top 6. When you've come this far to play the final day at the Bali Major, you want to continue on. Winning will guarantee top 4. Also, keep in mind that winning here will have you play more today at the very end of the day. Let's see who comes out on top. 9 Pandas versus Team Liquid, game 3 with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The deciding game 3 now between Team Liquid and 9 Pandas. Fogged, we're getting the Prophet coming through, and as the panel discussed, as we saw the way that the heroes were grabbed, it is going to be switched around. Mira to take it, the off lane, and Ramses to play the carry Brood. Do you think that's the right approach? And overall, will this lineup work?
I got worries.
From 9 Pandas against Liquid.
I got worries, because that was definitely Ramses asking for Nature's Prophet. Then Primal comes out and he's like, you play it.
I'm good, yeah.
This doesn't look wrong. This doesn't look great for Nature's Prophet. We'll have to see. I haven't seen this hero played in offlane at all since pretty much the early tour when when it was a completely different kind of hero. It feels like when they're playing around like the Root and everything like that. Let's see if 9 Pandas can make something happen, because this one looks really hard. Again, Liquid going for a very strong early game kind of draft here. The Primal to answer the MP. The Primal good versus all 3 cores. Actually, versus Pango versus MP versus Broodmother. Could be some difficulties, but let's see if the switch up does end up working. It's a risk the 9 Pandas is trying to take here versus Team Liquid's very strong lanes. Solo.
Might have a chance of getting him.
They have a lift skill, they've got Blood Grenade. Yeah, he's gonna.
This is going to be first blood for sure.
Blocks.
They're able to give it to, Zai can grab it. Nah, Foxy's just going to have to take it. First blood.
Fox is probably, damn it, why'd I skill lift? We didn't even need it. Oh. Now he's gonna, maybe he'll cliff somebody. Ramses, don't walk near the cliff. No, easy action. Lift is still going to do a decent chunk of damage here. They'll have another onslaught.
They might have a chance to kill him.
Pretty close.
Couple more right clicks.
Towers.
Oh, one more. Oh, they needed another one.
Zai's going to die now.
Be able to kill Ramses, and indeed Zai under the tower hits. It'll go down in return.
I think I've seen Zai die to a tier 2 twice pre-lanes in this tournament, actually. All right, whoops. Well, that happens. Who got the last hit? It was Solo.
Let's look at some of these lanes. So this off-lane Prophet early on, is it going to do anything to slow down Mickey's farm?
It's good versus the Undying. That's the one thing at the least, right? So even though they did flex it, it maybe wasn't the ideal situation that they wanted to have with the way that they picked it and everything. This lane actually doesn't look, I mean, on paper maybe doesn't look as bad versus the Undying, but maybe versus the Dusa it's still kind of bad. We'll have to see. You do have merit as the game progresses if you do hit some of your talents and stuff like that versus the Dusa, but greedy, to say the least, here from 9Pandas.
Yeah. I mean, are you going to be able to put much pressure on with the Treants, or is Mickey just going to be able to farm them?
I think he might just be able to farm them. I don't know, I'm curious about the Treants overall. I feel like it's just gotten easier and easier to kill them. And I mean, all the lanes, I feel like, I think Liquid actually just has pretty solid stuff across all three. I think they always do this, though. Top Ramses.
Oh my goodness, it nearly goes down, but will survive.
Repercussions of that early start here, having level 2 already on Boxy. Ramses has to be careful how low he stays. Solo's got to do work here to body for him. They're out of regen up top. I think actually both sides are out of regen. Zai very close to his ring of health though. Mid. I was wondering. Oops, don't even have time for it. Solo.
They're going to get back in with the trample, but it's actually going to be Boxy dying, and Solo, he can keep the distance from Zai. So Zai won't be able to get a kill in return.
Nisha, he should have a really good time. I was telling you before the game actually went, the Kiyotaka, he does go a different build when he plays versus these melee heroes as the Pangolier, so he actually always grabs Lucky Shot. So we'll see if that's going to be able to help him with this matchup. I don't think so. I know Nisha's super comfortable in this one, and Fox even trying to maybe annoy Kiyotaka. I mean, this might actually just be able to kill him.
Nah, he's going to have Swashbuckle up soon enough. But he's definitely going to get kept very low. Swashbuckle is available. Necessary, and yeah, Kiyotaka, he's going to opt to walk back to base.
Okay, I mean, he's got his
by the looks of it. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, he can stick around. But this is space. He's pushed back from the lane. I mean, you see on the CS already when Nisha 12 and 5 against the 6 and 0 in this mid matchup, and he's got a full wave coming in as well. So he's going to be even further ahead. This is going to be quite the difference in mids.
Set him up for success though. TP mid, yeah, bottle refill him. Ramses, he's going to absolutely struggle inside of this game, at least for the start here. But I think I've seen these Broods recover pretty nicely. Not the easiest one to recover, because Liquid has a really good pressure draft here. But Liquid this time, they don't have tower. They don't have the best ways to hit towers. That's something that I do have to watch after what happened in that first game in particular, not being able to really pressure so much here.
Sure, but I think this time around they got the Medusa. So
they got the group up.
They're not looking to speed up, right? They can slow it down.
Absolutely.
And rely on this Medusa to carry. So
MPs.
Another attempt on Ramses, but he's been pretty good at surviving through them each and every time. Once again, he will. They can't quite kill the spider.
It is way. I mean, Nisha's going to have a full free game. That's for sure. But bottom, Miro is handing his own. So the NP matchup versus the Dusa, it's actually not too shabby. Even though the Snake Bans does give you so much because you are that, of course, that int hero. He's doing great because of that Undying. You know, it's an Undying what likes to play versus strength melee cores. Remembers the range is difficult. Ramses, again, it's
Number
constant
10.
aggression.
They don't quite at this point have enough to completely take him down. And Solo,
he's dead.
He's going to get Boxy. Killing spree for Solo.
Solo's killing it.
It's a few times where Liquid are making these attempts top, and they're not quite working. This will start to hurt them if they keep slipping up with these efforts.
He'll be okay.
And a minion.
Solo, I've seen most of the time Solo has glaives. I think in this lane he's probably, damn it, I wish I had glaives right now. Now Solo though, another action, he's gonna die.
Yeah, they're in on top of him with the trample. And indeed Solo, not a chance of surviving.
That one's fine though.
Maybe they can get Ramses as well.
Yeah.
And this time, they do. They needed that Liquid. They've tried a few times to take it down, not with success, but this time they'll get the double kill for Zai.
And if I'm not mistaken, he buys the Ring of Health and he has Arcane Boots coming. So that's actually the dream when you're playing Rubik, having that. There's a couple of these 4 positions that really like to have those Arcane Boots on your 3 positions to spam out. Looking at mid, I mean, Nisha, they keep filling Kiyotaka's bottle, but no, looks like Nisha's gonna get his fill. Nisha, is he gonna die?
Should be alright here.
Nice try, Solo.
Kiyotaka's actually still very close. Nisha, he'll spawn him out now with the Sleight of Fist.
And now Solo's in trouble again.
Flame Guard's back up, and Boxy and Insane, they'll run down the silencer. Kiyotaka trying to kill Nisha. He's not going to get him. Nisha's going to live.
He's gonna
Jack's
reset.
gonna get taken down. Indeed, the 6 is hit. Remnant's out, back to base. He'll be back in the lane with full HP.
And
top
top.
lane, they're gonna get round
Solo.
again. Killing spree for Zai.
Solo kill, and he's gonna potentially get away from Miro as well. Liquid, the early game
Mid-do
dominance
throw.
continues.
This is some big stuff. I mean, yeah, mid lane is just such a huge
Spooky
difference right
snake.
now.
He is level 6. Kiyotaka level 4. He did go 2-0 too. He tries to go this kind of trade build. I've seen him do it before with the Emperor Spirit. Absolutely not working. Nisha, a master of the matchup. Panel said it. There's quite a bit of counter picks that Liquid set their draft up for.
That's a hot
I'm
start.
seeing it. Mike? Got a mango in one.
Yeah, they can't finish him. Mika knows he's fine, and Mira and Antares, they know not to push this.
I feel like I've never seen a game where
Are they gonna be able to help
old
Kiyotaka
grandma
get it?
elf
He's like,
Keebler elf
Nisha might be
lady
able to
does
kill
any
him.
good.
Slight fits him in with a
Sampfire.
couple of remnants. This is a kill if he wants to, but he's going to play it safe. Doesn't quite
I
know
mean, it
what's
might just
behind
be hard to
Kiyotaka.
notice what good she does do,
Well,
since
just
she's
sort
like
of
such
pressure
a
so they can
weird
look for the
support.
power.
Well, I feel like
Antares
she's
will
just
manage to deny.
lost every
They'll put
game
a-
I've
they
seen
will
her
put a
in
ward
this
behind the tower
tournament.
to scout behind there, so they will be able to potentially go for the dive on Kiyotaka. But I think that was scouted. Miro looking to get involved. Boxy cancels his TP.
Boxy, he will die, but this might set up for Miro to die in return. Zai goes forward with the onslaught. They have the pulverizer. Zai hits the 6, and that's going to be 1 kill. And with the Remnant back towards the mid, Nisha, they're going to clean up more. They get Kiyotaka. It's 2 dead around the mid lane for 9 Pandas.
8 to 4.
Kiyotaka.
So many kills coming out here. This Pango has no game, Owen. 20 lasted 0-2. Nisha's already 7. Got the max light. Not an easy game for the Pango by any means through recovery either. He's versus Seducer where he can get the fusel and stuff like that, but there's some big problems that's gonna really kick in for this Pango versus a Primal Beast who's having such a good game too.
And just sort of your eyes on Miro to see what he can do in terms of impact as an off-lane prophet.
He's gonna have to make magic happen.
He's going to go for this Axe Rush.
Oh, he is still gonna do the Aghanim's. Okay. The root can be very, very good versus the Primal Beast and the Ember Spirit, and I guess he wants to be that true offlaner this game.
Okay.
Try to give space for his Pango and his mid to get back up. I guess that's the approach he wants to do.
It's hard to...
It's tough.
It's tough because, you know, it's a lot of money invested on an 85-second cooldown spell.
Yeah. Okay, body flux. Still got one. He is fine.
And he knows it. He's not worried at all down here. Meanwhile, Nisha, it's again with the pressure of the supports. They take out Kiyotaka. It's already 0-3-0, 3 deaths on the mid Pango. I don't know how this Pango's going to recover his game. This is one of the roughest starts that we've seen Kiyotaka have.
And they, as you mentioned from before too, like they're putting the attention with the rotations and with the wards. They see anywhere he wants to go. They set up for these kills. This tower, they know to have the natural push, but with these kills, they're getting in pretty much the same tower timing that they got last time with the Death Prophet. Liquid looks like they've woken up after that first game.
Yeah, it does. This game 3 start is looking hot once more.
Just the recovery outlet for this Pango is just, it's so difficult with the matchups he's again, because the Dusa matchup, it goes both ways. If you're ahead, you can do a lot to Dusa. If you're behind, rolling into a Stone Gaze and stuff like that, you might just die. And you're playing versus Pulverize, you're playing versus immense control and physical damage. Liquid, they want more. They have a shield rune on Nisha. He is snowballing.
Yeah, Zai. He's going to have the setup onto Miro. Nisha and Asena ready to connect as well to guarantee the kills. Miro trying to hide in the sprout, but they'll cut through the trees. Nisha takes him out, and Antares also found by Nisha. Double kill for the Ember.
He secures a bullet, takes the last hit away from Zai. Zai, you're farming fine. You've got all the kills. I want to have more enabling. It's just
Mom
gonna be
says it's
swinging
my
around the
turn
map,
to have
and
kills.
There's no one to really move around on the side of 9 Pandas yet in order
Yep.
to kind of salvage any of this. They're just stalking Kiyotaka.
Yeah, when you sort of have, you know, the off-lane prophet, who's your front line? Who's going in first on 9 Pandas? Maybe it would have been your Pango, but Kiyotaka, he's so far behind, and he's going to be even further. They catch him with the Pulverize. He's dead once more.
Even if he does catch up, there's always going to be that Pulverize, right? That's always going to be there to just grab him even during the roll. He is soon going to be surpassed from Antares. I feel like the supports now on 9 Pandas have to do everything, but they're literally just running at them. Liquid. Now giving all the space in the world for Mickey to keep that farm going. And mid-tower dropped, and they potentially are going to swing toward top. It's already pretty low.
Nisha could dive for the kill.
He's thinking about it.
He's not going to go for it. I mean, especially getting hit by the curse from Solo. But you could tell he was tempted. He's not afraid to dance around these 2-3 towers. The attacker.
Taka again.
He's got the Rolling Thunder.
Chains.
They'll catch him with the chains. He should still be able to get off the ult though, Kiyotaka. But indeed he has to ult and run.
Yeah,
Cannot get in, he cannot play aggressive with the Rolling Thunder, he's got to just back off.
And when you have this advantage on an Ember Spirit, you're just getting every single rune. So he's got shield rune, he's perfectly fine, and now he's gonna find a DD. He's playing versus like no stuns as well too, Owen. There's like a Pango Rolling Thunder, there's the Global Silence and the Cookie and stuff like that, but these are not the easiest things to shut down an Ember who's snowballing like this. It's like, for 9 Pandas, it's like slow the game down, but you're playing versus a Medusa, so you're stuck between a rock and a hard place here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And Torres absolutely needs 6 at the least, just so they have some type of kill threat on the map.
Has been denied.
But my goodness, this must be the poorest Pangolier I think we've seen.
That's pretty well, 10 minutes in, and Boxy's going to overtake him in farm.
0 for Boxy and Antares. And Antares isn't really having much of a game either. And there he goes.
Is indeed the man in question. Looks to be dying on.
It's like,
oh, yep, that'll do it. Nisha pops the DD in a slight to take him out. Top lane Ramses is trying to go for Zai.
Zai is very tanky though, Vanguard.
Ramses can't continue to push for this, especially with the fact that rotations are coming in for Liquid. Boxy and Insania are heading up there.
I mean, it's unbelievably fast the way they're playing. 13 kills in 11 minutes. They have the curse, they have the lift potentially.
You're gonna find him. He's able to get up to the high ground in time. They'll drop the tombstone.
I think lift was on cooldown actually for a second there, but for Boxy. Couldn't quite get it on Ramses. Zombies chasing spiders.
Yeah, the timing that they're closing in on any of their cores, it's going to be the Ags on Mirror. I just don't know how much of an effect that's really going to have.
Zai already has Lotus, so he has the counter for the silence, and he has the counter for the root that's going to be coming out too. It's insane timings that they're hitting. That has to be one of the earliest Lotuses I think that we've seen. Maybe not the... What is it? It is the fastest? Yeah, so... Makes sense. Very good pickup this game. Solo still level 5. They're just getting ran at. Kiyotaka.
He'll get away.
But only just that.
He'll come back for one final pass by across Nisha. They do kill Boxy with Miro TPing over.
Can they get Nisha at all?
Nisha would be the big grab if there's any chance of closing in upon him. They've got the Sprout, but remnants are still there. Nisha's away, dodges the curse.
Potentially, if Solo's 6 there, they could maybe get Nisha, but so underleveled on these supports with the way these lanes have gone down. This defusal timing is going to be so slow. Now getting another tower. All 3 towers about the same time as they got the last time with their push lineup.
Plastic.
With smashing this early game and not slowing it down, even going to start stealing the stacks. Nisha's Maelstrom is pretty much done.
Goes this way.
It's just going to be farm. I don't know when 9 Pandas it's going to be like, all right, we're good to fight. It's going to take quite a bit of time for them. So I think for now, just probably have to just farm it up. Try to get some type of recovery outlet. Maybe it's when the Ags comes on Miro. Maybe that's going to be the call.
Maybe. And of course, yeah, I did forget he obviously reduced the cooldown. So it gets it down to what,
it goes to
1 minute
1 minute.
cooldown.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard you said 85 and I was like, oh, I guess they changed. I forgot about, yeah.
You get the 25 down on it. It's, 2 seconds to 3.8 second route. It's catch, which they are going to need. They're going to need as much as they can.
They do.
To threaten this Ember Spirit, to threaten Nisha. So, yeah, they need a whole lot more though. Sort of eyes full to Kiyotaka to see if he can find that defusal timing.
And what it's going to even do, because this Medusa is going to be pretty large already at the point that it comes out.
Bottom half of the map.
And they're flanking on Ramses.
They're on the hunt for him.
Blocks.
He's going to have TP backup coming in. The slight aim with the onslaught. Backup's there, but Ramses, he's out.
Can't fight it.
Can't lifesteal against that amount of overwhelming damage coming out from Liquid. Pop the global as well in an effort to try and set up that fight for Ramses, but it's just in vain. They don't get anything in return. Liquid are fine.
Good flank. The positioning from Zai. I feel like I've seen this so many times lately just because of these new top sides. It's just like a Rolling Thunder just comes from the right side. A charging Primal Beast just comes from these angles you just don't expect them to. Foxy. See some treants here. Care to go for it here. Kiyotaka shows up bottom to try to finish up his defusal. He actually is going to have it done. It's a naked one, completely naked. And he's quite squishy. But let's see if that's going to be timing, because they will have Ags, I believe, is done on Miro in a second, and they're going to have defusal on this Pangolier. Let's see if that's going to actually do anything here versus Liquid's ball up that they're just moving from lane to lane to lane with.
Nisha is in. He's ready to catch them on the retreat. He's able to find Solo on his way back to the tier 2.
It looks like they were both stopping.
I was going to say, it looked like Nisha was going to let Mickey get the kill, and then he was like, oh, right, I'll just take it instead.
She had some pause in that moment there. It's like, you take it. No, you take it. Well, I'm sure it's just Mickey just going, kill him. Sorry from the earlier comms. Very aggressive. Look at Zai's positioning. I mean, another immense flank that he's potentially setting up here. Smoke comes out, hits the break. Around Mickey, though. He's low on mana.
Look at the stone gaze off, but the kisses are going to hurt if Mickey's not able to dodge enough of them. Zai's going to come in and provide some backup, but Mickey's caught in the sprout. He'll take the Medusa down. Ramses able to start life stealing. They found Boxy here as well. Maybe they can look to try and chase Zai down. Nisha's done it, swing across towards the backlines, has the chains onto Kiyotaka. He's able to get the shield crash off. Kiyotaka attempted to stand his ground against Nisha, but the flame guard still up. Finally, they'll be able to get the damage to go through it. Kiyotaka jumps forward. Nisha, one more slide.
Clips him.
It will find.
He might die, though.
Steps over towards Ramses. Nisha, he's going to get caught.
Where's your lifesteal spoon? Oh, there it is. Oh, but there you go.
Triple kill for Nisha. He gets another slide of fist off Miro. He's away with the TP. As 9 Pandas will lose 4. I believe they only end up finding the 2 there from Liquid. Maybe the 3 actually. Did Boxy die or did he TP? He did die. So
he did die.
They lost 3 themselves on Liquid, but still able to take the majority of the kills back the way against 9 Pandas. And Nisha surviving throughout it all. He's 9-0-5. They've not been able to get him once, and with the way that he lives through that fight, gets the triple. He's just a recipe away from the BKB now.
Insane timings. He actually, and that last slide of fist was pretty amazing. Highest amount of hero damage in 16 minutes. You can see why with the way that he's playing.
Get the setup on Kiyotaka.
That's a global. It's wasted.
It's too late. Kiyotaka's dead.
Another one.
Rise over towards Antares. Liquid, they're back on track to just getting these kills as quickly as they were earlier on. As soon as the action kicks off and Pandas are back in play, they lose 3 once more. And Liquid, they lose nothing this time in this engagement.
Nisha's just completely popping off. Versus no disables. Yeah, he's just jumping any target he
didn't
wants.
die at all last game.
Nope.
So after a rough game 1 from Nisha, yeah, game 2 and now into game 3, he's been completely untouchable so far.
He's fully woken up. Level 14 as well too. I mean, these are ridiculous timings he's able to get. Mickey, the one, I mean, does give up a little bit of a death down bottom. I think they're just a bit too far up, but they strike back hard.
What is their next move? We'll see once again the replay. This first like catching Kiyotaka just off the edge, honestly.
The reflected sprout
it held back Miro.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Miro wasn't able to step forward, get any more hits onto Nisha, and yeah, Zai joining him, being that phenomenal front line to just hold them at bay and make sure that Nisha is able to live. This time round, though, Nisha,
he's got a remnant.
He has. He's also got Boxy by his side. They won't be able
Miro.
to have maybe Miro can. The telekinesis is there from Boxy. Stops Miro from being able to continue to punch into Nisha, and Nisha will continue to live.
That was actually close. Kiyotaka looks like he should be able to find Insania here. But here comes Nisha again, cleaning up the supports. Boxy.
There's going to be more kills for him. Yeah, Solo. He's gone. Antares. He's going to turn with a little shredder, take down Boxy, but Zai's on top of him. Ramses. Attempt to fight Nisha, but Nisha's got his BKB delivered. Zai with the pulverize, and the root is going to hold back Ramses. Another slide in a second could cause issues.
Here comes Mickey.
To lifesteal up, but he cannot survive this as Ramses down for 45.
Just GG.
Remnant over towards Solo. It's going to be more kills here for
GG, no re.
Now, at just 18 minutes in.
Summary.
Jesus, 13 and 0.
No, this is game 3, no re.
Find Miro in the tree line. As Miro, he'll sprout himself, trying to hide. The TPs are coming in from 9 Pandas, but Zai, the pulverize is there. Godlike for Zai, takes him out. The jump ball with the shield crash. Zai, can he charge?
He's so tanky.
He can. He's going to go back in over towards Kiyotaka. Zai still surviving through this, and he keeps his distance from the Pango. Mickey finishes off Kiyotaka, and Taras, he's desperately trying
to
kill
still
Zai,
alive.
But he can't. Zai survives. He's also beyond godlike now, as everybody's dead on 9 Pandas.
I think they passed him over a healing Lotus. Maybe he dies, but nope. How many godlikes is that? Godlike Zai, beyond godlike Nisha. Mickey's like, please guys, give me some kills. I have only 2. But Mickey, he's still almost top of that net worth on this Dusa. Liquid, yeah. Beat down this game again. Ramsey's trying to find some places to farm, but they're not stopping. It's 29 kills at 19 minutes.
Boxy, he's got the setup. Nisha's a bit low on mana, so might not be able to chase this time. Ramses, he'll manage to survive that attempt.
Lucky to get away. Mickey confidently standing on the triangle. Butterfly, it's done already. Nine Pandas are smoking because they have to utilize these ults. They have to get something going their way. They have to try something. They do have the 3 at the ready with the global.
And Nisha's still very low on mana.
He's got a dispel.
This is going to be a very
got BKB.
kill, but indeed BKB's up. He's able to turn, get the chains off onto Kiyotaka and Solo. Onslaught 4 from Zai. They're both dead again. Double kill for Zai. Ramses, he's chasing Nisha. Can he finish it? They can.
He gets him.
They'll finally end Nisha's streak. It's a lot of money going the way of Antares. Can they kill anything more? Because Mickey, he's turned up. He will get trapped here by the Treants, but he has the Stone Gaze at the ready. Zai, they just don't have the damage to bring this Primal Beast down as Ramses falls. Double kill for Mickey. It's his turn now to pick up a bit of the action. Triple for the Medusa. Everybody dead on 9 Pandas once again.
You know what? They got Nisha.
They got Nisha.
They do get that pesky
something to write
Ember.
home about in this game that overall has been incredibly rough for 9 Pandas once more after that game too.
Oh, and I didn't see if it popped up on the screen there, but this might be one of the highest kills we've had at the event too.
He's just dancing around Kiyotaka.
He's got the grab.
There's the Rolling Thunder.
They got the steal.
The grab. Insania was able to swing by and grab all the bounty runes. He's dead again.
I actually don't think I don't think I really get to see the Rubik who doesn't have the cube. Wait, what the hell, Boxy? He's actually just a normal Rolling Thunder.
See it again is Zai with the side steps, couple of dodges, picks him up, slams him down. There's no messing around from Zai. He's having quite the game. 12, 1 and 16.
That was pretty. Whew. I mean, there's no time to even like look, because every time that you look, Liquid's just immediately running at heroes. Nisha immediately respawns back toward top. Somehow, as a 13, 1 and 11 Ember Spirit, he's actually the 3rd 4 on his team. Shows how good of a game Zai in particular is having, and Mickey just able to get that space.
He has all the space in the world.
Sure does. Level 18 as well, so that's pretty crazy the time that he has on his levels in the XP. They're just gonna go Roche. They have this Undying, so free grab there. 9 Pandas. That was, I mean, that last play, that was their big hit. Yes, they get Nisha, but the hero that gets the kill, it was unfortunately Antares. It wasn't one of the kills.
He gets what, about 1,000 gold for himself, and then about 900 split between the others.
And he'll have a solar crest. He's keeping up with Kiyotaka's farm the entire game. Actually higher level than him too.
Nisha, team with the Invis. He's going to start some action. It's just a dead Pango. Kiyotaka gets completely splattered.
This is the roughest game I've ever seen from Kiyotaka Depressed Kid. He is 1 and 10.
I mean, what is this down to? Just sort of early misplays in the lane? I mean, how did this go kind of so badly so quickly for him?
I think Liquid just, they made this Pango pick. I think they knew this was coming, and they immediately just snap-picked the Ember Spirit. They have this Primal Beast too. I think they just have the answers for it, honestly, Owen. The way that they set up that drafting, Panel talked about it, was a counter pick after counter pick after counter pick. 9 Pandas, they had to deviate and swap stuff around. Like we said, that they just probably throw into the off lane. Did pretty good, but I don't believe that was their initial idea, because Ramses has been the only one who's played it.
Just hasn't been able to have the impact that he'd hoped for as the carry Spider this game with that change up.
Yeah, and Nisha, this time, yesterday, he maybe was getting a little bit ahead of himself, never went BKB. This game, he went second night of BKB. No hesitation. He knows they're snowballing. The only way they lose is if he just feeds kills.
Yeah. And top, Ramses. Is he able to sneak away through the webs? They know where he is with the Sleight of Fist. He tries to heal up. The telekinesis is there. They're popping the global. He's going to give the chance for Ramsey to strike back a little bit, but Boxy, he TP's out underneath them.
Can they get Nisha? They might actually be able to if BKB's down.
They have to try for the Rolling Thunder, but the chains will cancel it. Mickey's in with the Stone Gaze. They can't continue to chase. Kiyotaka, he has to use the Rolling Thunder just to run.
And they actually feed him a Lotus, so he's back up for mana.
Kisses aren't going to do much at all at this point. Quick will walk it off.
Mickey covering his buddy there on the escape. Now Nisha's going a very greedy item. Now he's going incredibly greedy item for the Ember Spirit. But this game, I mean, they have the backup of a Medusa in this draft, so I think he can do this.
Yeah, he's the perfect fallback if anything crazy goes on.
Yeah.
Even if
what if you had a Medusa?
They're still going to be far
I would
in the lead.
Fro.
Full heart now. Itemization on point. Lotus Orb, Kaya Sanj, natural into heart. Where's the damage? He's going to be 4k HP already on this Primal Beast. Versus super under-farmed heroes on 9 Pandas. Kiyotaka far below Antares now.
Down to the base now, 24 minutes in. Zai, he's ready to go into the base. He goes
has
straight
a
up
heart.
underneath the tier 4s here, Zai.
I mean, look at his health.
He's feeling pretty unkillable. And rightfully so.
He literally is just walking at him.
Don't touch him.
Look at this.
Go back in under the tier 4s, grab Antares, take him out. Ramses is trying to get in the backline, see if he can threaten the supports of Liquid, and will manage to get Boxy. Nisha,
Arrow.
he's going to get Mira. Mira tried to TP in aggressively to fight this. Nisha standing his ground. There's going to be a dead Nature's Prophet. Nisha, can they find him? Sleight of Fist is back up the chase.
Oh my
He's able
God.
to walk away from the spider. Nisha's going to be fine for now. Another Sleight of Fist coming to play.
Oh, Ramsey's got him.
Finally gets it, but it costs Ramses his life. He's dead for 70, no buyback. I mean, Pandas, they
Spider
get some
finally
kills,
killed
they get 3
something.
kills, but they don't
He
get Zai, they
did,
don't
but
get Mick
at what cost?
They just lose this tier 3. Ramsey does have
No
buyback
cost that he wasn't
available
paying
if you want to
already.
consider it.
But they can't push Zai off. I actually think Zai could just stand here getting hit by 3 or 4 heroes at this point. Especially with the backup of Mika. Heroes are going to respawn. Still sticking around. Mika low mana, but he's got Aegis. They're going to try.
Let's see if they can take him down once. Curse upon him. This is coming in as well. Dead Medusa the first time round.
He's got Stone Gaze.
He does. And Zai, he's just straight in onto them. Goes forward onto Solo.
Raid boss. They don't want, they're like, don't ignore Zai. Why is he, Antara's hitting him? Good joke. They're gonna go
Okay,
kill
got
the
our
Savior,
transistors.
They can't.
Now, but Insania's
Nature's
pretty
Prophet
good.
says, "I'm outta here."
Mika and Zai. Hard for them to even get to the support. The top ranks are gone. They can start eyeing up the mid lane.
Sure can. He's Zai. What a boss. He's actually even just a right clicker himself, level 21. He is keeping levels with the Dusa. Boots the bearing now coming out for him on top of everything too. They're just keeping the ball going. Nine Pandas, they have to try to fight versus this monstrosity.
Zai and the Sprout, but
They just take them.
nothing to be done at all there. And now, in fact, the stolen Sprout.
Ramses, they see that he's trying to go for a flank play. They've got vision of him.
They just go straight for him.
No,
Onslaught
CP.
forward. Ramses, he's going to be going down. And he's out for 70, and I believe did buy, I don't know what it was, if it was finishing the mantle, the blade Lactree before he died, so he does not have money for buyback. Not that it
Not that it
would
matters.
probably matter at this point. As Liquid, 22k ahead, they're going down the mid. Zai, he's once again just stepping up under the tier 4s, not a care in the world. As these mid bracks, they will not be defended by 9 Pandas. They're going to be able to grab Antares. It's going to get forced away. The Dolan Swashbuckle tickles in. Mickey takes the kill. The chains are going to put a stop to the Rolling Thunder. Pulverize as well. GG is called as Liquid will take game 3 and will knock 9 Pandas out of the competition.
At least Ramsey's got to play as Alchemist in the first game. He had some fun on that one, but these 2 games, I honestly, a pretty big draft win, it
You
felt
think
like,
the
from
draft
Liquid.
broke them?
I think the draft's broken, but I think that the way that they played has been a big thing. Because I think Liquid, in most games, when we've looked at them, when we talk about them, their drafts tend to be pretty good. It's just sometimes execution, sometimes things start to falter a little bit. This time today, Liquid, it took them 1 game to warm up, but this one, they were on fire. It wasn't even just warm. 45 kills, 27 minutes, 3 towers dropped pre-12 minutes. I don't think you could ask for more with this type of draft.
Yeah, this game 2 and game 3, they look borderline impossible for 9 Pandas.
Yeah.
At most points of the game. Yeah, as you say, this time. Nisha did end up dying twice, but if you consider his KDA over game 2 and game 3, it's insane. And Zai, did die once, but still 16-1 and 21. Not much more you can ask for from your offlaner when you're playing a sort of snowball style that they ended up doing. Maybe not intentionally with their draft, but just because of how well they were playing at the start, right? They were like, well, hang on, we could just close this up in 27 minutes.
I mean, like I said, Kiyotaka, how many deaths did he actually end with? He actually still ended up with the 10, but I rarely see Kiyotaka have that rough of a game. He literally did not get to play from start to finish.
Yeah, that was a tough one indeed for Kiyotaka after he'd had some very impressive performances in this run. But unfortunately for him, on this knockout series that they will be finishing their run with, was not his finest moments. 9 Pandas, huge struggles in this game 2 and game 3, as Team Liquid will take this best of 3, 2-1.
2-1 for Team Liquid. Give it up, Bali, for the Dark Horses. No longer Dark Horses, but what a victory. What a game. That was incredible. And honestly, y'all have just had crazy games back to back to back to back now the entire day. How do you guys handle those emotions when everything is so insane inside the game?
I don't know how crazy I felt like these games are. I feel like everyone's just cheesing every game pretty much. Like, one team picks Brood, you find whatever the hardest like cheese counter is to that. So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel that intense to me. I'm just playing on dying, clicking decays on mid laners. Like, I don't really know, but no, I mean, Dota meta right now is quite interesting. I feel like, you know, last DSL, or sorry, Dream League, we had like Huskar, Brood, Medusa, Undying. Like, every game is gross. Like,
Yes.
it's disgusting to play.
Very disgusting to watch even. Like something that actually you guys do. We all talk about how versatile your team is, how many different heroes you guys pick. But one thing I've noticed is that you guys also itemize very differently. Game on game, it's very rare that cores especially will pick up the same items. Is that a deliberate decision? Do you guys specifically talk about what's needed for the game, or do you just like derive the idea of having standard items to begin with?
I mean, Nisha is kind of allergic to normal item builds, so I don't know. Like yesterday, he has a Battle Fury, Maelstrom, 2 Daedalus. Like, you know, he's cooking. He just does whatever he wants. So
Let him cook.
As long as it works, no problems. When we lose, you know, you give him like the maybe BKB is good here, but yeah, no, we mostly let people buy whatever they think is good, and as long as it works, it's really nice.
So one thing that you guys have also done pretty much since TI and even during that tournament, y'all have become sort of kings of the lower bracket. You literally have not lost the lower bracket matchup since then, once getting to the playoffs, right? What is it about Team Liquid that makes you so resilient under that much pressure when elimination is on the line?
I mean, Miracle said it best, right? I don't know if I can quote him on stage, but I think everybody at home knows what he said. Yeah.
Okay, go look out for the Miracle quote if you know what's up. So top 3 is just in reach, right? I think you guarantee top 4 at this point in time. Europe is then a little bit too strong in my opinion. What do you think Europeans are doing right now, or the region overall, that the rest of the world should be learning from to catch up?
I think the rest of the world plays Dota like honestly. They enjoy playing the game. They like actually want to play Dota, you know? Whereas I feel like Europeans just want to cheese and play as little Dota as possible. Like, we don't want to play like team fights, or, you know, you look at Tundra, they don't fight for 45 minutes, yeah? You look at us, we're just picking cheesy heroes. You look at Gladiators, there's a Huskar against an Ember. You know, they don't want to play Dota. Like, nobody wants to play Dota. And I think hopefully Valve can fix that with some updates, so we can get more high quality, you know, Dota games without these Huskars, without these Brutes. Just some honest, you know, like Puck versus Quaff mid or stuff like this.
Well, you guys have not only been winning, but you've been ruining all of our pubs. Thank you for that so much with the cheese. Congratulations on
He's
getting
very
yet
happy
another
with the state of the
bracket.
game.
Probably we'll be seeing you later on. We'll see you later tonight.
No
and
more
maybe tomorrow.
broods.
So good luck, have fun, and thank you for your time, Insania.
Thank you.
Give him one more round of applause for Team Liquid. Top 4 guaranteed. There'll be an action later on tonight. We'll see exactly how far they can go within the tournament. Back to the panel to discuss the cheese and the disgusting Dota that we've just witnessed.
Thank you very much, Snare and Insania. We indeed are going to witness Team Liquid later on today. Again, we don't know their opponents yet, though. That will be decided in our next series. But first, let's close this one out and talk about how that Game 3 went so horribly wrong for 9 Pandas, who are now eliminated from the Bali Major. This game, we talked a
Well,
lot
you see,
this
Team
game
9
compared to
Pandas has
other
too
games
many
here about
pandas.
pick priority. And
Thus
getting
they
second
lost.
pick, and what do you do?
If they had
First
one
pick,
fewer
and second
pandas,
pick,
I
and
think they
overall
would have
last
stood a much
pick,
better
and
chance.
Liquid with overall last pick smashed that out of the park.
I think they
They're-
need at
just
least
could've very
3
well
less
been
pandas.
just They won because they won the coin toss. It's very possible. It seems 9 Pandas really plays well on second pick, but on first pick, sometimes it just happens. You're good on Radiant or Die, or you're good on first pick or second pick. They're really good on second pick, but on their first pick, a lot to be left desired there. The first pick Brood, they end up giving it to Ramses. The first pick Morphling going to Ramses. Just first picking his hero. But on second pick, he's getting last pick. Big difference there. And I think they tried to be a little bit cute here by putting the Brood in the safe lane to dodge the Primal Beast lane, throw the NP to the off lane. Neither of those lanes really worked for them, especially not the Brood one. Zai just went out of control on this 24 pick Primal Beast here. So very unfortunate for them. And of course, we have to talk about Kiyotaka. Absolute disaster in the mid lane here. I don't know what happened, but he decided to go for a 2-0-2 build, all in on trying to trade with Nisha, lost the lane, and now he has no way to farm. Then he's getting ganked. He just couldn't play the game, and unfortunately ended up with not being able to do anything.
I mean, he had a wrong mindset for the game. I feel like the moment you pick the Pango, you can't really expect to try to win the lane. It's more about like getting your levels and helping the other cores, you know. And I felt like he was trying to play for his own game too much, and he lost the lane because of that, and he couldn't even help his team, so he was totally helpless the whole game.
I thought that was the idea of the last pick, Nature's Prophet. If you're choosing this tempo route, then you need your mid to work together with you, be able to go around and get kills and actually push the pace. And this hero basically, I mean, at some point he's behind the 4 Rubik on the enemy team in net worth. He basically didn't exist for a long time, so that was rough. And then credit to Liquid for the draft. I think they put together 2 really nice drafts that fit how they want to play and dealt very well with 9 Pandas for these last 2 games. I think in this game. And again, this is maybe the power of getting a second pick Morph or Medusa is like you're not really worried about that lane. They can just go ahead, get a team fight hero coming out of the first phase, and then just counter pick the other two lanes if Pandas allows you to do that, which they did. And yeah, there's not much, even the lane swap didn't really help them here. Free primal game, as you guys were talking about, and it was just a one-sided beatdown.
Yeah, it makes me wonder how much worse it would have been for 9pandas if they kept the same lane setup that they initially could have been thinking about there. But this was a very rough one for 9pandas. Definitely not the style that they wanted to leave the Bali Major with, I think. And on the other side, Team Liquid in the lower bracket, they do
Alright, baby, we got boards. Red boards, but not chips yet. No. Of course not.
Figure out what's wrong, you have to be able to solve the problem on the spot. Like I said in the previous panel, I think the problem previously was just mainly like the draft priority, the selection. Those are very minor things that you can really adjust on the fly. It's not like a big problem for the team, and they were able to fix it, identify the problem, and right now, yeah, we're here, right? We're here, and they have already moved past 9pandas. We're gonna get to see them again, later today.
Yes, we are. And at some point also, Team Liquid, they knew that they had to play tempo. They kept running at, well, they didn't have to play tempo. They were playing tempo because they could, basically. They kept running at 9pandas. Mostly this guy kept running at 9pandas. We have chosen Zai as the MVP. That was a little bit of niche and contention. And even though Primal Beast overall last pick, I think it was said, Fear, this was the best Primal Beast game ever.
Yeah,
Still deserves it.
We started the day off talking about Zai and what he does for the draft and how he's more of a leadership figure, and we're going to end the day with him going 16-1 on Primal Beast, so I guess he had a pretty good day at the office here. It was a really good Primal Beast game. They brought it back from, like I said, it was the Lima Major where this was really popular, where you picked the Primal versus the NP, but all their heroes did nothing to Primal Beast this game, and Zai exploited that to the max here and just had a phenomenal game here.
Yeah, the previous mic check, the comms that we heard from Team Liquid, it was all about going in and continue fighting, start fighting. I can catch that guy, I can catch this guy. I would imagine that for this third game, the comms are fairly similar, but let's find out.
We're kind of stronger. I'll kill all, I think. Focus Brood, he has life steal.
Nice. Holy shit, bro.
No.
That's my bad, though.
If we can get back to this ward before them, I think we can like do the same map setup. Okay.
Yep.
You saw this last one.
Mango has roll.
Base run on Brood. I think we fight him.
Run down. I'll kill him. I'm here helping you.
Yeah, kill Tango. Safe for Tango.
I heal you. Cock.
Holy dude. Wow, my carry.
We want to go high ground, yeah?
Yeah.
I would love to kind of be able to put creeps to get to this beforehand.
Same.
Yeah.
I would love to get this.
Yeah, that was, I mean, that was themselves just feeling themselves like, okay, I'm killing them all. Easy. I can get that guy. It felt so smooth. Of course, we listen into team fights that go well for the team, so you always get like the one-sided way of communication, and we have no idea how things are when the fights don't go well. But Jack, this was very much as expected, I would think.
Yeah, I think I agree with what Fear said as well. It gives Zai the MVP edge over this, because of the drafting. Game 2 and 3 was quite good, and it feels nice if you can overall last pick your hero in the deciding series of the game and just take over the game. So yeah, nicely done.
Nicely done. We can take a look at the brackets and see what this series has done for us here. I know what it has done to 9pandas. It has eliminated them from the tournament. They get left behind on top 6, which is definitely not a bad result. But we do have to put it slightly in perspective because 9pandas, of course, at the Berlin Major came top 3. So a little bit of a less good performance here, but definitely a team that we'll see a lot more of. Of course, 9pandas already qualified to the international based on points, and we'll see them again in action very soon. But we'll see Team Liquid in action way sooner because they are going to play again today. Winning here means they have another series to play because we need to find out which team moves forward to the final day here at the Bali Major. We have got PSG LGD versus Quest coming your way for that deciding series to see who Team Liquid will face later today. Winter, for that series, do you have any bold predictions you want to share with us?
I think obviously Quest is going to be the favorite for that series from their previous performance, but LGD on the other hand, they're looking better compared to the previous rounds. They're starting to figure out what heroes to pick on Shiro, especially. I think he has been the main talking point for the team, where sometimes he just doesn't really know what to do. He doesn't know how to itemize, but on the right hero, I think he's going to be able to guide his team to victory.
How about you, Jack?
LGD, I think, beat Quest 2-0 during the group stage. I actually like LGD during this series, other than wanting Chinese Dota to continue to survive, as Fear said, so it's not a Western EU DPC rerun. I think LGD has a bit more draft versatility up their sleeves. I think over the course of the tournament, they're starting to figure out where the holes are that have been very exploitable by the Western European teams that they faced. Quest, meanwhile, I think they came in with a pretty unique playstyle and sort of hero pool, especially for Amar, who plays basically the heroes that he wants. Even if it's offlane Slark and some Bloodseeker, like that's something that they're comfortable on. I think they might have a little bit less versatility in LGD, and I think that might decide this series.
All right, well, we're going to find out what is going to happen in LGD versus Quest. Now, we're going to take a tiny break, but I've got perfect activity for you in your break, because you should definitely check out the new H&M Summer Collection so that you are well prepared for the heat to come. And the heat here will continue with Dota 2 action following a break.
I ate all my iron. Wait, where is my iron? I ran out of silicon. Joke's on this game.
So take a seat, let's get our massage on. Get comfortable, Si. Be chilling.
Yep.
So, how you feeling, fam? Have you gotten a massage while having an interview before, actually?
No, first time.
Have you been to Bali before as well?
First time in Bali as well. But it's an interesting combination, for sure.
You know, you're talking about how important it is to take these breaks. Maybe the previous break went on a bit too long.
I mean, let me just say, I'm happy that we're going to this tournament without the added pressure of having to collect enough TI points, but we'll make it.
What does actually stress you out?
I mean, it's Dota. I mean, Dota is it's the one thing that's like, it's a big stressor. So, like, for example, before coming here, I was quite stressed because we were trying to get back into shape. So something like that is stressful. Something like gathering points for DPC, for TI, stuff like that is stressful.
By the way, are you aware that you have a record for the most top 3 finishes at a TI?
I am aware. I don't know if it's my favorite record though, because it's like
a bit of an awkward question. Which one hurt the most of those losses that you suffered in the top 3?
I think the tier 10 one against Spirits. Like, it's one of those games that you're like reflect back on, and you're just like the ones you don't want to remember. There's like a couple of mistakes that are just. It's like, you know, you play 50 plus games, I'm sure, but you're always just gonna remember like this one game that you lost, because it kind of just throws a shadow over all the other stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like every time you lose a game, there's like at least 5 people messaging you somehow, and it's just like, you know, saying not so nice things. Because I mean, I think most of them are tied to betting and
bets,
gambling. Yeah. So when you lose, like even like a million match or whatever, like some match that really doesn't matter, they still bet on it, and then they get upset that they lost. And then
what else do you think you would be applying your creativity to?
I played piano when I was a kid, but then I ended up quitting because my piano teacher just had me play classical music, and I thought it was extremely boring because I was like 8 or 9, and classical music wasn't so fun, which I kind of regret to this day. But I think that would be my go-to instrument if I started picking something up again. Apart from that, I'm like a big radio enthusiast. Just the concept of radio, I think is super cool.
What's next? Eventually the Dota road has to end, right? It has to come to some kind of conclusion. What after that is going to be happening with you?
Yeah, I don't know, just doing nothing, I guess, for a little while, and try to figure out what, you know. It's also something that, you know, I'll just postpone until the time comes. I've kind of decided not to, you know, ponder on it when I'm still playing.
Tell me, outside of Dota itself, just for you as an individual, what kind of people do you find inspire you?
I don't know, I think Dota-wise, I feel like what maybe motivates me the most is, I think sports is...
Which sports?
I mean, I mainly follow football, which maybe doesn't have
Which
too much...
team?
I don't even know if I want to say it. I'm gonna get hit.
I'm listening. Now you gotta say it.
I support Man U.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm a Chelsea supporter. Alright, we're done. Producers,
we're done.
Cut, delete everything. Manchester United side. Oh. What's the expectation?
Spurts!
TIA's around the corner, so you want to kind of start getting
What?
into shape. So
They're talking about spurts.
Play to win, baby. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah.
Well, Zai, thank you so much.
You're a
man.
spurt.
This is super relaxing. Thanks for joining me for this massage. And you can get more if you win your games. If you don't win games, no more massages for you, okay?
that's fine. That's fine. It's a good deal.
You're a grand prick.
You can
True.
be anything you want to be with them. Screens don't replace reality, and they give you the opportunity to live two lives at once. Your own and your heroes. See how they become champions and win with them. Winners of the International. OG. Team Spirit. One is that. If you are with us, you win.
I need to figure out this crystal stuff soon. Crystal. You do want to crush them. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, thoughts for later. I'm busy.
Nope.
I need to finish blue science, and then I'll be able to just do other things while I wait. Okay.
Welcome back. You're watching the Bali Major, and we continue here in our lower bracket. We have PSG LGD versus Quest. This is a series where both teams, they are top 6, and that's really nice. PSG LGD guaranteed going to TI. Lovely. Quest, they have their goal set a little bit higher. They've only really started doing well the second half of this season, and they're doing very well at that, which is great. But that also means that they didn't get any points out of the first half of this Dota 2 season, and they need more in order to make it to TI. I'm first going to introduce my panel before continuing talking about the series, though, because we have a full new panel. I wasn't happy at first, so I requested everybody to be replaced. I'm joined by Aurora. We got Resolution. We got Brian. Hey, Brian.
Were we what you had in mind?
Well, you'll do for now.
It's the best she's got.
Okay. There's only 6 of us. So if you didn't want those 3, then I guess it's us 3. I mean, I'm really excited for this series. I think I always love watching LGD draft, and I've also had my skepticism about Quest drafts. So my question is, what's the blueprint for dissecting Amar the Friendly's lack of a hero pool?
I think it's not really just a Mars problem. I feel it's okay from the last game they played against GG, right? The last fight, it felt like Ahmad totally know what he's doing, and even the itemization is like perfect on point. But it seems that his teammates are not really on the same page. They just don't seem confident in what they are doing at all, and that might have been just them not getting the heroes that they are very, very comfortable with. Like, I just feel Ahmad can do whatever he wants with whatever hero he needs.
I mean, I think it was more about Gaming Gladiators in that particular game you're talking about, the last game, than about the Quest Esports, because I think Quest didn't expect that much pressure coming out from the gamings, and they didn't have like much experience dealing with it either. But for this series, it's gonna depend on like what Amar is gonna have. Like, I think he has like very solid 3 to 4 heroes that he's like really good at. But if LGD is gonna target that, especially like with the Timber, yeah, I mean, you can talk about TPC.
What we see here is that Quest needs top 2 to make it to TI.
Yes.
They will knock out Bet Boom. Everyone else is gone. If they have the Dota sign next to them, and that means they're still in the tournament, everybody. And we see that the top 3 teams in the DPC standings are still in the tournament, along with LGD in 6th. So looks like some pretty consistent performances from all these teams throughout the year. I think the only real shocker here in terms of the team that got eliminated earlier would have been EG. They're sitting at number 5. They've done pretty well all year, and they kind of just bombed out here.
Yeah, they did. And with Quest Esports, I mean, there's a lot of pressure behind them, and I think also a lot of eyeballs, because this is a new team this year, and they have been doing well, and they're also the only team that still has all the pressure on them, which is why we tend to talk more about them than their opponents. PSG LGD definitely deserves some talk about as well, but we'll do that in a little bit, because there's one thing that I wanted to bring up regarding Quest Esports. Noob, everybody knows him. He's been around in the Division 2 scene forever. I feel like, you know, made a name for himself as a, I know it's no longer the case, but as a tier 2 mid laner. And he kept his name. You know, everybody knows him. He kept his name. It's nice. Then you got TA 2000, and I think that not a lot of people will know that it's the same guy that has been in the tier 2 scene in Eastern Europe forever under the name of Naive. And I kind of feel like how much impact does rebranding has on your image, because people are like, this TA 2000, he's fantastic, he's crushing it, you know.
Why not naive anymore, right?
He's not naive anymore, because Naive was stuck in like, okay, that's a carry, but he's a tier 2, tier 3 carry, Rezo. And now he's TA 2000 and everybody is praising him to the moon.
He's not naive anymore. He's a confident, man now. He's a TA 2000. He's not afraid to admit that he's from the year of 2000 and he's gonna come to get your ass here in this tournament. But yeah, I mean, I think it's like the story goes, how you're gonna name the ship. I don't know what's the name of it in English, but we have in the Russian language. It's like whenever you name the ship, it's like the way he's gonna be on the sea, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you know it's better words, but
I don't know. I know
what you're going for.
Yeah. So I think it has a big impact, like whether like how you gonna like translate yourself into the audience, like whether they're gonna call you the noob or they're gonna call you like the pro, you know. So maybe there's
time
something.
for a rebrand for noob as well.
I think so. Yeah, I think it might be. I mean, you've seen in Nightfall, you know. He's been epileptic kid, but now.
I was gonna say, Depressed Kid had me for about one tournament until I found out Dotaock was the same person. But hey, I was like, who is this guy?
Right?
He
But
kicks
it
ass.
has an impact. It has an impact.
The only one guy that kept his name and still winning tournaments is Duracha. Because Duracha in Russian means like, you know, dumb little guy.
Oh, does it actually?
Yes.
Okay. He's living up to his potential, a name fulfilling of. Nah, he's doing well, of course. And we're going to find out who's doing well today in this lower bracket series. But before the series can start, we need to get those teams on stage, Snare.
We do indeed, Shiver, and the teams are waiting in the wings to try and get themselves in action because this is a top 4 matchup. It matters a lot more for Quest because they want to take their destiny into their own hands and qualify for TI directly from this tournament. But getting there is no easy task as they have to face off against the giants of PSG LGD first.
我们有统治 Dota 的能力，虽然还没被加冕，但我们依然坚强如山。这一次，冠军将是我们的。PSG LGD is coming.
PSG LGD, a squad that not only carries the hopes of China, not only carries the hopes of Asia itself, but their whole world is hoping that they can break the monopoly that Western Europe has on the Dota scene. Give it up, Bali, for the last remaining challenger, PSG LGD.
But their opponents, who's trying to make a new name for themselves, were also trying to get into the upper echelons of Dota. It is Quest Esports.
From the ground up, we've returned. With renewed focus, you will emerge. The earth will move under the footfalls of Quest Esports.
Red
From the
chisps.
ground, indeed, they have emerged. They have built themselves
Red
up for
chisps, red
absolutely
chisps,
nothing.
red chisps.
And here they are at their first major on the cusp of getting top 4 in Bali. Noobs no longer, unknown no longer. They now stand proud as Quest Esports.
Of course, their quest, their primary objective here in Bali is to qualify for TI. They can only do so if they get top 2. The grand finals beckons. However, PSG LGD has been here before many times in the past. They have claimed major victories themselves. They have taken players on that squad have won TI, remember. The coach as well as Nothing Innocence, excuse me. We'll see if they can do it here again in Bali. We will see if China will have a representative, and maybe Western Europe has something else to offer except just pure dominance every single event. We're going to be finding out, though, what happens in the draft, what happens in the game. And to break that all down for you, I send it back to the Shiva squad. Take it away and tell us what's up.
Thank you very much, Snare. PSG LGD has got nothing but Western European teams to trample on their way to that final day. We'll see if they manage, though, because one consistent talking topic when we talk about PSG LGD Aurora has been that their playstyle is not that suited against the Western European playstyle.
Sorry, I was just so happy thinking about how Snare called us the Shiva spot. Thank you. But anyway, I
Gonna
think
tell us what's up?
But anyway, I think LGD and Quest, they kind of have very different play styles to begin with, so I wouldn't really compare like head to head. But it's just, I'm always curious how LGD is communicating in between the
You're a red
teams,
chisp.
because they always
I
have
wish.
this 4 protect one, but then Shiro doesn't
Always want to
really
be a red
want
chisp,
to
you
play
just
that
be
kind of game. He
consumed
wants
by
to
the
be on
millions.
planes, he wants
That's
to be a
fine.
Monkey King that can kind of connect to the team and join the tempo. But for some reason, sometimes they get the draft where the carry needs to hard carry them. He needs to kind of just scale and farm and, you know, carry them all together in the late game. I just kind of want LGD to play on more of the 5-man thing and not just 4 protect 1. But for Quest, I would say it's quite a lot on armor. I think Rezo mentioned. It's just he needs to be on the heroes that he is fully confident in, and I agree with that because even if your matchup or your opponent draft a lineup that is against your hero, you still have the tenacity. You still know what to do with your hero. But maybe that's just me. Maybe he is more than that. We'll see. We'll see.
I mean, to me, the other weakness that Quest Esports has a noob hero pool, because it seems like if some Snapfire Spuck are gonna be banned, he needs to come up with something new, and it was like Tiny, which was pretty well for them, but I wonder if they have like something else instead of that too.
Yeah, I think they realized in game 1 versus GG that like the Lina pick was nice in terms of the lane and the overall, like it was a good Lina game, but the problem is it doesn't fit the recipe that Quest has been cooking with this entire tournament, which is just Noob being a melee guy or Snapfire that runs around the map, ganking for his super tanky cores, who are basically forcing 3 or 4 people to gank them, and he's counter ganking and punishing. So when he picked the Lina, we definitely saw that exposed, and I think PSG LGD taking Timbersaw is like the #1 hero in consideration because Quest's drafts look like infinitely better when Amar's on Timbersaw because they know he's going to win his lane. They have like one of their limited players taken care of in the first pick, and I'm almost surprised Quest gave it up because
I mean, I think they have to go for the Doom right now.
Doom?
For the MR, yeah. It's like his second best hero, and it's quite nice against the Timbersaw in the game. Oh, they go for Dusa, even without Undying.
You think that we might be seeing an anti-mage on 8?
Could be potentially, sure. Especially if there's gonna be
That's probably factoring in the potential anti-mage right there.
In the previous panel that I had said that if you want to pick anti-mage against Medusa, you probably want it on the off lane, and with Timbersaw already picked up, that doesn't seem to be an option anymore. They still go for it though, never mind me.
I think it's totally fine to pick your carry and off lane in the first round. I think a lot of teams have been kind of baited to be like, I'm not going to pick 2 cores in the first round. But if you overall a first core, this 4th overall pick, slot number 8, is like the easiest position in the entire draft for first pick to protect. So a lot of times people will be like, this is a first round anti-mage. I would consider anti-mage less exposed here than he would be in the second round because you can protect it with 3 bans. So it's almost certainly going to be carry though.
Is it gonna be like Doom, Mars, and Slark?
I mean, I think probably physical damage offlaners are what you go for. So potentially against a Mar, he doesn't play like Legion. He plays Slardar. These are
Slardar. Slardar is a good one actually for him. Yeah, but he hasn't touched the hero for a long time.
Slardar is one of the unpicked heroes of this major.
It's just whenever people pick something like anti-mage, I'm totally down to all encounter it, and so I wouldn't be too surprised. We also saw Amar take Razor earlier this tournament. Didn't end up working out, but it was against the Medusa, so he's not afraid to just hard counter pick the carry and go a bit off meta.
No, I mean Razor is horrible here, right?
No, I'm saying like he did the Razor against Medusa, so I wouldn't be surprised if he does Slardar against anti-mage.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I thought the Timber AM combo here would look better on Quest instead of LGD because I think I mentioned I would prefer LGD to play on a 5-man kind of draft, but now it seems like they're going to split and somewhat just not really going
So you're
to
an unbeliever in Shiro, huh?
I mean, he's just not the guy that shines well when he has to 1v9, although he doesn't really need to because there's a Timber this game, but in my experience, AM and Timber, they are pretty greedy. They both need attention, and although Timber can kind of just be on his own layer, but it's a different case here because you can't really kick out the Medusa from just farming the lane, and then this SD is very, very annoying, so I would kind of see how Quest is going to arrange this SD rotation, so to say. Like maybe they would prefer to pressure this Timber more than the AM, because I still feel like if you don't stop this Timber from advancing, he's going to be a very, very big problem, and it's not even the anti-mage that you have to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's nothing to say to make sure the map is pressured, and on top of the supports, they have to make good rotations.
I personally would much prefer Quest to pick on the anti-mage early, and then just one of their picks addresses Timbersaw later. Like, once you get 1 or 2 items on all your cores, you don't have this unkillable Timbersaw. Because if you do get to that point, then it doesn't really matter if anti-mage is stunted, because
he'll have all the space in the world from his Timbersaw being up in your face. So I think if they draft to punish the anti-mage early and then just have one hero that will help them kill Timbersaw later, it could be like a Lesh mid, something like this, but maybe not the best versus anti-mage. I'd be happy with that. Because with Medusa, I'm not really thinking I want you to like gank for me. I'm not going to help you a ton against Timbersaw. I'd rather just trade farm, and even if I give up my
just in
tower,
time
I'm
for
still
more
farming,
froze.
the Radiant jungle. I think Medusa.
For more what?
I haven't mentioned this on panel in a while.
Froze
The Mighty
of the
Minds,
Medu
baby.
variety.
The bottom camps, they give you 1.5 mana regen, so I don't really mind getting booted back to them, because on Medusa, that's effectively like 6 HP regen in the early game, which is a ton. And they go for their Elder Titan. I don't know how much I like that against Dusa.
I don't like it at all. I am not a big fan of Elder Titan, like ever. I think he lost most of the games I've seen him
He
play.
has not been winning. He was like 3-6 last
I don't know why they keep going for this. And it's not even like giving you some good laning, right? Like he's gonna play against Shadow Demon or Rubik. They can just easily, like while he has the spirit on, just like put in disruption or like lift him away and not take any damage.
He's 3-8 right now at this tournament.
And also he's securing the lane for anti-mage, and you know you have 2 melee dudes for on the top lane as well.
Give him the Slardar, baby. This is the best Slardar game.
I think so too, yeah. This Elder Titan comes up to you, you just hit him back. You have 2 melee dudes in your lane. This is a perfect Slardar game. It gives you extra damage for the Timbersaw. You have the last pick for the noob.
Yeah, I thought LGG is going to somewhat send the Timbersaw mid if they, you know, just don't want to pick the big hero at all. But since Ember came out, the other fish, I'm so sorry, BSJ, but it is your favorite
I mean,
hero.
it's like, maybe he thinks Slark is just a better hero, but this is an offlane Slark for the viewers at home who have not kept up with Quest. I just would have liked Slardar a lot more, but I can understand maybe they think it's just a bit nicer of a hero in the meta. It is nicer against Ember Spirit specifically. Once you get the Ags, Ember really hates playing against this.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly, it's a free Slark game, right? Still.
Is it? I feel like Timbersaw ET is like really annoying for you. Just the amount of damage that's thrown around.
But like they don't have any like hard disable. They have like a lot of AoE damage, yeah, but they don't have like very hard disable to stop this Slark.
You should be able to kite the fights pretty well.
Yeah.
I think Quest's idea now is just we want to play a long fight even though it's not a good thing against anti-mage and Timbersaw, but if you have Diffusal on this slot, I can totally see it, because I feel it's very difficult for Ember to play this game right now. You generally want Ember to be able to kill at least 2 heroes on the other side, right? Like sure, there's SD and there's Rubik, but Rubik is one of the support heroes that has like decent stats, so it's not that easy for Ember to kill him, and he probably have to like commit everything, and it's not that great if you have to commit your Ember for the Rubik, because then you have a problem with like the Slug Leash and the SD Purge, or like, you know, just it's just very hard for Ember for me.
I like the Disruptor ban a lot, because Slark being able to kite the fights is what I think enables this hero to have impact as an offlane in this game. Disruptor's really the only live, I think, in the entire pool.
Have you seen his Star games?
What about?
Was he like really having a great impact in those?
I mean, so there are 2 versions I saw when I looked at his itemization. Is he won his lane and went the Diffusal Electro Saber offlane Slark, and he actually owned. The other one, he had a rough lane and he just queued up the Midas and was literally another carry on the team, but he farmed by himself all game, and they managed to make it work both ways. So this is I wonder how they're going to do this. Are they going to do 5 ET or 5 Coddle? I'd say you probably want Coddle Timber to stack Ancients, right? Like you probably want Coddle bottom.
Yeah, I think it's position for a Coddle.
Okay.
Normally is why I play in the Olive Titan anyway, right?
Yeah, it is. It's just what we've seen, like Liquid, for instance. The player, like Insania, will play hero, but then go offlane.
Why wouldn't they pick the Pugna instead of the Coddle?
I think this Coddle just solved the problem I mentioned earlier, where the Ember feel like he doesn't like kill anyone on Quest side here, but this Coddle just giving him the answer, like, okay, you can slide and I'll give you your chakra, and then you slide again, and that's a lot of damage. Like he doesn't even need to go in, but like he can drop this SD and Rubik's HP to like what, 30% left, and Slug doesn't really have a great HP pool early either, so he's also gonna suffer from that.
They just last picked Pango and Ember. That's like a well-known unfavorable matchup. I think this is once again exposing Noob's limited hero pool by 24th picking into a counter. It is really good against Pango, or against Anti-Mage specifically. Anti-Mage hates playing against mana burn, so they have potentially 2 Diffusal builders now. One thing I really want to highlight about Coddle is there's going to be times where Anti-Mage would normally die on the map by getting Diffusal mana burned, and they don't have the damage to actually burst him, but he just can't blink away. And Coddle can significantly change that and keep him alive in crucial moments. One thing I like about the Coddle as opposed to Pugna is a Pugna Decrepit to save you, which they have the natural counter of Shadow Demon Purge. But in the case of Coddle, he's Blinding Light to save you, which nothing on the side of Radiant counters. So I'm heavily leaning towards LGD's draft because I think Quest is really showing their limitations in this one.
Earlier this tournament, they played in the group stage together, and PSG LGD was able to 2-0 Quest. Let's see if they can make a start of the same one, or maybe Quest will have learned from their losses since then. We're heading over to ODPixel and Fogged for game number 1.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Quest Esports against PSG LGD. Very interested to see how, in particular, I think the carry matchups are going to be this game. Of course, Quest Esports, they're not afraid to slam that Medusa out. First pick for TA2000. The response from PSG LGD is going to be the Shiro anti-mage. I mean, with all things considered, is this going to work? Is this going to be enough to beat that pretty much unbeatable TA2000 Medusa that we see?
I mean, it's a lot of comfort from Quest. It's comfort from LGD, but LGD, I would say, have a little bit more of these kind of counter picks. Just, is ET going to actually work? ET just has not been having the great tournament. Yes, versus Medusa, it's kind of double, right, the way it works, because your aura isn't really the greatest in a lot of functions, but Stomp is a effective full stun.
Put him to sleep.
Put him to sleep, ignore him, go for the rest of the targets. Let's see, I'm going to be looking at lanes a lot, because like they said, the Pango, it's picked into the Ember Spirit, and let's see how he's going to be able to do. Noob, he's a master of it, so maybe he's got some tricks up his sleeve to have that matchup go better. But yeah, super comfort from Quest, and we're in for a pretty exciting one.
Always fun to see the flare of the Amara off-lane Slark. As recoveries have been made, you know, we sort of like the Midas route you can go if you have a rough lane. You know, Amara's got it covered. If he stomps the lane, great. If he doesn't, there'll be a backup plan.
I feel like this offlane Slark cannot keep winning, right, Owen? Like, this is gonna grief so many games. We have 4 Slark being played by Soxa at times, now 3 Slark. It's gonna just be, I don't know, it's gonna ruin pubs for sure. Amar, definitely
Quit ruining pubs.
I guess the night vision as well, too. It is very annoying, right? It's like this anti-character. He's just an anti-character.
I
right?
love
think
ruining pubs.
And it has been since the birth of Amar, it seems like. He just plays Viper, plays Raze, plays all these heroes, even Monkey King in the offlane to just try to shut down the carries, so see if it does end up working.
See this bounty rune. Might get the
Got the numbers. Yep.
But Why You Smile's in trouble. Noob and Amar coming in with a wraparound. Why You Smile's going down. Of course, Amar's got the point in the passive, ready to get that permanent agi. He'll get first blood.
Yes, he does. And already, I mean, maybe this is just for the first blood, but Noob takes shield crash. So what we saw from Kiyotaka, he skipped it in the matchup. He actually went 2-0-2. So we'll see if that's actually the approach, or if it was just for the first blood. But yeah, Amar, he'll never kill. Means he's going to start out with a pretty much full Wraith Band. He's going to have extra regen up here, too, to be able to trade with this ET and this anti-mage. And it looks like PSG LGD is actually setting up for a first blood onto him.
I mean, yeah, they know that he's skilled passive first, obviously, so there's limited escape from R. If Planet's able to get some sort of good knockback with a Blinding Light, maybe they could try for a kill.
They'll go for
Omar.
Yeah, it's a free kill.
And indeed, nothing that Amar can do to help.
Ooh, Planet took it, though. I thought they gave it to Shiro.
Well, you know, he spent the time hanging around for that gank. He's like, you know, I'm going to add to this top lane with Why You Smile. I'm taking the kill.
But he didn't even throw his blood grenade. Why You Smiled? I mean, they have 2 blood grenades up here still, so...
They kind of want to go again. I mean, Planet will have the Blinding Light again in a couple of seconds.
How long are they going to save it up here? You definitely don't want to keep splitting that XP the entire time, but potentially just want to get another kill so that you can set up this...
I mean, maybe this is their answer to the off-lane Slark. They tri-lane the off-lane Slark, make sure that he's pretty miserable.
Jawade saying it. I used to play back in the day. There was tri-lanes every single time 10 years ago.
Yeah, they're going to break it now. Planet's going to go down bottom.
Don't blame them. They tried for that secondary kill. If you can push, if you get a kill on Omar there, then it's a Slark alone in that lane for like a full 40 seconds, so it could be difficult for him. Good attempt, though. Sentry ward placed. While you smile, he'll be able to get the D ward while he sends the Spirit over and acquires the damage. And Neo, a couple denies, of course, since he was playing versus that dual lane at the start, but he still got these 6 last hits. I'm going to be looking at mid overall quite a bit here, too. It's, as you said, Ember favored matchup. Let's see how much Nothing to Say is going to be able to do to put the pressure on like Nisha did.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of support movements, you know, who could be swinging by the mid lane early?
I guess for Quest, it's a little easier. I think for LGDs, they probably want to keep these lanes a bit more passive. Until there's levels, more levels, I would say. Because then Planet can use like the chakra combo kind of stuff like that. But yeah, not just support yet. Fiori, Planet trading.
So far on the top, Shiro's farm's been slowed down a little bit.
Just a little bit.
But, you know, so it's the same for Amar. It's definitely going to be a lane where, I mean, I feel it shouldn't be too easy for Amar this lane, right? Because ET kind of set up, if you're trying to trade with these two, once a few levels there on Shiro and Why You Smile, they're just going to punch you back.
Yeah, I think the level 3 it's always the big thing for the other Titan, right? So once he's 3, this lane, it probably is going to get a lot harder for Amar, because then you can just trade. I actually was I was wondering if he was going to go for the aura, as they get aggro actually up here, up at the level 2. Get some good damage onto Y.
They are, but stomps at the ready.
Okay.
At this point, level 2, no point in the dark pack check. We'll see him almost certainly take it at 3 Amar, so he has the way to play around that sort of move.
And then we see why he can take the stomp, just in case of the aggressive play. But I did think he might play around aura a little more.
And Amar, yeah, actually sticks with his max and taking the second point in the essence shift. So he can continue to have the favourable trade against the 2 melees in this lane.
He does have 2 Wraith Bands, since he did get that early first blood.
He's ready to punch him.
Yep. I mean, maybe that'll be enough to trade versus even a level 2 Astral Spirit, since there's no aura on the EZ. Let's see. Noob, he's not too bad. 17-1 to 22-4. Defending his own, but nothing to say, is absolutely free farming. I think he's gotten every single last hit. Maybe he missed like 2 or something, or 3. But almost every single last hit for him. Support movement. Kaori, I mean, they're both actually doing the same thing. Kaori, he's going to go stack. I think these 2 heroes are probably 2 of the better stackers. Shadow Demon probably the absolute best stacking hero in Dota. Kato also pretty damn good, especially once he gets the point in the Illuminate. Get the setup here. Might be able to set this up here. Can they get the kill with the blood grenade?
Sort of block off with the swashbuckle from Noob, but it's under the tower. It's a little hard to continue chasing there, so close. Planet will be allowed to escape.
Very, very close. The Planet, he's got a salve, so he's actually going to just be able to pop that one swing, and maybe he's going to look to play around the top lane now here, since Neo, he's gotten level 3, so he's over the hardest part of that lane bottom, as Timber saw, so he might just be able to be left alone. It's a Medusa Shadow Demon lane. They don't pose really any kill threat onto this Timber saw, so yeah, I'm curious to see what Planet's going to do now that he's got, you know, the map is kind of his oyster. Let's see where he looks to pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that your top lane might need some help, because the way they've been able to hold the lane, Amar's getting a lot of denies. Zero, he's dead. Down. Between the powers of the telekinesis is enough to get him.
The fun.
I mean, they can't fight
the
him
anti-fun is
sure
over.
He's out of mana, but they can't trade with him with the stacks that he's built up.
Does he always do this?
He's just denying so much from Shiro. Shiro is starting to really lose out on the XP front.
The anti-fun.
Nice. I mean, that lane positioning
is going to continue.
miserable.
It's going to be another whole
Your lack of fun is over.
Away from him.
Yep.
And the stats definitely paying off.
Yeah.
Those double Wraith Bands, just the early game. I mean, it's very Amar. He does this on his Monkey King too. He goes double Wraith Band so that he can trade with these carries. And I mean, nobody else in the world really does this, so I think it catches people quite off guard. He's holding the wave in position too.
Yeah, he's going to be able to deny wave after wave away from Shiro. This is pretty devastating for the AM's early game.
That is quite brutal. They got to get some pulls back to try to reset it. But even a pull isn't going to reset this. He's going to lose every single one of these creeps. Oh, Amar. How we missed
this is just going to be super quick. This double Wraith Band into Treads is going to be online so fast.
Planet just feeding some mana to nothing to say. Probably just going to keep, just like the stacks and the movements around for Planet to see if it is going to be effective. Kaori doing similar though. How many stacks is that? It's massive ones on both sides. Even Omar getting some at the ready. I think Kaori has, is this 2 quad stacks on the bottom side too? You can see. Yeah, I believe it is. Holy moly, the stacks are aplenty. I don't think I've ever seen this medium camp with this many units inside of it.
I mean, PSG, I guess if they join up with the Ember and the Timber, maybe they can take some of these stacks.
Perhaps, but look at Kaori. He's actually solo stealing the stack that Planet's making, or attempted to in the Shadow Demon.
So he's making all these stacks.
He's going to take
takes in there.
This is so smart by Kaori. Look at this. He pops the first 5 stack of poisons. He's got Mango. He's going to get a second stack. He's going to kill all this.
I mean, they've got a lot of focus around mid. 3 heroes sort of looking towards Noob, but they're nowhere near being able to pressure him.
Woo, and he gets them all. Level 4 Shadow Demon. Very cool play. Planet's going to walk over and be like, what? Mustache?
I mean, yeah, in terms of the economy game, they're going to get hit super hard, PSG LGD.
That was very, very cool little play. Definitely harder for PSG LGD to go over to Seablock, but they even have to TP both heroes to secure this Wisdom Rune. Because the Shadow Demon, if he's versus the Coddle, he'll just be able to disrupt him. So.
And top lane, Shiro just can't really come.
He can't walk up there.
Only just hit level 4. Meanwhile, Amar, he's already halfway towards level 6. So this Slark, there's no, you can't put a melee hero up here at all. Nope. Even if the Timber comes up, Amar, he'll be ready to fight him.
He's
with the sort of lead. And Kaori
gets
away.
out. No way.
They're bringing so much attention.
Shiro's, and he's like, get me out of this top lane. He's going for TA 2000.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very needed move if they get away with it. And TA2000.
He's got Wand and a
And he's got
Lotus.
They're going to be able to turn. Shira's in trouble. He's dead.
Oh,
this is a devastating.
Your lack
game
of
for
fun is
PSG
still
LGD.
over.
They're getting destroyed.
On all fronts. Oh my goodness, Noob. He's done well in the mid matchup. Rotation hits. Slark top net worth. Dusa not even close to dying.
Rest in
He
peace,
got heal bonus
China.
at 21. TA2000 just baiting him. And Shiro's
Are they the
feeling-
last
still
Chinese
lost,
team
it feels like.
in
I'm
the
not
thing?
sure. I'm not sure if they're actually the last, like the very, very last one. I'm not sure.
Getting out away from,
But
you know, the two supports
I know there's
trying
not
to deal
many.
with him. Even New turning over as well to see if he can help out get the kill, but he could not. Kaori escapes. They lose heroes themselves. They lose the big heroes. They lose Shiro turning up to the bottom lane. Shiro's still level 4. Amar on the other side of the map, he's nearly level 7. He's going to get great timing on the defusal. TA2000 is also nearly level 7. This is he's got a mountain. He's got multiple mountains to climb his Shiro if he wants to get back in this game as an anti-mage.
He's going to have to climb the back of Nothing to Say in particular. Nothing to Say is going to have his back broken a little bit here. He's got so much weight to carry. He's still having a good game, though. He actually took mid tower that entire time that the Pango was rotating, and he does have a Coddle behind him. So Nothing to Say still can get very enabled here, but this AM is going to have a very, very tough recovery. And the thing about the Slark, too, is it's actually good for Soul, of course, right?
And it's
if he gets this defusal
Green
time,
melee's the punch and the pounce.
That'd be nice.
The pounce is going to be very annoying.
Yeah, versus that AM, versus that Ember Spirit in particular.
Nothing to say. Doing his best to push his efforts in and at least interrupt some of this farming area, get some of the creeps himself in the stack.
But yeah, what a start. I mean, Quest.
Yep.
Playing these lanes seems like to perfection.
I mean, yeah,
Mars is going to hit him.
He's got to be a bit careful, but he's
back
got one charges and Shadow Dance.
They've got NTS, though. He's up here.
Here we go with the rotation. Goes straight for Corey. Corey's going to be able to turn with the disruption and hold him back for now. New chasing out Omar, and Noob's here with the turnaround. They lose the Shadow Demon, but Noob, he's got the Rolling Thunder angle onto the two of them. Amar's still going, chasing out the Timber. Neo will get another Timber chain off, but the pounce is up. He closes the gap. The Rolling Thunder catches Neo. As Amar and Noob survive, I mean, nothing to say. He's really doing everything he can, but it seems like it may not be enough as Quest just continue to get more out of these trades.
And the thing is, too, it's like, if Nothing to Say has a good game, he's going to be pretty good versus the Pango and versus the supports and stuff like that. But the Slark, he's good versus him, and the Medusa is good versus him. It's difficult to itemize to deal with this. This is an incredible start. Quest hitting on all cylinders. And yeah, a double defusal is going to be pretty frustrating to play against. Even as this Ember Spirit, yeah, you've got Chakra behind you, but if you're just getting hit by these swashbuckles, if you're just getting hit by this Slark very early with these timings that they're getting, he might just run out of mana in the fights over and over again. He's got it done, Owen. Amar, top of the net worth. No Midas this time around since he's had a good lane. Wow. Quest is always impressive, feels like. Hit a bit of a brick wall yesterday versus Gleaming Gladiators, but this morning, things are looking hot.
It feels like PSG, they weren't ready for this.
And I mean, Shiro's like, I don't know where to go, guys. It's like, it's a level 9 Medusa. I'm level 5. He can't lane down here. He can't lane mid. Can't lane top. And he can't hit neutrals. It's rough.
It hurts to be this anti-mage right now.
Yeah, he's got to just...
Not fun for Shiro.
He's got to play for, like, the super safe, easy farm that, like, comes under towers for him here for the most part. Tons of pressure as Kaori just continues to get stack after stack after stack to boost this Medusa. Medusa's had a good lane, and Medusa is set up for absolute success with these ridiculous stacks. And Noob, even though he was in this one of the tougher matchup, he's done excellent, honestly. 2-0-3, only 600 behind. Defusal is pretty much done because he's farmed some stacks.
We see Amar and Omar, they want to mess around with Nothing to Say.
He's got a defensive remnant down. Omar will take that. Thank you. A 4K lead already.
For the lineup with a lot of carries. A Medusa and the Slark, both with 6k net worth at 11 minutes in.
And there's a Shadow Demon too to make that Medusa even better. Double defusals done. Yeah, this is going to be very difficult for all three cores. I mean, for everybody. The supports too. The mana pools, they're going to look very small. 12 minutes hit. Gets another one. Shiro is man-avoiding neutrals, by the way, so this is like, I mean, we've seen this, you know, that's the Eternal Envy thing versus like the Rubik's and stuff, so you don't give it away. I mean, it's Link, but it's the best thing he can do to farm. He needs any type of enhancement.
Yeah, it's also just it's pretty rubbish level 1, so it's never going to, unlikely to make a difference in a fight. And as you say, Shiro's not going to want to turn up to any fights anytime soon.
Hell no. I don't know who's going to want to turn up to fights for PSG LGD at this point, besides nothing to say with this Coddle behind him. It is level 3 Chakra, but Quest, they know that they have this big timing here. Double Diffusal's ready. They've got Omar with this Remnant, too, to get the catch if they want to. A brutal start, really, for PSG LGD, and they're going to... the thing that gets to your mind, also, is like Shiro's probably like, I'm not farming very quick, and TA2000 is just sitting back doing whatever he pleases.
Shiro.
Well, look at that one
Goes up in
swashbuckle.
the mid, and indeed just one swashbuckling, and he's sad. He's going to feel very sad.
Very sad.
Feels bad. It's not fun for the poor old anti-mage. Shiro having a rough time.
It's literally all or nothing to say at this point with Planet. And it's definitely not a game where an Ember Spirit is going to be able to do the craziest amount of stuff, because even if they're addressing 3 or 4 heroes, it's a TA2000 is just going to be... he might even do like the 1 level per minute when he goes and farms all.
I mean, they're both fuck hard. TA2000's free farming bottom, Amar's free farming top.
This is brutal. And then there's... How many stacks is this? This is a 6 stack on the Ancients as well, too, that Omar had prepped from earlier. So in TA2000, he's going to go over there. And I think this Medusa is actually going to be like level 13 and a half or something like that. These timings are... These timings are going to be crazy.
They're going to try and make moves mid. Should have a chance of getting Omar. Yeah. And Noob, he's got the Rolling Thunder. Anybody else ready to come across and try and help out? Noob,
he wants a rune.
He's going to roll past the entire team and pick up the power rune. Easy illusion rune there for Noob.
Thank you. I'm going to go watch the stacks because I don't get to see
a lot of XP.
A 6x Ancient stack, that's just too juicy.
So we're going from like, a quarter of the way through level 12.
It's going to be like 10k net worth. Take him a little bit of time. But LGD, they can't contest it.
No, there's no way they can get anywhere close to this.
No, not at this deficit.
TA2000, put him out to Duncan, easily tank the Ancients, clear this without any threat to his own life.
Nothing's happening anyway.
Yeah, you got about over a full level from that.
Actually only 1,000. I don't know why I thought it was gonna be that much more gold. But either way, I mean, he's 13 and a half. He stacks it again, stacks the hard camp. The freest Medusa game on the planet. 7,000 gold lead. Pretty Slark also, who's now got Echo Saber Diffusal level 12. Quest, they're probably keen to fight, but they're probably also we're not forced to fight because we just destroyed these lanes so hard.
I mean, Amar's ready to kill.
He wants to
do. Yeah. Diffusal Echo. He wants to get some of these permanent agi stacks.
And there's a free one bottom for him.
Yeah. ET can't do a thing about this one.
Oh boy. This could be a quick one. Well, maybe it could be it's one that gets stalled out for a long time, but Quest has answered everything here in this early game.
I mean, Quest has been, they've been pretty good at, like, when they do have the Medusa and it has a free game, they've been pretty good at still closing the game stats.
That's true.
25, pre-30 minutes.
I mean, the butterfly into Aegis timing and then just go high ground, right? And you're playing an anti-mage Timbersaw draft. Yeah, you have Coddle to kind of spam stuff, but not really the most effective versus a Medusa. And a Medusa Shadow Demon at that. It's taken away. Can they cook Kaori for it? Probably.
Yeah, he's completely on his own.
He's nothing to say every kill.
At the same time, though, Amar,
he gets him. Okay.
He's able to get in, kill
alone
Shiro once again. He's up to 5 permanent agi stacks.
I mean,
he's having the time of his life.
Amar has been, I gotta be honest, a little bit of a changed man this tournament, not offensively tipping or anything like that. I thought for these type of kills, when you're solo killing an AM as an offlane Slark, you might see something like that.
He just feels bad. You know, he doesn't want to. He doesn't.
That's true.
You know,
don't fire them up too much.
Far.
Yeah.
Too far. It doesn't want to go too far.
That's fair. Rotation. I mean, yeah, hug. Nothing to say. I feel Grunda's 3. Use Why You Smile on Planet to amp up this Ember Spirit, looking to get some kills. Try to shut down perhaps this Pango a little bit. 5v5.
Boom, baby. We're ready for spaghetti.
15 on Dusa.
And a Yeti.
Anti-mage level 8. Don't think you get to see a level discrepancy between carries that massive too often in Dota.
Yeah, Mars with the shard, the depths are out. He can save himself, save his teammates.
He's not at risk of dying. Almost, he can play super aggressive.
I mean, He's not going to be able to burn enough. Oh, actually, maybe with the stun of the Rolling Thunder, they can finish off New. He's caught in the combo. Another bounce with the Thunder. He's down to low ground. Doesn't matter. Noob with the swashbuckle kills him off. Nothing
And
to
NTS?
say. He's trying to get Kaori. Can he get the side of fist up? He's going to get caught by the pounce. He's leashed. His
He's
man is
gone.
burned. He's out.
All right, Amar. You monster. 11,000 gold lead. TA 2000 solo sieging the mid-tier 2 while they're
Nothing
diving.
to be found here. Plan is
stacks.
gone.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know how much more of this game PSG LGD is going to want to endure.
They might, honestly, they might just call this pretty soon here. I'm sure Shiro's telling it. They may be talking about things, but Shiro's gonna get his Battle Fury and try to just get some farm and stuff like that. But Quest just, they're hunting and there's no one now to give space.
Yeah, they're having the time of their life here out on the main stage here, Quest. This game 1.
TA 2000 walks in, he goes, oh, you guys were stacking some Ancients, thank you, I'll take that. More records being broken, I'd imagine. The Butterfly, it's 80 gold away. Manta, Butterfly, level 60 Medusa, 18 minutes in.
Just got an invis here. No Rolling Thunder, so can't really make any acute play to try and set up under nothing to say.
LGD has to hug his 4. I feel like Neo, NTS, and Y and Planet can't really move around separately anymore.
I mean, Mars just on the
Mars just hunting for Shiro, and he's gonna probably catch him.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
Shiro?
That's it. Dead anti-mage!
Oh my god, I mean, they're tipping Amar. You see what he did there? Tried to plop a branch down to break the pounce, Shiro. Trying desperately to get away from this
I mean, you can't
fish.
do that right, yeah?
Yeah, but
if you get it right,
it's just dead. And then
push yourself out of it.
Amar just leading the charge.
And he'll go for another one. Looks for Neo. Neo will manage to get up with the Timber Chain. I do put the ults for this to both Shadow Dance and Stone Gaze. Depth Drought.
Wriggle, little fish.
In with the 3-man Rolling Thunder. They might just type it. They do. GG is called 19 minutes in.
19 minutes with the
We've talked
Medusa.
about games where one team doesn't get to play the game, and this is the definition of it. PSG LGD, they didn't get to do anything here.
I mean, tip Amar for sure. He broke the game. He literally broke Dota in this one. Wow, that could be tough to recover from. I mean, Xiaowei, he's probably going to have some words for them afterwards, but he's probably also looking and being like, well, we did our homework, it didn't work.
In a game this quick, I think the team will have some words for Xiaowei. They'll be like, why did you give us this? We couldn't do anything.
Hey, that definitely could be true. Oh, man.
I mean, if it ends this quick, I don't know if there's much you can do with the play.
Quest to speedrunning. That was remarkable.
Wow. And indeed, another game that's making a pretty good case for the off-lane slot.
He keeps winning on it.
So start queuing it up. I think, Amalia 9-0-3. These guys, when they win, they win.
Was that one of the faster games? That was the fastest on the...
Yeah, we had like a 14-minute one in the groups or something.
But playoffs, I mean, by far. This one, I mean, super
19
speed
minutes in.
I think that, what else can I say? This was just absolutely flawless. The support play, too, I have to give so much comments to. Omar, Kaori, I don't even know how many stacks they had. I feel like it was like, we lost count of it, so absurd play across the board.
Okay, well, that was a game. It was game 1.
It was.
Quest Esports completely and utterly destroyed PSG LGD. We'll see if PSG LGD can piece themselves together for game 2. But that game 1, Quest Esports, ladies and gentlemen.
Let me just flare stack this.
Now that
I don't feel like
was a
figuring out
dominating
what to do.
performance from Quest, and we're gonna break it down and await game number 2 of this best of 3 elimination series, by the way, and hope that PSG LGD comes back with a better plan, because Brian, it did feel like PSG had a plan going into this series. It just fell flat.
Yeah,
as flat as something can fall.
I mean, as we all knew, Quest just really had their number and just outdrafted them completely.
Yeah.
I mean, Brian could not be possibly wrong in his life talking about the previous game draft. I mean, outstanding performance from Amar. Like, honestly, like after being tri lane, still winning the lane horribly. And I think this Elder Titan pick has been like the same thing. It's just underperforming so much, and they keep going for it. I think like it's just time to let it go. Let it go.
Let it go.
Yeah.
Well, I just think, I mean, I agree. LGD's draft is a little bit like, actually, it's not a little bit. It's quite questionable. I think when you already pick the Timbersaw and AM, right, you want heroes to secure their lanes at least, even if you can't find the right mid to late game hero that pair with your core as well. I just don't think Coddle and ET are the choices that you should be prioritizing, because I can see the Coddle Ember, definitely, but it's not what you need, because none of these heroes can actually touch the Medusa like, don't even talk about Slug. Yeah, I think Ama just performed too well, and you know, like they don't know what to do with him. But it's the Medusa, like, sure, you have the AM, but like, can this AM actually play Dota? There's no way, because at one point the Medusa, like Rezo mentioned, she was 2 times the level for AM. That's just.
I think we can ignore the existence of Medusa for the sake of this draft, because she didn't participate in this game. Like, nothing.
TA2000, he hit the towers.
I'm saying, like, TA2000 did
hit
absolutely
the
nothing
towers.
wrong, but I feel like he could have had half that net worth and the game would still be over.
Fair.
Like, they're literally 4v5ing, as you mentioned, Aurora, like, off panel, and I mean, this Slark, not only did he bully the anti-mage out of lane, but he also single-handedly farmed the top half of the map where nobody on LGD could enter. And that's exactly what Quest has been doing, and the second they try to enter, you see what happens here. They're like, this guy can't control this area, kill him!
Yeah, I mean, there's just an insane amount of pressure that Amar put in this game, because he was going, like, after he secured the top lane, he didn't, like, rotate with the diffusion.
Out of
He went
10?
for diffusion, like Echo Saber. He got some wards, and he was just, like, running around during the nighttime after 15 minutes, and just, like, trying to completely remove all the vision from PSG LGD side, and, you know, those 2 pickoffs in the Shira as well, just solid killing the anti-mage. It's just like, there's nothing you can do about it. You have no vision, you don't know where it's coming from. He's like double the net worth of your carry hero, and what do? You just call the GG at 19 minutes.
I want to talk about Kaori though. I mean, I know this team gives a lot of love to ATF, and that's rightfully so. He did very well. T2000 did very well, but come on, Shadow Demon. The stacking, the taking of the enemy stacks.
That was hype.
The escaping the enemy supports where they thought they had at least one secure kill. That guy had them running around in circle.
Absolutely. That's like the highest impact you could possibly have on a hero like Shadow Demon level 3 through 5.
Yeah.
You know, when I saw him moving around the river, usually as a support against, there's this Ember on the opposite side, right? You're not going to just walk so close to the enemy side, but the entire game he just disrespected the Ember. I feel disrespected. I'm like, hey, you're support. There's an Ember on the other side. Can you please not, you know, just walk it like it's your base? But then at one point he did get punished. He was trying to deny the haste, which arguably I think is the right choice, because if this Ember is having the haste, he might be able to do a lot of things. You can cut waves, or you can kind of like initiate easily. But yeah, I just think you know the game is just over if your support, you know, like can just walk it like it's your home.
Yeah, I just feel like PSG LGD after this, Rezo, where are they going to go? Because they thought that they had a plan, right, with the Timber first pick, making sure that they did not give that away, and
yeah,
it just
failed.
failed.
They still have these weaknesses of like having weak lanes, and they need to address it heavily, like against Quest Esports especially, because this team is like very like, I think they're talking a lot about the lanings and these little mechanics that, you know, like put them through ahead like in the early game, and they also like know their matchups very well, especially ATF. Like he knows their like Slark against Anti-Mage, the Timber against anything else, pretty much. Like he knows them very well, so they need to make sure they have a better laning this time around for sure.
Will they get that? That's the question, and we're going to see answered after a break. Welcome back. You are watching the Bali Major, where I want to give a special shout out to Biznet, who is our official internet partner in the Bali Major 2023. And we are in the middle of a series that is Elimination Series. Quest is 1 game up against PSG LGD. Will there be a game 3? We're finding out, as we need PSG to step it up. Better lanes is where it starts, and that means it starts with the drafting. Which one do you think is a favorable, Aurora? First pick or second pick for PSG LGD, specifically against Quest?
I think for Quest, you can't give them first pick. They were actually the one having first pick for LGD, but the thing is you can just ban the team also and kind of just work around it. I just think it's not about having the pick order yourself, but like it's about understanding Quest needs certain heroes to be able to execute what they have, like their play style. So you kind of just don't want to give Quest what they want, and it doesn't matter what you want, but like also at least one better laning, you know?
At least one lane.
Yeah.
One lane one. Sounds so simple.
I feel like the Ember did okay.
Huh?
I feel like Ember did okay.
But the mid lane is not enough to compensate the side lanes, you know?
Yeah, I mean at that point, yeah, nothing to say was like 4-0, but there's nothing he could do in that game. Absolutely nothing.
I mean, I feel like with the problem with LGD is when I get baited by their drafts is like you
You see the big picture. They always draft for the big picture. Their 5 unit as a whole makes sense, but then you look at the lanes and I feel like they just forget that the first 10 minutes of the game happen sometimes.
I mean, I think mostly it's not about the cores, it's about support.
There's a first 10 minutes to the game?
Like, the cores are fine this game, like Intimidation Stark is fine if you have a decent
if you have like a
support,
lich or something.
lane. Huh?
If you have like a lich.
Yeah, if you
some
have a
ranged
lich,
nuker.
you can just fight the Slark with him.
Skyrath, yeah. Just poke something to poke the Slark down, so as long as he's sitting at like half HP.
Yeah,
he doesn't
and I think it's especially important for supports to have like some catch mechanic or like some damage, you know, because we've seen like a lot of disruptors, Clockwork in this patch, even like Spirit Breakers, they have like this catch and this ability to play the map better, especially like when you have like this anti-mage Timbersaw type of core, they need somebody to start the fight for them. And it can't be just only on Ember. Only Ember is not enough usually.
Only Ember not enough. Sorry, nothing to say. Need more. We need more coming out from PSG LGD. They'll be first pick again this time around, and Dire again. So we have the exact same scenario last time. Last time they banned out Broodmother and Morphling, where Quest banned out Undying and Broodmother. Wow, I wrote it down wrong.
No cats.
Both banned Brood on my notes, so that's
Some
definitely not how
That's
that
not
happened.
possible.
That is not possible, but that doesn't mean I have no idea.
Yeah, there you go, 2 Broodmothers. Close one.
Close one. We do have the Timbersaw banned out by PSG LGD. They don't want to give it, they don't want to pick it.
I respect that. Like sometimes you just have to acknowledge the other team understands the hero better than you do.
Yeah.
It's not a time to showcase, so you just have to eat it and ban it.
Yeah, we saw Liquid do the same thing yesterday against Tundra, I believe it was, where they just didn't know what to do to deal with one of their picks, and they just gave up. They're like, we'll just ban it this game. Don't know what to do.
I like how Amar just performs like insanely well under the pressure. Like today is like the most pressure they can get, right? They're like, if they keep on having this hope for the TI, like this is like elimination matches. It's like this is where it gets serious right now. You make mistake, you're out.
Yeah.
And he's been like performing super well, and especially like even yesterday, he was like playing Broodmother. Even though it was like a horrible Broodmother game, he was just still like outstandingly performing that game.
As the youngest player in the tournament as well.
He is?
18.
I feel like straight up, for better or for worse, this guy just doesn't give a shit. Like, you feel it in his pubs, you feel it in his games. Like
he cares about one thing.
It also
owning.
Oh, I'm saying like he's just vibing. I feel like this guy's in his own universe. Like I'm not saying he doesn't care about winning. He's not trying. I'm saying like there's no extraneous thoughts going on in his head. He's just playing the Dota hero, and that is something to be valued, and it's honestly very difficult to achieve. So I wonder, how did he achieve this Zen at age 18? It doesn't really seem like Zen when you're in a pub with him, but to some extent, being able to just pick whatever and trust yourself to vibe on it, whether or not you're in a Monkey King off lane, a Slark off lane, I definitely respect that.
having that confidence for sure.
To me, it seems like from the outside, he has like a lot of
Fish
testosterone going on for
and
him.
water,
You know what I'm saying?
which
and
will
he
win.
has like this amount of confidence.
Wet
that,
fish.
You know, not a lot of other players have.
Do not get the fish wet.
It allows him to play the way he does on the edge, and on never really, well, very rarely falling on the other side of the edge. That is.
Now I need
He
to.
does have a history of, you know, like getting somewhat blamed for only having a very small hero pool, right? But I guess the way he tackled that issue is, if I still want to play the heroes I want to play, then I guess I'll be super confident. Doesn't matter what matchup I have to deal with, doesn't matter what kind of draft I have to play it in, I'll just do well. I think that's not a bad approach at all, and if you achieve it, then great, you did it. But otherwise, it's kind of like what other people usually do. Oh, I guess I have to learn a new hero now. But he didn't learn a new hero, he played Brute, and
He kinda did.
Yeah.
A few heroes he had it. Like, from his time in Enigma, he learned how to play Slar carry, and he translated that knowledge into his offlane right now. And I mean, on top of that, he learned how to play Brood Mother, which is kinda nice.
Yep.
Also, he wasn't playing Doom as much before, right?
He was not. He definitely learned that like 5 months ago. Because
there's like 3 new heroes on top of his usual hero.
I mean, I don't doubt in like 2 or 3 years from now that he's going to be a very well-rounded player. A lot of these pro players, the reason why they have such in-depth hero pools is I've learned that the way they approach the game is that there's always going to be 3 or 4 heroes that are really strong in your role in a given patch, and they just spam those heroes. Like, they're like, this is the meta, we have to play these heroes if we want to win these games. So you give that 5 years, that's 20 different metas, suddenly your hero pool is very vast, and you can kind of just call upon your previous knowledge. It's like, yes, heroes get patched, buffed, nerfed, but at the end of the day, a good Primal Beast game is a good Primal Beast game, right?
Yeah. To me, he's very similar to Queen we talked about, right? Where they choose like their specific pool of heroes, and they improve not like in terms of these heroes, but in terms of like overall general mechanics of the game. And that's what makes them so good and so stable, in my view.
And that's what makes PSG LTD ban out all the offlaners. I mean, you kind of at this point you have to have a pool of 7 heroes.
Wait. Why did they ban Beastmaster?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not an Amar hero.
We're still worried about it.
That's kind of.
Is Primal Beast an Amar hero? Oh no, that's for the mid laner. That's for
Noob.
Yeah. Does Noob play Beastmaster? Do they know something we don't know?
Maybe.
Could be.
Maybe.
I mean, Beastmaster is very good against Naga. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like this Quest Esports team, they're not gonna go for that.
At some point, I almost think you have to call their bluff on LGD and just say, like, we don't think you can actually play these heroes. We'll just ban what you normally play.
Maybe call their bluff at not a potential elimination game. You know, you can do that in the first game of a series, but not in...
I feel like they didn't call their bluff at all game 1 in the sense that, like, I liked LGD's draft when I saw it, but Quest Esports picked exactly what they've been picking.
That's
the entire tournament, so they kind of just let them have it.
What if they're just thinking, okay, supports, I need you to win the lanes, I need you to play annoying supports, what heroes do you not want to see? Okay, Beastmaster then.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, the thing is Amar is infinitely more likely to play Doom. You just mentioned Doom, like, a minute ago, Rezo. So, they go for the Visage against the Morph, something we've been seeing a lot of. I mean, Morphling doesn't deal well with a lot of shit on the ground. Like, he doesn't deal with the Pugna Ward, the Naga illusions, the Visage birds. So, I would love to see Quest address that. Like, I would even be fine with Pango again. I would like that a lot.
I'm not a big fan of Spirit Breaker pick just because it's a free morph into morphing, and if you don't skill Bulldoze, the hero is not the same.
Just don't skill Bulldoze.
Which you don't, which you do have to, you know, not skill, because morphing, getting that Spirit Breaker morph is actually gonna be super powerful. But I'd rather prefer like something that Liquid did today earlier when they picked Visage and Tiny against morphing, and it looked very, very solid against the morph overall.
I think they can't even like fight this silencer in real life. I don't think they will be able to touch this morphing. It's just the silencer is gonna stop their advance.
What's the idea behind this Morana? They have no setup for Arrow thus far. She's not the best against summons. Like, Starstorm is, in theory, an AoE nuke, but you can't really go that close in a game like this. Maybe to kill the Pugna Ward?
Kill the Pugna Ward, maybe build some Yules against
Oh my god.
Some utility out of, oh yeah, the Yules. You do want a natural Yules builder.
Yeah.
Maybe, I guess if they pick a mid laner that they can rotate to, Morana will have a purpose in the game. She doesn't mind stacking in the early game too, but they don't really have like the best stack takers.
LGD has to ban the Ember.
They ban the Pango themselves.
Yeah, I think they have to ban the Ember.
Yeah, otherwise you got the nice Ember Mirana combo.
Yeah, and also like it's a very good game for the Ember.
Unless they want to pick the Ember themselves. Because they get picked out of ban phase as Quest as overall last.
Yeah, they could do that.
I think
nice.
LGD would probably prefer that approach. Feels like there's very few top tier mids right now. In terms of hero pools. I wouldn't mind seeing Noob on like a off meta hero this game. I know he likes to build his Atos rushing mids.
Oh, my crush stone is full. Why?
He still has snap.
I was thinking something like lane dominator that creates a lot of pressure, something like a DP. Like we saw Liquid do that earlier.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure they're gonna go for snap just because they have no setup from the supports. They have like no stuns right now. And they do the blink. They'll do it.
Tinker.
Oh, the Tinker ban.
The respect that.
And instant Wind Ranger pick. We've seen Wind Ranger quite a few times in the last 2 days on the mid lane.
Yeah, we saw Kiyotaka own with it yesterday.
Yeah, I did not own with it today.
It's definitely a hit or miss hero. Very polarizing in regards to the impact that she has. It's very similar to Slark last game, where you either occupy a certain part of the map and just nobody can kill you because of win run, and then you just solo kill anybody who comes into your wake. But on the other hand, if you fall behind where your damage is lacking, they're no longer afraid of you. So maybe they can't kill you, but you're just kind of stuck running to your base all the time.
I was wrong, by the way. He did own on it this morning. It was the only game that they won.
Oh.
My bad. Alright, so what lanes well against Mirana that we would like to see Noob play?
Against the Wind Ranger?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. My bad, yes. Ladies, you know, with... Yeah.
I got you. Bow and arrow ladies.
Bow and arrow ladies.
I mean, in general, any hero that has this...
Ladies with a
new
what,
hero is
Shimmer?
kind of okay, but not in a way against the current Wind Ranger, because she is universal hero and she can buy stats, but...
I'd love to see DK here.
Yeah, the thing is,
Rest.
you want to contest the CS. If you're a range hero, you almost always lose to Wind Ranger because her attack power is really
Yeah,
cheap. There we go.
You wanted the tiny.
Yeah, I love this Quest Esport lineup. I think it's a free Morph game. I think it's a free Doom game. I'm not a big fan of Mirana support, but it's their preferred zone, I would say.
The only setup they have right now is like the Tundra Classic. Tundra used to do it with their supports, but you have the Avalanche toss straight up in the air for the arrow. It is a decent setup because it is a lot of burst if you manage to land it.
The only thing that's going for LGD lineup is that they have a lot of vision mechanics. They have like burst, they have Naga Illusions. Is going to be like super easy to take good, favorable fights against Quest Esports. And Quest, in order to push the lanes, they have to show actual heroes to do that. So maybe because of that, LGD will have a better, mid game.
Is this not like a similar recipe to Liquid versus, or not Liquid, excuse me, this was Game and Gladiators versus Quest yesterday, where they had the Brood, the Terrorblade, and Quest just couldn't really make their moves. So just based on that game, I think this looks a lot better than game one. I mean, that's not much to say there, but...
And the lanes are also stronger for LGD this time around. So it might be 1-1.
It might be 1-1?
It might be 1-1. Very likely it's going to be 1-1.
So it's about PSG LTD getting ahead on the lanes, or should it just not lose the lane?
I think if the lanes go even,
just even,
it's easier for LGD to play the map than it is for Quest.
That should be manageable. Aurora, you agree?
I mean, the Mirana has the other thing that I think is really, really useful here. You mentioned about the vision game. I think she has this Moonlight and she allows her teammate to just pick a fight where it's advantageous for them because they don't have the better CC, right? But if you have Moonlight, you can kind of like notice where the heroes are and you want to just kill them off and then reset and then like one hero down because you have a Doom, you have a time. So it's not that, I would say not that sad for Quest, but yeah, the lanes definitely look stronger on LGD.
Okay, we're gonna find out what's gonna happen here in game number 2. It's time to head over to ODPixel and follow.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, game 2 here between Quest Esports and PSG LGD. Fog, question is, at the end of the day, is PSG LGD going to be able to make this one last a bit longer? Because that game 1 was rough.
Yes, this will last longer. There's no way that this one can be faster than that one. This one's going to be a bit more greed, I would say.
There's no way they get owned really fast.
Super bullying offlaners is a bit of a different style, a little bit more farm, so should have a little bit of a closer one, should have a little bit more of a slowdown. LGD, they should be able to actually get to play their draft.
I mean, and because overall, do you prefer PSG LGD after this match, or would you still kind of like what Quest Esports got away with?
I mean, Quest, they're just magicians of playing like some of these certain matchups and stuff like that. But LGD does have some good stuff going for them there. My worry is the thing of like Brezzo, what he was talking about, just this Morphling's game versus the Spirit Breaker, because he can just get this bulldoze constantly. But if his lane is tough, definitely gonna see LGD have a bit more success. Yeah, he'll have to pop that attribute shift right away. Very early aggression, so PSG LGD trying to make a little bit more of a statement here. They have this Visage to actually slow down this Morphling. I mean, TA2000 had the freest game ever last game. So
Corey.
This one should be a lot stronger for LGD in the early game.
See if they can try for this kill instead. Where's the bashes? I don't even need it. They don't. The right clicks alone. Planet will find first blood.
Oh, and look at this approach, and instantly taking out the range creep. Okay.
Try and get that creep wave pushed in under the tower.
Ooh. Yeah, should be an infinitely better time here for PSG LGD. Stronger lanes and ways to actually play early. There always can be this difficulty, you know, the anti-mage when you do open it in the first two and make it your carry. Teams can't identify and just shut it down. We saw Quest doing exactly that. Let's see how bottom goes. I haven't seen the Spirit Breaker Visage approach versus the Morphling, but the Visage overall we've seen has excellent success versus it. Spirit Breaker though is not the same kind of monster as like a Tiny, where he easily just gives you the soul assumption stacks every single time. Takes a little bit more time. I'm wondering how this mid matchup is gonna go too. It doesn't feel the absolute easiest for a Tiny.
No, you are gonna get sort of just constantly clicked here by nothing to say.
You have 0 armor, and the first 2 waves very nicely set up here for nothing to say. He's got double range creep to put some extra harass onto Noob. Been able to secure some denies. He body blocks him, so prevents Noob from actually getting the last hit in the mid lane.
And we did, you know, last game, all things considered, nothing to say. He was trying his hardest. You know,
Yeah.
He played the first few minutes that kind of lasted in the game decently, right? He got his items, he got his timings. It was just way too much for him to do anything about.
He was dealt the crap. There's only so much that he could do with it. So far, TA2000, not really feeling that. He actually looks like they pulled the lane kind of behind Kaori. Yes, he's gonna die for this because he steps up too far, but TA2000 is getting these last hits, so 8 and 4 on him. Kaori will be the sacrifice. Probably gonna see the same build out of these Visage that we've seen popularized. He's actually changing it a little bit. He's gonna go for some early Wraith Bands. But every game I think I've seen, it's just like Wand into Wraith Band, or Wand into Solar Crest. Surprised that he didn't go the Wand though. This lane definitely spams spells onto it. You want to be able to keep that soul assumption going.
So up on the top lane, will we see Amar and Omar be able to put pressure onto Shiro, or is Shiro kind of cool against these two?
He should be fine. I think the Mirana pick is the little bit of the weird one for me. I mean, Omar, he's really good on like, his forward position is excellent, but the Mirana overall, not really the easiest hero to apply pressure versus a Pugna. Pugna just outtrades you pretty easily. It does feel like Shiro. Shiro, nothing to say, gonna have a really, really good time, but TA2000 is actually just not gonna slow that down. This man, he's definitely a master classer of the Morphling. He's gonna have some pretty good targets to shift into as the game progresses. Spirit Breaker, Wind Ranger, Naga Siren, all very, very nice targets.
Mid lane, it's pretty close, really.
Yeah, actually pretty close.
Noob's doing perfectly fine.
First few waves are a little bit funky because nothing to say got that bit of an advantage onto him, but yeah, now he's able to stay in his own. But not like he's gonna ever pressure, nothing to say until not in the laning phase. Of course, in the game, Tiny does have a good matchup to be able to burst this Wind Ranger potentially. Laning phase, nothing to say, should just go hard.
What do you imagine the build will be for Amar this game? Is it going to be sort of like Vanguard still going for the Midas, or something else for Amar?
I would imagine so. I think he's probably still going to do his own typical... I don't think this is an Aura, man. I don't know. That really feels like it's an Amar kind of thing. He's got the playmaker from the mid lane too, right? So I think he ideally is going to go greedy. Because Noob, he's going to just go for Blink Dagger and then just constantly run around the map. Noob will be able to get himself the top road. Nice toss back.
Bottom lane, Neo's starting to sort of get bullied back by Kaori.
I gotta be honest with you.
He's not really getting any sort of chance of looking at the wave.
I'm a little weirded out that he didn't go for one. He's just getting spammed. The wad stacks, they've helped quite a lot here, so little bit different approach here coming out from New, but definitely seeing TA2000 thriving off of it. Literally free farming, 24-10.
No slowdown at all.
No. He's got raindrop now too already, so the first 3 minutes actually are usually the toughest for a Morphling versus the Visage kind of lanes. He's been able to do excellent, and they might actually go for a kill here, New.
I mean, they're just trading damage so efficiently in this bottom lane. It's too much for really Planet and Neo to deal with. They're being kept incredibly low.
Maybe it is the effect of also just the Spirit Breaker compared to being that big explosive tiny kind of thing in the lanes, but yeah, I actually don't even know how many spells they span down here, but I'm sure he'd have at least 10 stick charges on this.
He's got any regen coming out his way. It's just down to the last tango or two here.
But this is a lane that's supposed to put pressure onto the Morphling, and he's just not.
It's not, yeah. 28 and 14, tier 2000. It's as if there's no heroes against him in this lane. He's getting everything he wants.
Nothing to say in Shiro, though, are absolutely free farming in those other two lanes. So I guess it's just going to happen. Just a little bit of a sack here for them. Planet will get a courier.
Overall, do indeed have that bit of a gold lead this time around PSG LGD. 5 minutes in.
How many of the bounties? I think they got both of the 3-minute bounty runes, right? Yeah. Planet and Why You Smile got those as well, too. So those do add up in the early game. Good rotation coming down. Why You Smile. Feeling like he has no purpose up top anymore versus Vanguard Doom, so maybe trying to apply some pressure on the Morph. New.
They're just going to get aggressive onto Neo, and they'll be able to get him.
He is dead.
Corey should go down in return, but getting this action that TA2000 is able to be favorably involved in.
I feel like that should not happen.
They have good supports around as well. Right? Why You Smile made the effort to come down here, drops the ward behind the tower, but he's not able to get back across and do anything to save Neo from going down.
That's, I mean, a Morphling who's just free farming and then he just gets experience from a kill here. Kaori does get the last hit, but now there's no pressure that's coming onto TA2000.
Yeah, no, this is definitely one of the rougher sort of laning phases that we've seen Neo have.
Yep.
Just not able to do what you want a Visage to do.
Why is he not going? I really don't get why he's not going to wand. Oh well, I might have to look away from it because it's gonna get me a little upset. I think every Visage I've seen, it's wand, triple branch into crown, and you just go for stats. A different approach, and I don't feel like it's paying off for him.
See Planet, he's trying to see if he can get away with the 7-minute Wisdom Rune steal.
Oh, the neutral creep is hitting him. Omar, does he see it?
Oh yeah, I mean he's gonna have to charge Planet, so we'll manage to secure the Wisdom Rune.
Kaori looks like he has stepped up to try to steal it. Might pay with his life.
Noob, he is heading over to this area, but won't quite be able to get behind any of them here with this. That's by the looks of it, unless they do themselves try and make a move with TA2000. Yeah, okay, they'll know now.
Could just linger around here though. I mean, New has stepped up.
He's
New.
They saw the tiny, right?
I don't know if he did. I think he may have been on the side.
vision.
I didn't get to see. I toggled a little bit too late.
Okay.
But New, he'll be.
They'll know now. Yeah, New. It's into the trees. They're really putting. Look, I mean, you've got Planet and Nothing to Say coming down to this bottom lane. They want to do something about them all. They're going to hold back on the charge. They don't feel they can get in underneath the tier 1 tower. I mean, sort of similar to some of the movements early in the last game for PSG. A lot of resources, 4 heroes heading somewhere, but not getting anything done.
Noob. Maybe having the setup. They have the arrow, the combo.
They've got the full combo. Is
it enough?
No, not quite. Nothing to say. He'll be able to head off, and Power Rune is up top.
Oh, it's a good one.
Yeah, nothing to say. He's not going for it, actually. He's worried about what else could be there. So Noob, he's still going to be able to walk up and grab it for himself. It's a big one, the Haste Rune.
It's like the best rune I feel like you can find on Tiny's. This and DD pretty much in the early game. I mean, those three are always the best. DD, Haste, Arcane runes. But this one I really like on Tiny because you can set up on these lanes. And Amar, he's free farming in the top lane. No pressure on a Morphling. Shiro is free farming.
Yes, the Naga's having a good game. Yeah. So potential here for Shiro as opposed to what happened last game. Noob. He's going to get in with the setup. They have the full combo here. Nothing to say. He's going to be going down surely.
He just came back.
And he's back out.
Ooh. That's a big kill. I might be able to get another one too, Noob. Has another avalanche in a second.
The tree back up. He's got enough damage to take down Planet. He wants to keep pushing it under the tower. We'll get bashed.
Can't quite persist.
He'll head back to the creep wave, head back to the pressure he's putting onto this tier 1.
Shiro has to stop sending illusions into the top lane.
I think Amar's
he's just farming them. I didn't see how many it was now, but I think I just saw at least 6 to 9 of them just get cleared out from Scorched Earth. We don't feed those over too. How many was it? What's our number there? Yeah, it's quite a bit. 6 in those last few minutes. It's not the most of a goal, but yeah, either way, it's like you want to be using these to farm, not to do nothing. If you're just feeding your illusions off cooldown, you're not going to be able to get that accelerated network that you want versus a Morphling. And again, look at mid.
Nothing to say. He steps up, he gets caught in the avalanche. The toss is there to follow up as well as the arrow. He's going to tick down low to the curse.
He should be fine.
Still, he's going to have to probably take a
back
back to the base again, yeah?
He just got back out here. Oh boy.
Having the supports hang around like this now, Omar and Kaori, it's causing issues for Nothing to Say. He was having a pretty good start, pretty good lane against Noob, but starting to slow down a bit with this pressure that they're putting on mid.
This is just really big brain stuff, really, from Quest. They're just like the only person who can actually pressure the lanes, and anybody at this point is Nothing to Say, so...
It should get Kaori here.
Should get.
Straight in with the focus fire. Be able to get a bit of revenge for the pressure the supports of Quest Esports have been applying to him mid.
But Owen, those 5 kills, it's all on Kaori. So, that doesn't feel that
We've
great.
seen that story before with Quest, right?
Yeah, he's good at dying. He's good at making the space for his cores to get these absolute free side lanes. And it is those free side lanes right now. TA2000 in the Doom, cruising. Kaori works himself down bottom to protect. Might even be able to get planted.
They go straight for him. Easy damage.
Birds.
TA2000 is perfectly fine.
He just summoned these.
Are they going to be able to farm them? No, TA2000 doesn't try.
Thought he might. Max waveform. Cool. That's some insane burst damage.
I mean, we saw, I think Planet was kind of caught by surprise how quickly he went down on the Spirit Breaker.
I like to see the difference of what players do, because sometimes it's like a 0-4-2 build or something like that. So prioritizing putting more points in waveform for just magical burst, because I guess he can get involved a little bit early to get some kills too. Like he can even threaten the Ranger and the Naga early on if he does see an opportunity. Hey, they're farming. They're absolutely free farming on Quest. Shiro's still farming, but I feel like it doesn't feel great if it's just him. This multi-core scaling lineup for Quest to set themselves up. Noob has Blink Dagger. I feel like for Quest, they're going to accelerate things here while they have this Morphling free farming.
Yeah, they've got great heroes to hunt with. Even if it is just Noob and Omar.
Kaori again.
Best heroes.
He'll be the one to take it. 6 stats. And they will be able to get a tower.
Mid 2 of 1 in play. It's going to hang around to put the fortification, see if they want to bring anyone over to try and hold this tower. So against the push of the Tiny and the Mirana might be something that they don't want to sign up for right now. PSG LGD, especially as Noob indeed will be ready to jump.
They're going to try to set up on top. They're going to need probably the 4th hero. Yeah, they're getting the charge coming in. Shut down Amar. Their rotations.
The net to set things up. TPs are going to be coming in immediately, but Amar completely surrounded.
Not tanky enough.
Not a chance for him there. They get themselves, outside of the core. He kills finally a big core kill here for PSG LGD.
I think his Midas is up too, so I know you always like to see that.
Feels bad, yeah. 20 seconds of inefficiency.
It was honestly like the bash comes into play massively there. There could be maybe a situation where he stick Lotuses and then it hurricanes himself and see some kind of weird stuff. Probably still dies, but maybe they get some type of trade, so gotta love these bashes.
Down on the bottom half of the map now, Nothing to Say. He's got Neo and Why You Smile with him.
Yeah.
Quest
Noob has his Blink Dagger, so he's gonna look to strike down here. They have a ward set up.
Yeah, they see all of this.
Oh, this could be a trap.
Can he use the Moonlight?
They set the trap on LGD.
They're not going to expect this Moonlight play down here. I mean, Neo's in trouble. The scan does hit onto Noob, so they know that Noob's swinging over. They're on top of him. They start the action. Corey's going to put the global. See if they can burst through News up to the high ground, but they'll get him. As Noob, he might even be able to set him on a Why You Smile as well. Why You Smile's going to head into the pit, try and aggro Roche. He's looking for the Denaja Roche, and gratifies himself. They'll get him as well. Noob swings over, gets the double kill.
Heads up move from Quest.
And they're going to know now they ping that ward, but even so, not a bit of a risky move to make it around this cliff.
Hey, that ward is already worth it, even if it just dies right there. You've just set up TA2000 and Quest. He has his Lincolns already done pretty much. He didn't have any difficulties in the lane, and now in mid game, this Lincolns is incredible this game. Playing versus Charge, you're never going to be easily set up on. Playing versus Focus Fire, Shackle, etc. Very early pickup for TA2000. This does not look easy for PSG LGD.
Nope. A bit of a risk here to jump in for the Arcane Rune. They'll want to punish this.
They finish him off. NTS is kiting him.
They've got him.
That's a big kill.
Yeah. Noob's taken out, gets punished for the jump forward to grab the Arcane Rune.
That's his Atos, so nothing to say. This is exactly how they want to enable him to be able to get these aggressive plays. And they set up for a tower too here. Should be able to.
Yeah, I think with Noob out for 15 seconds, Quest, they won't have the resources to put towards mid. TA2000 is going to want to keep farming bottom.
It's 10 seconds for the Tiny. Pugna lasts. Looks like they should be able to finish it. All right, good hit. Space being made for Shiro. But you got a TA2000 problem.
And Amar is still farming very, very decently. Only died that once. Outside of that, he's going to be okay. He's just going to try and get this Octarine as soon as he can.
They're just playing it greedy. Yeah, he pretty much has it done, right? He just needs one more small little component for it. And he'll find a courier, looks like.
Oh, that'll give him an extra bit of money. And that did have what a cope here on. So,
well, he's not close to anything like that.
It wasn't just yet. That's always nice to have that bit of what health and mana.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And he won't get it.
Shiro is getting some very, very good farm. Quest.
I mean, he used the Moonlight, but they should be aware. I mean, this was popped while Samar was still on the wave, so Shiro should be full retreat.
The ward, they see him. They see the real one.
Yeah, Shiro's... he's sticking around.
It's a little deep now, though. Omar's trying to get on top of him.
Yeah, he'll song.
And they're TPing in to go for a kill here. They've got the charge on Omar.
Looks like they'll settle for just the Mirana. They won't be able to fight more, but they will be able to get something. As Omar,
nice kill.
Left behind.
Give it to NTS.
I mean, he was trying to see if he could lead in for more, maybe get some control with the familiars. Corey has been split from the rest of the team.
Ooh.
He's going to have to hide and hope that he gets away with his TP. He will. They won't have eyes on him.
Very good movements in these last 3 minutes or so from PSG LGD. Getting some very, very necessary.
Well, they're going to see Noob. He's going to step and say that what she's going to get a bit of a nasty surprise.
Noob.
There's a lot of heroes here waiting for him. And he is incredibly dead. Caught in the net, completely surrounded. Bash is coming in. Shiro tries to turn back in to take the kill, but it will end up just going the way of Neo. Still, though, a dead Tiny. It's slowing down the flow that you want to be hitting with this mid Tiny. No Noob at the moment. He's lowest at the cores.
Back-to-back deaths with his blink reveal. He's going to pump up Shiro's mana. Yeah, I was like, Shiro's low. Come on, White. He's going to fill up his Naga Siren back up the full and continuous push around these towers. LGD getting the ball rolling. They take these towers quick, too, with the Pugna Visage. And Noob, that's, 2 times now where he dies, and it's almost immediately that these towers do get taken out.
Yeah, it feels like very quickly this game, if Noob sort of has another move like that where he dies, it's going to be all just sort of on the sideline, the one of the 3, right? Amar and TA2000 to really make the magic happen this game, because this Tiny could start to feel pretty weak if Noob suffers another misplay.
Another catch, ain't nothing to say. I think that's like 3.
Power shot!
Raindrop!
It's going to save him.
That was real close. He was about to say, like, he's really accelerating the momentum. His Maelstrom was going to be pretty close if he was able to get that kill, too. Still lingering around the top side, too. Amar and Kaori don't want to lose this one yet.
I've got global backup. Of course, Doom is also ready to go. The Octarine, it's not going to feel too bad to throw it out.
I like how they're sticking together here, these 3.
They're going to bring more numbers in. They want to try and take this fight. They will still lose the tower. Here's the familiars.
Oh, TA2000
Minus him with the charge. See what TA2000 can do. Turn into the Spirit Breaker. Go straight over towards Neo. Waveform towards Why You Smile. Find him hiding around the trees. He will. Take down the Pugna.
It's just 1 kill, though.
Neo's going to be able to back off in time. And Planet, he's away with the TP. They get the tower. They only lose the support for PSG LGD.
Great disengage. I think as soon as TA2000 turns up, you just have to get the hell out of there. And yeah, a clean disengage as Shiro. Manta Orchid's done. Start getting involved in all these fights too with his team. There's some still really nice rotations, and I'm liking that they're sticking with those 3 heroes on the side of PSG LGD, the Pugna, the Spirit Breaker, and the Visage to continue applying pressure. Noob shows mid. Noob
is trying to farm this dangerous spot of the map. I mean, they're bringing in the backup.
Ooh. They don't see him?
Wait, what?
They ran out. Oh no, no detection. The net ran out.
All right.
The dust in the backpack.
Noob is.
Planet, he does the face palm and the sorry because the dust is in the bags.
Well, Noob, he's going to feel pretty lucky about that one, getting away from that 3-hero attempt in mid. He just walks out of there. Had to keep walking because Kaori's in trouble. Noob will not want to show himself unless he feels strong with TA2000 by his side. He might try to jump back in.
He's thinking about it.
Get the waveform forward. TA2000 instantly closes the gap onto Planet.
They want another one.
Noob, the jump forward, get the avalanche. Arrow won't connect. Neo,
here.
Now he's going to have a bit of a nasty surprise with the Doom on the high ground. Neo, he'll still go down as TA2000 cleaning up the kills. Double kill for the Morph.
really pushing the limits there. A third death would have been
away like that. That's pretty wild.
A third death would have been pretty brutal.
Yeah.
Like he gets his blink, he gets a timing in this.
We'll see it again here.
Everything.
I mean, you know, you can farm this dangerous spot on the map when you know you've got the backup of a Moonlight Shadow, and you know the enemy, they didn't have detection ready to pop.
And you know what actually also saves him probably? The 10% magic resist on the Eclipse Bracelet as well too. All the little things, of course, coming into play there. But yeah, no detection is definitely the bigger thing that saves him. As Planet, I don't think we'll see that one happening again.
No, they've got to be prepared.
Gotta have dust.
As we've seen now, Omar, he's been good to go with the Moonlights. Setting up aggressive plays and not hesitating. I mean, if he hesitates a moment longer before pressing it in that mid situation, that would be a dead Tiny.
Glad we're going to get to see the full, you know, it's a much more even game. We're going to get that full clash of the Naga Siren versus the Morphling.
Yeah, very close to being even on the farm. I think
they're like very close with each other. At least 700 apart.
The big factor is going to be that this game, you know, obviously one side Quest, they have Amar and Doom and TA2000 on the Morph. These two heroes are going to scale at a very comparable pace, and on PSG LGD, the scaling is going to be there for Shiro, but unless Nothing to Say can keep finding kills, keep finding action, he's just not going to be able to farm nearly as quick as these other three cores. So could fall very quickly into a position where a lot of it rides on the shoulders of the Naga Siren.
I think most
Quest,
of it
they've got the resources a bit more split.
Yeah, I think most of it is. The good thing, though, I would say, is that the supports on the side of PSG LGD also scale quite a bit harder, right?
Okay.
Like the Spirit Breaker and the Pugna compared to... Like, Silencer is going to be great, but Mirana, it's always a little bit awkward, your itemization. You're going to go for Yules, which is great versus that Spirit Breaker and the Wind Ranger. That's actually probably the best choice for him. But yeah, the Spirit Breaker is getting quite a bit of farm. He's kind of transitioning into a mini third core with the Shadow Blade.
They're going to go with a smoke. Straight towards Corey. They'll get the Avalanche to hold them back. Corey does have Global if he wants to pop it. He doesn't need to. They rely on the Moonlight Shadow to separate from PSG LGD.
They wanted to just get a quick one. They don't want to chase too much further. Won't be able to find it. Full Gleipnir. Nothing to say. And they have quite a bit of a timing here on PSG LGD. I mean, Shiro getting very close to his heart. They can look to group up together.
Yeah, I think he's going to want to.
Yeah, I think so too.
That timing. Heart, Orchid, Manta, you can threaten kills, you can join fights, you can feel pretty unkillable, and you can try and get these tier 2s. Try and make some space as well to open up the map for PSG LGD to go for the Roshan.
Could look for that Rosh really soon. Solar Crest plus the Visage, plus the Naga Siren. If they can control the area, looks like that's going to be the call right now for them. Accelerate it a bit. And they'll kill it very fast. Quest, and then they're just going to split up, get that farm to continue. I mean, this is such a farm-heavy game. You can see Amar, he took the Philosopher's Stone. I mean, it's all about just getting gold and gold and gold on the side of Quest. How many Philosophers did they get? Did they get at least? They got 2. Alright, PSG LGD. Aegis on the Wind Ranger. He can actually play a little bit more frontline now at this point, too.
This is good timing for them to play up.
Very good timing.
At this stage, you know, they did the hitting of the creeps. It's only going to fall less and less in their favor. We're already seeing this 2K lead for Quest Esports start to show its head. So PSG LGD, if they want to slam this down and make sure they continue to maintain control, they've got to push the issue now.
Got to find something big, get these towers, so Shiro gets even more of the map to control versus this Morphling. Because he's not that far ahead. He is ahead, but only 800 in comparison to the Morphling. Sometimes you do see these Nagas like 3K ahead or something like that to have that big differential, since you do farm that much faster with your illusion. So it's impressive that TA2000 is keeping it that close. Top, they're set up for Omar. Know that he's here. Can't get it though. Noob hasn't found too much with his blink either, but he has kind of stopped looking for plays and farming a bit more. And he is keeping up with Nothing to Say. Push down bottom. Tower should just die to familiars.
They'll definitely want to continue to go for the tier 2s here. I mean, on the mid, Shiro's going to be bringing in the wave. Look to try and just take these towers at a point where Quest are going to be more focused on splitting themselves up on the map and having Amar and TA2000 continue to farm.
Constricting the map is really good if you're forcing them to split up like that too, because you're playing with the Spirit Breaker on PSG LGD, so that's where you can start to get those pickoffs. Wind Ranger, Spirit Breaker, probably 2 of the better ones at looking for pickoffs on these sides. West. Lingering in the area here. Too scared to go for Noob. TA2000, it's going to be time for him to fight in about 100 gold. So Aghanims, it's about to be there. He's got the level 18, so level 3 more with the talent. See the clash of these two these two cores, what's gonna happen with it? Because Shiro, I think, almost immediately is gonna, maybe he will actually continue for the butterfly, but we'll see, because they're gonna have some Lincolns that need to be purchased versus this Doom and this Morphling. Quest, they look like they might smoke here.
PSG LGD, they're already preparing themselves.
Okay. BKB, quite a bit of timings here coming out for Quest. They have multiple BKBs and this Morph Ags.
Ooh.
And TS.
They get the opening route onto Tier 2000, but Tier 2000 is able to put the Manta. Nothing to say, he'll back away. Doesn't want to continue to push into this bit of a surprise that Quest Esports hit PSG LGD with. In fact, they just back off straight away over to their half of the map. They don't want to take this fight.
Look at his damage on the Wind Ranger. He actually has 95 damage when he gets morphed. Immediately just has to run. That's with Aegis. You can see that they're like, oh my goodness, yeah, wait a minute, be careful. Close game.
He was going to show again in the mid.
Nice try. 20 seconds more fun. Cooldown. ED on the Wind Ranger.
They still want to try for this push mid. PSG LGD.
West is in the area.
They have the Aegis, and Shiro feels strong. Noob.
Toss.
He's going to try for the jump. We'll get the BKB off, but nothing to say he's in with the focus fire. They take the tiny out.
Deleted. DD rune.
The song's there. They're looking for the setup, trying to get some sort of angle. See if they can focus down the squishies first. They can. Kaori's out. BKB popped by Amart. Get the blink off as well. So the rest of the three of them will manage to escape. Maybe not. As the root's there, the silence as well. They'll get a third kill out of this PSG LGD. Now, the push,
nice.
They can bring the wave in down the mid. Maybe see if they can do some damage here to the high ground.
I think
Hero's dead on Quest.
I think Noob thought he was going to be quite a bit tankier there, but the DD on the Wind Ranger just rips right through him. I think Morph still on cooldown. He wasn't able to turn into and steal the stats at that moment. Push is commencing. GD. Getting in a big timing here, and they see Amar bottom. Charge. Might just be able to get him too.
Yeah, they're going to go for the CPs to try and punish this. They know that Amar, BKB, it's on cooldown.
There's the focus fire again.
It's back up. It's going to be another catch here for PSG LGD, starting to really get into action here at this point of the game where they got their core timings. This was the time to bring the fights to Quest Esports, and we're seeing exactly why.
Ain't nothing to say. He is heavy lifting. In these last, 12 minutes or so, I feel like he just keeps getting picked up.
Nothing to personnel, kid.
We're seeing the itemization.
Man, Wind Rangers.
Nothing to say. Planet's also building for it since he's getting some good farm in the Spirit Breaker, so they will have Lincolns to protect. And Shiro, he's gonna go for his own itemization, almost a butterfly. Showing some struggles here now with Noob. Every single time he jumps for something, it's actually turned on them.
It's been a tough game for him. Has not been able to have sort of that jump surprise impact that he'd hoped for, and it only gets harder as the tiny PSG LGD getting as much farm as they have on their cores. No longer really any target that's a clear jump for Noob. He's going to have to play for sort of crazy high ground defenses, get some sort of deep toss back on one of them.
Which they do have potential for, but it does feel almost necessary at this point. Tier 2000 to carry this by himself, definitely looking a little bit harder now, even though the Doom is so farmed. Seeing how much damage NTS dishes out. None of these heroes actually look tanky.
Shiro, they're going to make a bit of an effort to
He's got buddies.
He's with them, and
oh, the arrow's actually going to hit him. All of LGD's going to rally around him.
Yeah, they're immediately going to group up around Shiro, so West, they won't be able to push and chase anything, and at the least, you know, they know Song's on cooldown for a couple of minutes.
Oh, and they're not finding any kills, though. I actually can't remember the last time that Quest got a kill. I think it was 9 minutes ago or something onto Niu. It's just been LGD for quite some time here. Space being given for the Link. Yeah, Lincoln's 1 done. I believe Lincoln's 2 about to be done, and Lincoln's 3 probably soon on the horizon with the pace that this Naga Siren's able to find too. Yeah, Quest want to hit before that.
Oh, they do. They want to go before these items go before the Songs back up.
They have to get some type of clean initiation from Noob with a global follow.
They need a core kill.
They sure do.
Core kill is not going to feel good for them. GLGD relatively grouped up. Tricky to get past this tier 2.
They're not on the high ground anymore here, but and the tier 2.
They're smoked up themselves, PSG LGD.
Ooh, what are they gonna see? They see Noob. They see Noob for a second. The charge is coming out.
They're gonna start focusing towards the tiny. Quest able to do anything with this information? That's That's the question. BKB will come off.
He's gonna get shredded.
Yeah, the focus fire from Nothing to Say leaves him no chance, and now it's just full retreat for Quest. They can't take a fight without their mid, especially in this deep area of the map. The rest of them, they'll back off.
Great awareness. The disengage, just quick, like little movements like that get you that wraparound perfectly there to find the tiny. Again, that's 4 in a row. It feels like onto Noob. Every focus fire has been successful. And that was Quest. They were trying to hit and get some type of timing fight before all these Lincolns do come out, but I think that is going to be them, right? At least 2 of them done, almost a third. And a full Hex now on Niu. Extra forms of catch now for this Morphling. They're just causing more and more issues for TA2000. I think they know that this noob Tiny is just having absolutely no game. It's just the Morph that is the issue at all now.
Yeah, and maybe a minor, because Amar's bomb is still very, very good. He's got 3,200 gold. Queuing up the Shiva's Guard.
I mean, he has it at... Oh, they're going to see that one.
That was indeed on the mid wave.
That is a fresh one. The brand new BKB immediately gets used.
If anything, sort of fortunately for TA2000, it is around a time where Roshan will potentially respawn. So maybe PSG LGD don't just go straight to do anything about the BKBs on cooldown.
It's a long respawn. But then they could have just rushed if it was fast, right? And then BKB to fight it, but yeah.
Yeah. No, I think PSG, they're not going to rush anything before they've found
Oh, no, don't do him like this.
The impact move. Oh.
Well,
Bully.
We haven't seen it do him either, right? This game?
No, I don't. No.
Nope, 30 minutes.
It's been full farm mode for Amar.
Yep.
Which is paying off, you know, literally. He's got a lot of money. He's nearly got a Shiva's Guard. They'll actually go for the smoke beforehand.
They're going to try again.
Because, they know potential for Roshan to be up. They do not want to let PSG LGD have this for free.
But they do not have BKB more
30 seconds. Definitely going to be a bit awkward if they find themselves in a fight and TA2000 hasn't got that backup ready to press.
I feel like they have to catch Nothing to Say. I feel like that's got to be the initiation. He's doing way too much.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Well, that's the first doom.
It happens to the best of us. Yeah. I mean, they must be feeling the pressure this game. That's one of those mistakes that you only make if things are feeling kind of tense.
I mean, nothing has worked out for them in this game with, like, literally, Noob bought Blink Dagger, and the game went downhill after he got the just because he wasn't able to find
I think, if anything, they sort of kind of confused themselves then, right? Because they were smoked and moonlighted. So Amar didn't realize that the smoke hadn't come off him because he was invis as well. So he assumed he was just invis. So he's like, okay, my smoke's dispelled, so this is real.
Justified.
But
anyway,
I mean that's definitely what happened.
That is definitely what
he was moonlighted in smoke, so he didn't realize that the smoke had not come off him. He was like, I just look like this because I'm still moonlighted. But the smoke had not come off him.
And you know what? Silver lining. Doom's going to be back up almost when Roshan is, I guess. So could potentially still look to take a fight there.
As you know. And at least for TA2000, he'll be able to have a bit of a laugh.
Yeah.
Because when TA2000 put the BKB in the mid, Amar was like spamming the laughter voice lines. So, you know, TA2000 probably gets a little giggle back in. Like, right, what are you doing?
They're definitely like very close friends. I've actually seen them like hanging out quite a bit here. I love the way that they definitely give each other shit for problems. It's definitely a team that does that.
Yeah. But yeah, they're definitely fortunate that the Roshan was the long respawn. It might actually still have a bit of time to go for another move like that, Quest Esports. Roshan's going to be back up now, of course.
Shiro, he's still deciding. He's just switching between Lincolns and Hex. I think he might feel like the 2 Lincolns that they already have on the Spirit Breaker and the Wind Ranger might just be enough, and just getting more and more control to just make sure this Morphling doesn't even do anything anyway. Roche, what's up? Should be able to just set this one up for free.
Doesn't look like Quest Esports are going to try and make another move out on the map in time. They'll just try and stabilize things around the base, keep those mid lane and their top lane pushed out as much as possible. And prepare themselves for the inevitable high ground defense against PSG LGD. This is going to be coming in now as the Aegis is claimed on Shiro. Nothing to say, we'll grab the cheese.
I'm always just like, it looked like the Wind Ranger was going to take it, but then yeah, he just snatches it away. Maybe that was the initial.
They've got a charge on Amar, but yeah, they'll stop that. They know that Amar's got backup around. And he is a hard kill. BKB, Shield Guard.
To an extent. If the Wind Ranger's there, definitely not.
I mean, yeah, if Nothing to Say is here, he's going to kill anyone. Definitely feels like that. There's little things they can do to keep him off of his targets. And yeah, Aghanims for him, just 250 gold away on the Wind Ranger.
He's got it. So this is Bracer. Big timing. PSG LGD with this one. Potentially even, I mean, he doesn't have the slot actually on Shiro for the Hex, so can't actually buy that one. But they've got everything they need, it feels like, to still look to dominate these fights. And Noob, he has not progressed at all, really. It's like BKB Echo Saver, yes, but in terms of what this provides him inside of these fights, still feels rough for him. Last tier 2. Claiming the high ground. Wisdom Rune in about 30 seconds as well. And my favorite, the Dragon Scale Naga Siren. Probably gonna send multiple illusions all over the place to whittle stuff. Does lose his stats. Quest considering a jump.
Set up with the moonlight. He's going to be spotted though. Noob will be able to get the BKB off. Turns with a quick combo. They try to burst through the ruin range, but nothing to say. He's able to get away, and they were able to reset with this song. So they want to get back in. They might with the Aegis and Cheese. They're still feeling pretty solid, but Global comes out after the song.
Okay.
Going to make things a bit more awkward for PSG if they want to get back in on this. Planet
TA2000.
He'll get the BKB off. They'll charge across him. He's able to put the man to. They force him back to safety. He's trying to escape this TA2000. They'll probably have to bail. Let the support dies. Corey get caught. Amar, he'll also get clipped off to the side. He didn't manage to get the BKB off. He's caught by the chain stuns. Amar's out for 70.
Awkward jump for Quest. PSG.
Morphling, what the hell were you doing?
Cool. A great song again from Shiro.
Your mom,
they were trying to go for this fight, but
no, because he's almost dead.
Now, get the damage done. PSG LGD. They've still got the Aegis and the Cheese. This top Reax is in trouble.
There's no BKB Tiny. There's no BKB Morphling. How do they push them off of this? Maybe trying to find an angle for some weird kind of toss-back play, but...
Planet, he's just straight in. He's going to charge straight across over towards Corey. Corey's able to step back. Nothing to say. He just goes in and finishes off the kill. Doesn't get caught by the sun. This is a pretty team. Nothing to say. He's going to pay with his life.
Oh, that's a huge kill. They got to run.
Oh, they get a bit too deep with that one. I mean, to step forward now outside the base, they might be able to get more. They get White. White is smart. That's the gem on the deck as well.
They're going to look for more.
They certainly are. They're going to keep this chase going. See if they can find Shiro. He's got the song back up.
Great song. Oh, the arrow. Oh, my God.
Goodness, it nearly caught him, but he'll be able to get away there.
You kind of scared the crap out of me. Oh, that was close. That was, get out.
Well, and the barracks actually is still taking quite a bit of damage here from the illusions, but they won't quite die. So the melee racks stay alive.
It's expensive buybacks, though.
I'm
it
we'll
was
see that again. As indeed, very close.
Could have been closer, but very close.
Could have been closer, but it's close to
it still got us off our
I need some mineralized water.
Melee racks remains alive. They do actually use the 2 buybacks.
2 buybacks.
Amar and Corey buying back in that sort of situation. But it does push back PSG LGD. Keeps the game going here for Quest.
Amar just can't get these Doom connections. Over and over again. Just unable to versus these, just the coverage. I mean, Shiro, an excellent performance. Every single one of these songs.
Yeah, Shiro's doing phenomenal. He's, you know, the way that he's pushing with the team. He's been farming in the early game. Very few mistakes being made. This is Shiro kind of full force here on a Naga Siren 305, perfect farm.
Probably telling Zhao never pick me, the anti-mage in the first 2 again. Just stick me on the Naga Siren, because this hero, it's risen toward the latter half of this tournament, and it's had some really good success and some really good answers, in particular to the Morphling.
Quite
never pick anti-mage again.
That's what he was able to do this game. Very, very different stories here from Shiro.
Get the we have the bounty rune indicator as well too, if we could get it for, because I feel like I've seen them pick up, I want to say a majority of them. I mean, most of the map control has been on the side of PSG LGD, but even in the relative early game, around like the first 18 minutes, I was watching Planet and YU Smile claiming pretty much every single one of these, and that does accrue quite a lot. It's 11k gold lead. They have 7,000 gold for those bounties.
So PSG LGD want to try and go for another push. Of course, they no longer have that Aegis or Cheese, so...
Aegis is 10 seconds also, it's sticking out.
Yeah, so it's going to be gone before the next move.
For Quest, it's all TA2000, right? If they can get that supporting cast to buff them up. I've been clicking around seeing like where the drums and the spirit vessels, or the Solar Crest in particular, because you want to throw everything you can onto TA2000. They will have a Lotus Orb that's finished up on Omar from earlier.
I've got the Axon Shiro.
Axon Shiro. So looking to, I mean, it's this like flank surrounding of these illusions plus this Visage that comes in. Raxes continue getting whittled down. Full Aghanims also for the Spirit Breaker. Support scaling.
His BKBs are no longer going to make Quest Esports feel as safe as they may have before. Lots of ways to mess around with them through that.
Charge is 8 seconds. He can just use it pretty freely to just break these Lincoln spheres. Or TA2000's Lincoln sphere in particular. Quest looking to try to catch something out here, but at the top, Illusions.
Yeah, Amar's going to have to head back to deal with that one. Now the
Shiro.
smoke comes out from PSG LGD. They know that Quest are likely to have been split up by the fact that they've had to go back for that defense.
Shiro did commit for his Aghanims. He's got this net through these BKBs as well. Might be able to get a catch here, Noob. Big wraparound, look at nothing to say in Planet. Might find him again. This is a gem on Noob.
Noob, oh, he's going to get caught. He does get the avalanche off, so slows down a bit of the opening damage, but focus fires there. BKB, it's not going to save him. That's indeed gem. It's the deck. The Planet's able to grab that one. Corey.
Another one. Oh my goodness. All right, that was way closer than the arrow.
That was close.
That one was 0.1 probably.
Corey gets out, but now without Noob for a minute. Spenup does not have buyback. PSG LGD, minute until we see when Roshan's back up, so they may just continue to hold the map until that one.
Nothing to say, just had it
safe.
Completely out for Noob this game. Pick-off, 5 pickoffs it feels like. 5 times this game, and it feels like it's been the determining factor of why PSG LGD have just been completely controlling the map.
I have killed my first biters.
As you anticipated, you can see on the goal, they are scaling an absolute treat.
Lincoln's just continued to itemize to now deal with, you know, the Morphling over and over again. Another Lincoln's being queued up even on the Pugna, if he wants to go down that route. Might just be able to go for a Hex also.
TA2000 is still
big, but
still getting all his items. Sells the treads, picks up his next few items. He's got the completed Silver Edge, the completed Satanic.
Just can't focus fire these targets easily, especially not versus all these summons that are kind of just wrapping around. He doesn't have MKB either. He doesn't have the slots to be able to answer all these problems of the win run and also this evasion that's coming out from Shiro. How's Amar doing? I mean, it's just farm. Actually queuing up Boots of Travel too. They're just getting whittled down. The Raxes are dropping. Top melee. Yeah, Shiro, he did the, so he was using ninja gear to set up, and then he swaps the dragon scale back into his inventory, just so he can whittle down these Raxes, these illusions, just having that extra little burn effect. It adds up. Quest is feeling forced to go out, otherwise they're just going to get megaed.
Yeah, and they want to take this fight before PSG LGD has the freedom to go for Roche.
It's a full Satanic on the Morphling. Will show himself. Trickster Cloak now on TA2000.
Moonlight.
Just passing in the night. Nothing to say with the DD.
Noob's going to try and stop him. They're going to see if they can burst the win range, and they can't quite.
Song again.
Shiro, he's ready to turn this around. They've caught the 3 of them. They're getting the familiars in position. Shiro, illusions are out. They'll try to go for TA2000. TA2000 spots the BKB, gets clipped by the charge through from Planet.
LGD's disengaging. They don't want to fight this.
They don't want to. They respect the power of Quest here.
Quest has the vision advantage. They got that ward on the high ground. They saw that pesky Pugna. Even though beautiful song from Shiro disengage, GD doesn't want to take the fight around.
Yeah, I mean, sort of surprised they didn't want to. I mean, what is it that they're so scared of from Quest right now that they really respect in that situation, even if they have that song set up?
They didn't get a pick off in particular, right? Like, usually I feel like every single one of these, they just kill Noob right at the start of the fight. This one not, so
yeah.
They're just wanting to play it as safe as possible, wait for this Pugna to come back.
Yeah, I guess they feel they don't need to fight, right?
Probably.
They know they've got the lead, there's no need to
game
take
not
the
over
risk
yet?
and continue this,
Apparently
chip pressure
not.
with the illusions down the lanes.
I'm to say again, getting gone on.
This time, it does connect.
Shield ruined, it's taking him up.
But not going to be enough.
Not enough.
To survive as TA
Another catch.
tears him apart. They head over towards Planet. I'm starting to see why they didn't want to fight this, Fogters.
He got the Doom.
They're getting destroyed. This time, Amar, there's no funny business with the illusions. He finds the real one.
Classic Morphling.
Oh, it took them
no one can beat
30
Morphling.
minutes or something to find this one, but they have swung at least that fight here. They've got a big momentum swing. Raxes, I believe, bottom did drop, mid almost did too. But
mid's nearly gone.
They did get the
but
big
not
pick.
quite. I mean, that's a huge fight. Triple kill for TA2000. He's closed that gap on Shiro. Roshan's up. They're going to be able to take this as well.
My God, Quest.
We'll see this again. I mean, nothing to say. I guess he felt pretty invincible with the shield run, and he did tank a lot of damage.
The win run was on, but once it wears off,
he just gets completely annihilated by TA2000, and then just the snowball. Amar, good awareness, heads over towards Shiro, is able to catch him.
Oh, did I see that? Okay, wait. I need to click Amar. Does he have? He does. Okay, I was like, what broke the Lincolns? He does have the purge. Because they had thrown a Lincoln's onto him from earlier. And another catch, perhaps. Boots of travel too. It's on Amar. They're looking for another one.
They're probably going to get it. The Shiva's guard's there. Why you smile? He's up on the high ground, trying to heal up. But he will not survive. Noob and Amar get another.
And they get the Roche in the meantime, and that's the third one too, right? Was it? Yeah, it was. So, an Aghanims. Oh my goodness. Give that one to Noob. He's been struggling.
I think so, right? I mean, he's got the Iron Straight. He's picked up the Silver Edge.
Actually,
he's got the Echo Saber.
Maybe you give it to Amar. But Amar is so farmed.
Oh, Amar would be...
Amar's is probably a little bit better because then he doesn't have to worry about the Lincolns and stuff like that. They might be debating and talking about
I think
you might give it to Amar.
He says, please.
I think
but Noob's never going to be able to farm.
Please.
So maybe they're debating about it, but we'll see. I think you probably give it to Amar.
And you might be right,
right?
Regarding the farm
we'll
situation, yeah.
We'll
like, yeah, he's printing money anyway, Amar. But yeah, we're seeing that whole lead from PSG. It slipped away.
It's totally gone.
And
now TA2000, he does have the Aghanims, or sorry, the MKB. So he ate his Aghanims. Sure, he doesn't have slot for it right now, but now hits level 25. PSG LGD. Gotta be careful in these next few moments now.
No, they're going to be shaking up real bad after the situation down bottom.
They still can get the
Megas. Like the hit.
They still can finish off the Mega Creeps, though. I'm just watching these illusions.
I mean, they've got to deal with this push coming in on the bottom. Quest.
They have to look to take a fight at some point, LGD, if TA2000 is going to do this.
Yeah, they've nearly got that mid-melee racks with this Dragon Scale push.
I mean, Dragon Scale so cheap.
How's the Dragon Scale going to get it? No.
The next one will.
So they finish up the melee racks bottom, but they're losing their own racks here. So they've finished up the melee racks mid, but they're losing their own racks here on the bottom lane. The toss back onto Planet.
Lincolns
will protect him.
It's all right.
Damage has been done, though. That bottom set fully taken
or if
out.
it says you want to go, mate.
TA2000, he's just spending his gold. He's like, I'm critical mass, baby.
He's doing it all. Hasn't died this game. 8-0-5. Despite all the pressure, despite the situations where they've been losing their own barracks, he hasn't taken any unnecessary fight.
Still clicking around. Where's the Aghanims? Did he just sell it? I guess. I guess that maybe they talked about it. And he just wait.
No, because where's his money then?
No, that thing where you consume and then you get the gold back, right?
Yeah, but if he did that, what did he spend the gold on?
MKB.
He already had the MKB.
No, he bought it.
Oh, he had the MKB when he had the Aghanim still in his backpack.
Am I drunk?
Yeah.
Maybe you confused me.
It went some. Is it on someone's courier or something?
No.
I mean, maybe he did do that then. But yeah, I don't know what he spent his money on. He already had all these items.
Pretty sure he did the thing.
Oh, he's in the base. He's in the base. What are you on about? He's on the floor in the base. Amar's gone back and he's picking.
Wait, what? I checked the base. It wasn't there. Okay.
It was on someone's courier. So yeah, it's all. Amar has been indeed
trolling.
Given the permission to take it.
Alright. Stupid casters. Amar. Yeah. I was thinking that they might still give it to Noob just because of that farm thing, but it's definitely more valuable on him in the moments when he's able to take the fights versus these Lincolns.
I mean, now he's just super massive. He's taking the top net worth, as Amar will be very happy to know. Most farmed in the game right now. T2000's contending for that top spot, absolutely, and he didn't need the boost of the.
And look at this.
Aghanim's blessing.
And now Tia2000's like, I'm gonna be the illusion answer. They're still, it's whittling. It is whittling and whittling and whittling.
I mean, they're making progress towards the mega creeps, whether Quest like it or not. You know, this melee racks is probably gonna go down.
We're probably gonna see this move from the game afterwards too.
The Dragon Scale.
Dragon Scale was buffed in 7.33C just a little bit, but I mean, I actually wonder. I mean, I'm not gonna say. Do we have a stat to see how much after burn damage on towers? I'm just kidding. It's done a lot.
It really has. 500 HP left in the melee. The rest will completely heal up. But if they get any sort of pressure, any sort of opening, someone's going to get in there and get the mega creeps up for PSG LGD.
Yeah. But now it's still going to be now up to PSG taking the actual full team fight now at this point. That everyone on Quest has gotten quite a big injection of gold after that last one. They'll find Amar here, isolated.
Yeah, back up. I mean, Noob's in with the jump. They get the burst on towards Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say is going to start falling pretty quickly as he's dead. They lose the Wind Ranger, and now Quest, they can chase for more. TA2000 turns out, quick burst over towards Why You Smile, takes him out.
Get
Shiro,
that fish. Get that fish.
Has got the TP, so he'll escape. Planet managed to walk away.
Rax was getting pushed.
They have the pop modification.
Yeah.
The next time round, the Megas, they feel inevitable.
Nope. They'll find another catch. It's on Planet.
And the gems on the ground. They'll be able to grab that for themselves. Now look, maybe push down a lane. See if they can even force out some of the buybacks from PSG LGD. Shiro, he's making quick moves down the mid.
That was without a Doom, by the way. He doomed the Lincolns that time around. They didn't need it. They were able to just stick onto Nothing to Say.
Illusions. They're coming for your base. They're coming for your barracks.
Kaori's like, Don't leave don't leave it to me.
I think this might be the Megas, unless someone's able to get down it quick enough.
Nope.
Okay, don't clear them.
They're quick. The bots too, Amar. He detonates them.
They're living on the edge. Living on the edge here, Quest. But they seem quite firmly rooted on the edge here. As yeah, they're killing the heroes, no problem. They're holding on and they're growing the lead. They're now up a 12k advantage.
Creeps, I don't know if Creeps are going to win you the game this time around, PSG LGD. You're going to have to try to win a fight here at some point, even after you get these Mega Creeps, because they can fight them. Yeah, they're super prepared for these illusions. Might start seeing some wards be placed a little bit more outside the base too, just to catch when they're coming in. TA2000, how's his buyback looking? 600 gold, everybody in the game has got buyback. What's the next item for Shiro? I guess it would be that Hex after he eats his Ags. Still curious why he did buy that Aghanims in the fights, but I guess it was just for some of these BKBs, but... nothing to say. Has to be careful here. Amar. Oh, Noob sees him.
Could get the info to get back in onto this. Yeah, that.
He gives the info that Amar was charged.
Yeah. We find mid. Amar. There we go. I mean, where do these builds continue to go? I guess he'll get rid of the Midas, get the refresher. TA2000. There's going to be upgraded bots to look towards next.
Thinking about top. Get it.
And nothing to say he's finally got his BKB.
He's held the gold for quite some time. I guess he really wanted to just maybe have some type of buyback for a play, but yeah, held his gold forever. TA2000, I think he spent his gold again. Bots too?
Yeah, bots too. He just brought the fully upgraded bots.
He has to answer this. Look at the birds even starting to get set up. New wants to get involved with the split push that comes out from the Naga.
I don't have any creeps up them now because Quest are doing a really good job of making sure that backdoor protection is consistently there. Keeping all the waves shoved out.
They want to fight. Shiro, they see him. Noob's in.
He's in with the BKB. He's able to jump forward, get the catch onto Shiro. Illusions will block the arrow. Noob, his BKB running out. Nothing to say. He's going to try and temper the focus fire, but Noob gets forced back to safety. He's able to put the silver edge. He's going to be fine.
He's actually all right. Immediately, the Visage Birds and everything start looking for a chance to maybe try to push, but nope, they catch him. Quest doing a great job here, covering this last little Rax. PSG LGD definitely very hesitant to actually take any type of straight up 5v5 engagements. They want to try to look for that next item. But is that next item going to pay off?
Yeah, quite a bit of a snipe there, unfortunately, for Corey. Will lose his courier.
That was a full Hex, huh?
Yeah, pretty much had it. It's just a little bit of gold away from the Void Stone, so that'll be put on hold for nearly 3 minutes.
Somehow been able to farm quietly. I guess that's just the impact of the Philosopher's Stone in particular on him.
I mean, what is the game plan for PSG LGD? They must be feeling this right now. Like, how do they break out of this position? They're so close to getting the Megas. The majority of this game had the lead, but the last few fights, Quest Esports have been too much for them to deal with.
The fights just look complicated. They look quite difficult, as Noob is quite a force to be reckoned with at this point, and now Planet, he gets spotted.
And he's gone. I mean, they can make these moves with bots 2 on Amar.
Oh, they have 80 seconds too. There's no buyback actually on this Spirit Breaker, and TA2000's in Spirit Breaker form, so if they find someone on side lanes, they can be 3 heroes almost instantly there. So much farm. Amar got the refresher pretty much done. The bottom racks, they're whittling it. They can't finish it.
They're not quite getting it. They're not quite getting it. I mean, Quest, they're just proven to be too good at turning up in time to defend this.
Hey, I mean,
I don't think these sort of pushes are ever going to get it. I mean, they're going to have to go for something a bit more full on, a bit more heavier if PSG LGD actually want to force these Megas.
Oh, and this is where Quest thrives. They want a 2-hour game.
53 minutes in there. They're just getting comfortable now.
These are going to be some crazy, maybe 10-on-10 fights that might kick off pretty soon here. Quest.
They're fighting around the vision. They get the ward down on the cliff. They are going to have Amar get caught by the initial Hex.
They're on Shiro.
Honor's out. See the bots 2's coming in from TA2000. They'll take out Why You Smile.
Shiro
is coming out immediately from Why You Smile. Amar's going to opt for the BKB TP out. He's away before the net comes in from Shiro. Look at the silence of the TA2000, but he still has the BKB. Shiro keeping his distance.
Nope. He'll find Niu though.
Sikori getting chased down by nothing to say.
TS might get set on them too. TA2000. What the?
He turns the Wind Rage. He turns to the Wind Rage. He gets the shackle, but the song's there.
Arrow
is going to connect this time. As it catches nothing to say, Avalanche from Noob as he's able to fight on with the BKB. Wave 4 for TA2000. They can look to chase down Shiro. Shiro's able to put the illusion to dodge the shackle, show the illusions are out as well.
He can't
but
run.
He's completely surrounded. Shiro's going down as well.
Oh, Holy shit, did you see this angle on the shackle? What is that? TA2000.
Yeah, he's in his element here on the morph.
Remove fish.
Oh my goodness, these fights just looking ever impossible. They're too tanky. Amar, he finds the real hero. He finds Shiro. The fight's like panic.
Deflate fish.
PSG LGD.
Check this out again.
Delete fish.
Oh my,
I mean, move around there. You know, we saw PSG LGD hesitating. They knew with 2 heroes down, this already going to be hard. TA2000 turning into the win range. A shackle shot against them. Arrow to follow up. No escape for Nothing to Say, and no escape for Shiro. This has got to be rough for PSG LGD. It felt like they were in a great spot. They took so much from Quest Esports, but they didn't take everything.
They didn't take enough.
And now Quest Esports down the mid.
It was what? It was like literally that one kind of go. It was like 30 minutes almost of LGD dominance in the one fight. It's like a 9-10K swing.
I got cheese pass over to TA2000 as well.
They might look to close.
They might get some buybacks
at least
coming
some
out
buybacks.
I mean, they could certainly put the pressure onto the tier 4s. Here they go. The first buyback to come through from Shiro. Rory now having his hex delivered. They'll settle for just the melee racks mid. Progress to be made here by Quest.
So much damage done. Where's the damage from PSG LGD? NTS completely has stagnated after having such a good showing in the mid game. As you said, just one fight from Quest, a decisive one around Roche. And speaking of Roche, it's back up. Refresher shard.
Yeah, I know it's really just sort of been a switch around in terms of impacts from the mid. Yesterday, nothing to say having the good opening, the good start, but I think Noob, he went from something like 2, 5, and 3 to now like 5, 5, and 13.
Yeah.
Now these last few jumps, just getting him with the BKB, being able to play around the Song of the Siren and stopping it from being a successful defensive spell for Shiro, it's got them these huge kills.
And you can't not highlight that TA2000 has not died this game. 11, 0, and 8.
And he knows it. He's like, well, I see it as I'm not dying. I might as well treat myself to a rapier.
He's
doing it up.
He's been spending his gold consistently. Like, he's very confident that he doesn't have to go for these buybacks after they got that first big fight. The catch.
They're in the
Shiro.
Shiro, is there any saving him? There is not. He's completely surrounded. Shiro's out of the game for 2 minutes.
That's without TA2000.
I mean, at this point, it's just falling apart for PSG. They'll try for Corey. Corey will get chased down onto the high ground. They've got the silencer, but they're losing their Wim Ranger. Nothing to say. Taken down. He at least has
I love the
luxury of
Doom mags.
buyback.
So cool.
And why you smile?
Doom
and
aura.
Shiro, they do not.
Does
he just activate an aura when he uses it? Is that what it is?
Yes,
now?
you don't doom a person with when you have it up.
These waves, good luck pushing them out with the familiars. They might just run down mid. Got the actually drawing on the side lanes. All right, so they may be worried about bottom. So push out top, push out bottom. But 80 seconds, no Naga Siren. When he respawns, Doom's back up. Amar has 10,000 gold.
TH1000 still ahead of him.
Okay, so they're going down mid. They're shoving the laves with the 2 Boots of Travel heroes. They're buying back on Kaori. They're ending this.
What can they do 3 versus 5? I mean, PSG LGD, they were barely able to do anything. 5 versus 5, 2 heroes down. It's not going to be easy. We'll see Nothing to Say. Step forward. He's caught by the Avalanche. The Hex for Corey. They got the lockdown on and Nothing to Say. Jump forward. He's out of the game. No buyback for him. Same to be said for Planet. Okay, Planet does have buyback.
But that's it.
They'll tap out. It's over. GG is called. Quest take this game too. I mean,
Oof. Wow. That was amazing. That really was such an amazing game.
They do it both ways in this series, right? The question like, well, we'll give you a nice quick game, we'll show you complete domination, and then you know what? We'll give you a bit of a late game comeback. 57 minutes in, PSG LG not able to close it up against them. They got so close. That melee racks, that was for so long. Quest were able to keep that up, make sure they never got mega creeped, and then it just got to these fights at the end of the day that PSG LG, they could never take them. I mean, Shiro's farm, it was very early to mid game. I mean, he ends 3, 3, and 6. He wasn't able to do nearly enough with the amount of money he had in comparison to these cores on Quest Esports.
I mean, it all felt like it did come down to one fight that Quest was able to find after losing a ton of map control for what felt like 30 minutes. Right at that 40-something minute mark it was. They hit, and they hit so hard. They get that. They get the Roche. TA2000 spends his gold, then they get back-to-back-to-back catches. Damn. Yeah. Quest is such a treat to watch.
12-0-11 on TA2000. I mean, this guy's morphling. Can't ask for more. Didn't die, of course, the whole series.
I cannot believe
when you had that first game 1-0-5, and They couldn't even kill the carry once this series, Fog, and even in a game that was 57 minutes long.
And they tried to counterpick it too. They tried to go for some type of pressure stuff in the lanes.
This was first pick carry both
First
games.
pick.
First
He
pick
does
carry
this.
both games, TO 2000, and they can't kill him. Not even once. Not even once. I mean, Quest Esports, they might have been knocked down into the lower bracket, but they're going to be they're looking to go far. I think this could be quite a low bracket run for these guys now because this series is insane.
This series is insane, and I really do. You know, I love watching all these teams, but hope the Quest makes it to the finals.
With performances like this, they're going to be quite the scary team to be up against. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Quest Esports today 2-0 against PSG LGD as they'll be moving on.
2-0 from Quest Esports. Bali, give it up for Quest Esports. What a team. What a victory. What a game. This is, y'all are just making a habit out of these insane comebacks. Like, talk to us about it, right? The last time that you had a crazy game, y'all said, guys, we're younger than them. We can outlast them. What is the conversation like this time around?
I mean, first of all, my team is such a beast. They're so confident. Like, they always think what to do, and they speak it very they're very vocal about it. So I always know what to do. We always have a plan, and we always go for it. I mean, in that 2 hours game, we didn't really have a plan, but this time it was better, yeah.
So this time around, you guys were dealing with a lot of rats, a lot of split push, some dragon scale Naga Siren shenanigans, which are really, really annoying. So what was the plan? Talk to us about that. Who said what? How to deal with this kind of annoyance in the game?
4 of us saying, Ammar, please deal with base. Ammar saying, guys, help me, please. I can't deal with base. And that was the conflict. And then we just managed to not let Naga take the racks, and we went from there.
So this is, for most of you guys, your first big LAN, right? And now, obviously, congratulations, top 4 experience.
Thank you.
How have you guys prepared for that, for the kind of pressure that it takes to play the best teams in the world, but also not be scared? Have you had a conversation on what to do mentally to prepare for this?
To be honest, like we said earlier, we didn't really have high expectations. We're just coming to play our Dota, enjoy, have fun. But it turned out we are kind of pressured, not sure how. We're dealing with it like every match, we're improving, and we're dealing with it mentally and Dota-wise. And yeah, I hope we keep improving, and we might have a chance to go to TI.
Yeah, speaking of which, y'all are top 4 right now. If you win 2 more series, just 2, right? Then all of a sudden you find yourself participating in the international. So now what, right? If you don't win that series, obviously you're still going to be good for the qualifiers back home. But come on. Are you scared of any of the teams that are left?
I mean, EU teams we respect a lot because in our eyes we respect them and we think they're the best teams. We respect everyone equally, and we will. It's more about us than about them for us. If we play our Dota and we play good, we will win anyone. That's Dota, I think.
So one last question, right? Your team is one of the most aggressive teams, especially like Kaori is always playing super far forward from the rest of the squad. Do you guys ever panic when you click on him, you see 0-10 at 15 minutes? Do you ever say, hey man, maybe play a little bit more safe, or do you just trust that no matter what, he's going to make it work?
No, Kaori is such a beast. He can do whatever he wants, and we just trust him because he's a really good player. So we just trust him, whatever he does.
Whatever he does, it seems like y'all are just trusting each other no matter what. Congratulations, and 2 more series before we maybe see you at the international. You still have to play 1 more tonight, so good luck, have fun. I'll let you go prepare for that one. Bali, give it up one more time for Omar and for Quest Esports.
Thank you.
Guys, panel, please tell us what the hell we just witnessed.
Thank you very much, Snare and Omar. Some top-tier arrows coming from his Mirana in a game that at some point seemed like PSG LGD had it wrapped up with a bow, with everything, and then all of a sudden they just dive a little bit too far. A Wind Ranger dies here and there, and it is comeback time. Quest Esports playing the late game like pros that we know they are, especially in that late game as well. I'm joined here with my panel. We got Resolution, Aurora, and BSJ. And we're going to break this game and this series down. Aurora, looking at that game, we have to start talking about the pressure that Naga Siren applied and the way that Quest was so hell-bent in making sure that she never took that final racks.
I mean, I was just thinking maybe they don't have to take a fight and just take the racks, but sometimes it's not that simple, you know. Like you can try and mega creep them, but if they are a stronger team in the late game, they will still kill all of you and they will still be able to end your game. But the thing is, I'm just thinking, why didn't Nothing to Say just farm? Like he was losing his patience. He was trying to take a fight, but it didn't seem like they are on the same page. Okay, they were very patient in the early Dota phase. They were not giving Quest any chances of killing them at all with the Moonlight Shadow. But then later on in the game, where they only needed to secure one more Rex and they will be in a better position, they lost it. So I think it's more on just they're not in the same page, and yeah, for Quest, they noticed that this is the only way they can get further.
I mean, this is the type of game that makes me... I always get reminded how much I love Dota when I watch towards the end of these really big tournaments, because I think you kind of forget what it feels like to see... That looks miserable to play when you're watching Quest. Like, they're in the freaking horror movie where the walls are closing in on you and you're about to get squashed and you have to consistently push them away, and it just gets heavier and heavier, and somehow they persist, you know? The perseverance as a team and the communication in these stressful moments, and it just... Basically, Dota is a beautiful game when you see 5 people trying their hardest to win. And that's exactly what we saw here, where one team, you mentioned, they got a little bit impatient, they got frustrated, it got to them. You can see it in the game. You can see, like, their game plan collapsing on the side of PSG LGD. Like, they did not stick to their guns, and on the other hand, Quest outlasted them. So I admire that a lot, especially coming from such a young, inexperienced team.
Yeah, I mean, it's an insane patience from the Quest, just holding on to this Rex and knowing what they're playing for. Like, they have this insane understanding of the late game scenarios, and they know what they're playing for. Especially at TTA 2000, it's really important to have that clear vision from your carry player. That he was just spending his items, his gold non-stop. He was just buying new items over and over again. He never had like more than 4,000 or 6,000 in his inventory. And he never like even kept buyback. He was just playing off of his limits, and this is why they could just like take any fight they want, and he was confident that he would not even die in these fights. But I agree with the Aurora point that Nothing to Say had actually like he had a responsibility to farm in this game and like at least like get this BKB, because in the fights like he could not even like hit one single hero because he had no like survive mechanics in the he had only Lincolns, but Lincolns is not enough against like Tiny, Mirana, and some global silence as well. It's just like you need to be able to hit heroes and make sure at least one hero dies from Wind Ranger.
Yeah, these team fights as well, they were very back and forth, but you could tell that Quest seemed to be, I almost want to say, communicating a little bit better. You could tell they were on the same page, Brian, in these fights, whereas PSG LGD felt a little bit more split.
Yeah, I feel like what they did really well, maybe it's not necessarily communication, but it's like a mutual understanding of their win condition, like how they're going to take the fights, what the fights are going to look like. I mean, it's like, for instance, on LGD, since they're abusing the wave clear from the summons and the illusions, you would theoretically want to take every fight 5v4. You'd want to be at the informational advantage. Quest is busy, dealing with their base while you're killing one of their other heroes. And on the other hand, Quest, it's their job to make sure that doesn't happen. Make sure that there's these brief windows where they killed one wave of Naga illusions. It's going to be another 20, 30 seconds before another one gets there. That's the exact window they have to hit. They have to itemize for it. The Boots of Travels 2, the Silver Edge on the Tiny, even the Silver Edge on the Morphling. These are items that are allowing them to hunt even the Dagon on the Mirana so you can kill an extra illusion. It's just communication, whether or not it's like synergy of game plan. You can just tell for such a newer team that they're able to align their views on these situations. This is probably stuff that happens outside the game, I would imagine.
I mean, Dota is a game is about team fight, right? At some point, you have to win a team fight in order to win the game. And at some point, I feel like LGD's game plan turns like, we're gonna red them, we're gonna make a mega creeps, but even if they made mega creeps this game, like I don't think there's a way that they can still win this game after that, because they still need to, kill the heroes in order to kill the throne.
And they were not able to kill this hero right here. TA 2000, 12-0, 11, not dying a single time in an almost hour-long game where they were behind for about 42 minutes. That's when the team fight happened that turned the game on its head. And that is an incredible performance from TA 2000, so well-deserved MVP for him. And I can only imagine in those team fights, we're talking about a feeling that the team is on the same page, but does the communication within the team reflect that?
I'll do. Look at Naga, guys. This is Naga. Yes. No sleep.
Oh, trying to not on time.
Yes, yes. Oh.
Naga, I don't naga. More.
Yeah,
Fine.
yeah, I'm tipping.
Need detection.
Under plus.
Nice. I arrow. I got him. More. Yeah, I'm coming.
Place. Just tip him.
Guys, we have good ops. We can go from gate and look.
Yeah, let's go. I will go for already. We need to fight, guys.
Some heroes can go base, guys.
Walk.
It's real? No. Yes. Kill him.
Coming. Fine.
Guys, we need lanes. We just need creeps. Need creeps.
This is gonna attack. No buyback.
I arrowed. Get the other guy. Nice.
You might have noticed that the webcam that said TA2000, you might have recognized that was the same guy was standing on stage. That was Omar, so the webcams were swapped. But the one you heard talking most was Omar, so it's very fun to hear how he drives this team, because it's not just saying that he's going, it's also the way he's saying it, right? Because you want to go in, he just has a very upbeat.
I mean, I was hyped about his Marana Arrow battle cry. He's like, we found her. I don't even know how to express this, but you guys know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very important to have someone like that in your team where even if they might not be the best player, but they offer this kind of strength to a team. Like, okay, we may not be having the best games, but we still need to try, and that's the exact person that Omar is. And you realize that the other players, they don't actually talk that much, but it's because that they are focusing on their gameplay, which is good, because like when you're team fighting, you don't want to have like chaotic communication. You want to be able to recognize what do you need to do in the team fight in a split second, But having at least one person to be able to just tell you to keep going when you can keep going is very, very important.
One victory screech person.
Yeah.
I mean, here in the Elmar interview, the guy just straight up won my heart. He has like, very good principles, and he's preaching his teammates as well. It's like very good to see, especially like I think when he's playing it with the ATF, it's important to balance, these personalities out, and I think they're doing a very good job in that.
Yeah, you can see the gleam in his eye when he was talking about the international, which is still on the horizon for them. If they make it top 2, now they have not gotten there yet. They have gotten top 4, which is already incredible. From here on out, though, maybe it's somewhat more peaceful as they know every single team, because we are having a full Western European top 4 here at the Bali Major. It is insane, actually. Incredible, and it is PSGLG that was the last one to fall just now. They will be left behind in top 6, and that means in upper bracket finals Tundra Gaming Gladiators, and then later today, as you heard, Quest will play again, and this time against Team Liquid, who earlier today already had a series as well, knocking out 9 Pandas. And I'm curious to hear, what are we expecting from the upcoming series, because I know not all of you are going to be on the panel for that, but Tundra Gaming. Ryan.
I mean, I've believed it all year, and I'll believe it again for this event. It's going to be GG versus Liquid in the finals.
What the? Okay, are you going to just kill Quest Esports chances just like that?
Sorry.
Wow, okay. Quest Esports in the finals, Rezo, yeah.
I believe so. I very believe so. Yeah, they can do that easily. If they can keep continuing having the same energy they had in this series. I mean, you saw the game they won just now. Like, it was insane pressure all the way around, but they managed to deal with it still and managed to get on top.
It's going to be good Dota either way. Like, I'm excited to watch these teams, but I'm also a cynic.
I mean, don't come for me, Liquid fans. I love Team Liquid, but the thing is, Team Liquid is already qualified to TI, and I really want to see Quest Esports in TI, so Liquid, you can be the big brother. You can be the big brother and let your little brother have it.
Maybe though. I mean, we'll see. We have seen Team Liquid be a little shaky here and there. Of course, going the full distance with 9 Pandas as well. I just hope that the series will be a good one. I'm going to be a cop-out one, but I mean, you saw Omar on stage. Literally, just an inspiring road they've gone through, and they are very excited to have the shot here to play for their slot for the international. And you've heard it so many times before where some teams are just more hungry than other teams, and a team that's most hungry wins. I think Quest is the hungrier team here at the Bali Major. We're going to find out though. We have 4 teams left remaining in the Bali Major, and they're all staying at the wonderful Ayana Estate. who is the official location partner, of course. Yana State has got secluded beaches, a rock bar, Dota 2, jungles, and not just within Dota 2, also within the estate. It's the biggest integrated resort in Bali. Make sure to check that out. Perhaps you can do so while we have a little bit of a break, because when we're back, we have some top-tier upper bracket finals Dota coming your way.
More crystals, more crystals, more crystals, more crystals, more crystals, more slurry, more crystals, more slurry, more crystals, more slurry, more crystals, kill the rocks.
Like what?
It produces extra rocks that I have to recrush into more slurry, more crystals. You don't understand? Now I have more slurry. But more slurry means more crystals.
More slurry, more problems. Three stars is too many stars.
4?
A system.
Oh.
I guess you could say 3 suns. Like there's too many there.
I didn't know you had any suns.
Unlike all the other finals you played,
we got rolled over. Those games were actually hard. It's not like who else did we play? Liquid was kind of easy. Thank you. This one has some.
Yeah, I want to have some of the. Take it all.
They went right in my ear. Oh my god. Hey, yo. Bro.
You getting yanked?
That's massive. Yeah, I'm scared of these dudes, so if it comes here, I'm out.
I'll pop it, don't worry.
Don't hit a B, though.
No, dude, I'll get it. One shot.
Yeah, but it smells. This one. How does it smell?
Smell like some sort of meat.
That's fair, so some meat.
That's fair.
Wrapped around the stick.
Please.
Looks like chicken satay.
That is.
so nice to have like this kind of surrounding to as you manage to get off Dota, like walking in between places and stuff. It's so serene, and it's like it helps you relax. Whereas like when you're in a random hotel somewhere in the world, I feel like you get to see nothing of the
Like,
place you
I
go.
don't want to just put in negatives for this. Like, this whole experience, this place, the people, the scenery, the landscapes, like everything's like non plus ultra is like insanely beautiful.
Yeah, because usually the tournaments in the hotels are always in like cities and stuff. Right? The one closest to this maybe like Manila Major outside of the Blue, but I think you were there.
Yeah.
But it's not even like a vacation area, but just a vibe. And it feels like that. I think Bali would be a great place for the next TIs. I would love to come back here.
What do you say? I can't do it.
So I've never been to Seattle TI, and I'm pretty hyped about it. I feel like it's cool that it's back to like where it started.
Yeah, me neither. So.
Yeah. Bali is a place where you can make friends very easily. That's what I've learned today. Even the most intimidating and famous people become your friends over a quick meal.
Over a quick meal. Honestly, we also don't hang out in this group of people usually.
Yeah.
How they friends. But no, it's like I think it was actually pretty chill. Like if you guys see me around in the pool, I'll hop in with you.
So this has been the boys trying out some nice food in Bali at the Ayana estate. Signing out here from the lads and shout out to Bali. Still, I feel I'm rusty. How long do you think we have to hold each other for?
I don't know what to say.
That's all for today.
Screens are everywhere. You can be anything you want to be with them. Screens don't replace reality, and they give you the opportunity to live two lives at once. Your own and your heroes. See how they become champions and win with them. Winners of the International. OG. Team Spirit. 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
What if you couldn't actually research blue science because you forgot to build the new labs? Freaking needing new labs.
你好，好久不见，欢迎你接受我们的同时按摩采访环节。
就直接坐下。
对，就坐下，脚放这里。那你自己个人会经常做按摩吗？
我会偶尔去做按摩，但也是 SPA， 但我没有做过像这个样子的。
那么这次按摩是他说是好像比较更合适软一点的，所以可能你就会舒服一点了，对吧？除非你不回答我的问题，我就会让他来硬了。
啊。
比赛的时候有关的，因为当然作为职业选手有很大的压力，再包括你是中国队的职业选手，所以各方面的压力大概会大一些。
还好，没有说那么夸张，就想放松一下就去一下呗。就一般情况都是跟队友一起出去吃个饭，然后或者是一起玩其他游戏，同样是那时候就是 CSGO 啊。
就你要是一生一辈子只能吃一道菜，你会选择吃哪一道？
哇，这个问题感觉问到我，感觉好处实在太多了。可能只吃一道菜的话，就只吃火锅吧。
是吧？这我可同意了，我也大概会选择。
你还可以再加一个。
再加个。
实在不行再加一个吧，再加个烤肉吧，烤肉感觉也挺满吃的。就只能说，我对于烤肉来说也只是就喜欢新鲜感吧，就是可能很久没吃了，然后吃一下。
你最喜欢看的是什么？
我最开始看的那个动画叫《主演的夏娜》，我看了国漫，最近在看那个《画江湖之不良人》，我都很喜欢。
你什么时候开始先玩游戏的？是谁给你介绍游戏玩的？
我有个姐，她那个时候就跟我经常一起玩那个学习机游戏，你知道吧？就是那种插卡。还有发小，经常跟发小一起玩游戏嘛，一起当时他玩那个魔兽世界，不是魔兽世界，是那个魔兽War3，玩着玩着发现里面有其他的图嘛，然后后面就找到了刀 DOTA 这个图，就一直玩，然后后面有 DOTA 2了，也开始玩 DOTA 2嘛。
啊，那时候你肯定还很年轻啊，对吧？
Brass plates. I need brass plates to make this goddamn science. I don't even know how to make brass. Just like my brass. Copper and zinc. Oh, that's not bad. So I have zinc somewhere, right? This is nickel.
就是能养活自己，而且还能请他们去吃火锅，那他们就想这个就合格了，对吧？合格。
是，那肯定是这样的。
也算是老将了，对吧？那就祝福你和这支星辰队伍在这次巴黎Major能就是突破重围，希望能直邀取 TI，对吧？这样那个在国内的那个选拔赛就没那么可怕了，对吧？
国内好像目前很不乐观，是吧？加油吧！
Major, and I'm sure some of y'all have been curious as to what the setup is for these teams within their player rooms. So let's take a quick tour into the evil geniuses side of things. Come with me, let's see what's happening in here. By the way, because this is such a fancy and amazing hotel, everything is pretty much top shelf, even the bathroom. I mean, look at this. We've got this incredibly large bathtub, got a little bidet attached and installed on the thing. Who has a painting in the bathroom? What the hell is this? This is pretty hella fancy. It's quite nice, but you're not here for a bathroom tour. You're here to see how they get down as players. Unfortunately, EG has already been eliminated from the Bali Major, so they're not playing any games today. However, because Dota is a full-time affair, even when you're not in a tournament, you still have some players practicing right now. Seablock and Matthew are sitting here grinding out their pubs, making sure they're ready. As you can see, there's a lot of PCs in this room. 5 PCs, of course, for the players, a PC for the coach. And you might be wondering, at any given time, we have 4 games running at once. All 6 of these computers are connected for 2 different teams, so that's a lot of bandwidth required to make all of this work, unless we have BizNet. BizNet have partnered with us for this event, and they're ensuring that the connections are as smooth as humanly possible. Very low pings, very low latency, pretty much 0 packet loss. It is wonderful to witness. These pubs are very high level. You might not be good enough to get there yet, but you know, get yourself a BizNet connection, grind out those pubs, and maybe one day you'll find yourself playing among some of the greats, such as evil geniuses here at the Bali Major. So that's what the player rooms look like. This is exactly what's happening in the squads. And this is happening all across the hallway for all 18 teams involved in the Bali Major. Keep playing, keep practicing. Maybe one day, one of these rooms will be yours.
jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet Home.
Ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Copper ingots. How the heck am I gonna get copper ingots down here?
Over Venture, going to Tokyo, where we going?
Oh, good.
Going to Bali. You ready for a massage and interview?
Yeah. Kayak.
Start, yeah. Okay, so do you use massages to help you deal with stress and relax, or is there something else that you prefer?
Usually when I'm stressed, I'm going to the gym, and it helps a lot.
Do you guys party together? Do you go, what do you do to have fun and relax?
We don't really party. We didn't have time. I would say our team is playing Dota 24 hours.
When did you first start playing games, or when did you first start?
It was in school, like second graduate, and it was a computer club, and my friends invited me, and I really enjoyed it. From this time, I really enjoyed the computer. Senior classes, and I was already good rank, like top 100, and I was feeling that I can make it, but didn't believe enough. But I had a feeling.
Was your family supportive of you choosing this path?
They was taking away the computer from me.
So did you have to go and find the computer pieces?
They was hiding it,
You're hiding it?
The pieces of the computer.
Yeah.
But I always find it.
You always find it? I love that. This experience many of us have. It's finding the power cord or the internet cable. You can play again. So, did that change? Did there come a point where your family supported you? Was it? I hope it was before you won TI, right?
Yeah, it was before, but even when I joined Team Spirit, I didn't tell them. It was I was hiding from them because they wanted me to teach or to study. Yeah, so after half of the year with Team Spirit, I told them. From this time, they was supporting me as a professional player.
If you couldn't play Dota, what would you do? What would you be most interested in?
I don't know, maybe some IT, something like that, or manager.
What were you interested in as a kid? Like, what did you want to do as a kid? You could do anything you wanted to do.
As a kid, I wanted to be a billionaire. I don't know, I just really love playing Dota. I think if I wouldn't be a professional player right now, I would play this for fun. Maybe not that much, but definitely I would.
What's one place that you really want to travel to?
Japan for sure.
Oh, you haven't been to Japan?
Yeah, maybe when I will retire, I have a plan already. Maybe a few years, we'll see that I will live in Japan for a year, go to the school of the language, language school, and we'll see. I want to go for this experience.
Is this why the other players in your region call you Toronto? Because you haven't been to Tokyo yet, right? So
I don't know.
Alright, that's cool. Well, best of luck to you and Bedford. I know you guys have to get at least top 8 and then hope for some help from other teams to get TI. Hopefully you do well and we'll get to see you compete at TI again. And thanks a lot for joining us for this interview.
Yeah, same.
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sugar Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sugar Oven, seru on the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Okay, I'm almost to brass. Suck my brass.
Brass.
Brass. You know what they say, your brass is grass. Behold the field in which I grow my brass.
Hey Jack, how are you? Welcome to Bali. You ready for the massage and interview? Of course, давай, погнали.
How often do you get massages?
Maybe 8 or 9 massages. 9 massages in a row. That's what I mean. Not in a row, like every day.
That's a lot of massages in one day. Did they hurt after a while and you stopped getting it, or what happened?
Some woman came to our boot camp. It was in Russia. Asked us, or 7 massages or 11 or something like this. After 9, I decided that it's enough for me. Because it was not like easy massage, not like...
It's like really hard massages, right?
Yeah.
What do you do when you are really stressed?
I'm watching some streams on Twitch or some other games, Might and Magic Free.
Oh, Heroes 3! I still play the old campaign sometimes, it's really fun.
Yeah.
I remember in True Sight, I remember watching some of the speeches that you gave. Are there things that you will try to do together with the team if you think people are, a little bit stressed or maybe need a break or just to build the team? Are there things that you guys like to do together as a team?
Usually we're not spending time together. We had a lot of bootcamps last period, and we need to take some rest from each other too. If we want to do something together, we're going to drink.
That's good then. I noticed that I think usually Russian-speaking players and South American players like to party more, so you guys always go party together. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. I think the last TI you played at before Romania was TI 7, and then you make it to the biggest TI with the most prize money, and you win it, right? I kind of want to try to understand, like, what did you learn during that time, all those years, to not give up hope and to keep trying to be the best?
First one, it's really hard to be the strongest team. After TI, I had a bad period. We needed to make some change in our roster in Team Empire, and there was no players on some position. I don't remember. I tried to play other position, plus 3, plus 2. At some period, I remember that we had some contract. I decided not to stay in Team Empire, and after like 1 month, I got invited in Team Singularity, but my English is not very good, and that could be my first team where we're gonna talk in English. But I decided just to try. I believe that I learned English a lot from that period because we talked a lot about a lot of things, and not only about Dota.
that's an amazing journey because there's so many players, and you know, I've always heard people say that your region has a lot of very strong core players, but it's hard to find leaders, right? Like yourself, captains. Did you find that it was hard to keep people maybe hungry or motivated after winning? Like, because it's a different set of challenges after you win, right?
That when you lose something, it's a biggest boost of motivation because it's really every one of us really don't like to lose.
Yeah, that's cool. That's good. That's probably one of the better motivations for there to be because you just want to compete. You're a competitor and you want to be the best. Thank you so much for taking your time to come talk with us, and you're very close, I think, to guaranteeing TI, right? And so you have a chance to do it here at Bali. So best of luck out there, man. Thanks.
Thank you. Where are you?
Alright, I just need to give myself like a metric dick ton of 10. What was I gonna do? I need these scripting chisps. Okay. Now I should be able to just slam some freaking 10 into existence. As God intended. Then rip it apart later. just accidentally hurt yourself? In confusion?
You know, on occasion.
It just happened to me. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I don't have anything to filter. Because I don't have any 10. Oh, that's why I'm not making any solder, because I'm not making any solder. This solder is full of solder. Okay, well, we can fix that. We can fix that. Stone brick.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Bali Major, where we brought 18 teams here to this event, and 4 of them were Western European teams, and that's all that's left. The 4 Western European teams remain here in our tournament. My name is Tsunami, and I will be guiding you through our upper bracket final, along with some friendly faces that you may recognize, like Fear and Winter, but a new one, KP. Welcome. And now I have an opportunity to get mad at you. KP, we graciously invited you to our Southeast Asian panel during Tour 2 when you were lost at sea between teams, and then you abandoned us. How could you do that to us?
Well, I'm sorry, I guess. If I have an opportunity to play, I'm gonna choose that first every time.
Which is what you said. I remember Winter, we brought him on, and he had nothing but off lane on the mind. He was grinding out the MMR, and it ended up working out. He found the team.
Classic players, they just come on panel one game, shit talk the other player, and okay, bye.
I'm out, boys.
This is probably why Mike got you, because we had Mike for Tour 1 of CDBC.
This is like the panel curse, where like you go on the panel once and then you play again.
You understand the pattern. This is the pipeline.
Exactly. Maybe he's gonna come back.
That's what I've been hoping for, man.
I mean, what? You just want me to leave, don't you?
I want to see you on the stage at some point. So you can
maybe,
no longer be on
maybe it's the janitor or something.
No, I want to see the gyrocopter figure.
Yeah, the gyrocopter. I mean, if Rezo was able to go up for a series, why can't you, Fear? What's stopping you?
I mean, nobody asked me.
Unfortunately, Nouns and Shopify were eliminated too early before anything could happen. But as for this series, KP, it's a pleasure to have you because, yeah, we're getting into upper bracket finals. Like I said, it's 4 Western European teams. For this one, it's Tundra versus Gaiman. Do you have any expectations coming into this? Do you have any favorites coming into this?
I slightly favor GG, but not by that much. I think they're just overall more solid on paper, and you know, coming out of like Dream League and like previous majors, they show that they're really consistent, right? So I think they do have an edge, and I also would put these teams probably like top 3 in the world right now. So it's gonna be like a really, really good match, and a lot of the heroes actually overlap. Not everything, but yeah, it's just gonna be interesting to see how they like interact with each other.
Before this event, would you have put Tundra top 3, or it's just seeing their growth here at Bali?
I mean, me personally, I think like throughout the year, I still think they're like really good, even though sometimes they had, you know, like Rocky tournaments and stuff like that.
Alright,
They're
good.
really, really
Good though.
good. So for me personally, I would have put them top 3.
Okay. How are you think AUI has been slotting into it? Because I think that's been the topic of discussion for most of this event is like technically they're playing with a stand-in, but is it really a stand-in? And then like how is the snaking AUI support relationship changing? Is snaking the 4? Is he the 5? What's your take on the whole thing?
I think it's really natural because AUI as a coach, I think, I'm not 100% sure, but the impression I get is he's still playing a lot of pubs and stuff.
Yes.
So it's only natural for him to, you know, play for the team, I guess, like when Sakurai can't play. So, like, as a spectator, as a player, it looks really natural. You know, even if they're like changing snaking to like pos 4, I think it doesn't really like change that much. Like, they're still like Tundra. Yeah.
And as for Gaming Gladiators, I'm sure you guys already know a lot about them. But do you want to see them again? I know you do. Let's have Snare bring out our teams.
Thank you very much, Tsunami, and indeed we do have teams we have seen a little bit too much of. However, what's quite intriguing about this matchup is that although these teams have played many, many times in the DPC, and although they've met in the group stages of a major, they have yet to ever compete against each other on the main stage. So between Gaming Gladiators and Tundra Esports, this is new unfound territory for them both. We're going to be witnessing some stellar Dota to be brought by both of these teams. Introducing first, though, the current holders of the Aegis, Tundra Esports.
We may be known as the world champions from before, but we have more to prove now than ever. Like a crashing tides, Tundra Esports has come.
Tundra Esports has come.
Tundra Esports, who hold the Aegis, have yet to enjoy victory on a LAN environment to lift a major championship. They've done everything except for that. And here they are trying to get an opportunity
Are they
to
able
finally
to do
make
that
it
in
happen.
such a
I
warm
present
place
you
as
the
Bali? I would
Thinking
think they need to go
Presence
back to
Dota
Tundra
team,
first.
The masters of the map, Tundra Esports. But even TI winners do not have an easy ride here at the Bali Major because their opponent, it's not to be underestimated. It is the one and only Gaming Gladiators.
We are here once more. The immovable rocks. On hazardous shores.
Phew, why do they all have stupid openings? Cease and desist.
Look, it's gotta be epic, Talon. You don't want it to be epic?
It's not epic, it's green.
The Gaming Gladiators and you grow.
If it is epic, it is epic.
Game and Gladiators have
That's
been
what I
in this
said.
exact place before
Epic
many
Ring.
times this year. If they succeed today, they will make history for the 5th time in a row, being in a Tier 1 tournament, being in the Grand Finals. It has not been done in a near decade, but they are moments away from doing it. I give you the indomitable, the fearless Game and Gladiators! GG have done this now 4 times, back to back to back to back. If they succeed here today, they will be the 5th time in the Grand Finals, almost on the cusp of making history. At this point in time, it's no longer on anybody else except their opponent to try and defeat them, and we know that Game and Gladiators has what it takes to defeat anyone on planet Earth. If they do this, they make history for their organization. If Tundra get the victory, they also make history because they haven't been in the Grand Finals since winning TI. Let us witness who will cross the finish line first, who will go down in the books, and of course, who's going to bring us the best Dota possible. To find out, we send it back to Neil, Tsunami, and the crew. Take it away, and please tell us exactly what's about to happen.
Thank you very much, Snare. Let's get into it. It's a matchup that obviously everyone's very familiar with, but I think at one point, everyone had a rock, paper, scissors in their mind where it was between Liquid and Gaimin and Tundra, and they would all consistently beat each other, but it would rarely go the other way around. I can't say that's too consistent for Tundra versus Gaimin. Whenever these teams have faced off, like you heard from Snare, it's not happened in front of an arena before, but they did face off in Lima, and in that group stage match, Gaimin won, and then Tour 1 DPC Gaimin won. But recently, Tundra's been kind of getting the edge. Tundra beat them in Tour 2 and in Tour 3, so it goes back and forth. Now, where these teams stand as of right now, Fear, it's kind of tough to say that, oh yeah, they're definitely a guaranteed lock for Grand Finals.
Definitely there's no guarantee lock for the Grand Finals, right? And I think Tundra really proved that by 2-0ing Liquid. I wasn't like entirely sure how good of form they are, because they did technically lose to Bet Boom in that series 2-0s, and they went on. Then they 2-0'd Liquid. Okay, this team is for real now.
Right.
And now they're going against Gaming Gladiators, which is another test, and I would always put Gaming Gladiators ahead of them, especially on LAN, considering, you know, they've won the last 4 tournaments.
Yeah.
So that's pretty natural, but I think there's a lot to prove here for Tundra, that they can get into a Grand Finals yet again, and doing it with Aoi as a stand-in, sometimes having a stand-in give you a breath of fresh air and get you past moments where you feel like you couldn't have got before. Maybe Aoi's doing that with Tundra right now. We'll have to see, but they're definitely playing really well.
And what's your take on their metas, their heroes, their drafts, KP? Because everyone kind of lumps Western European teams into like the same rough blueprint, but obviously both teams put their own flair to it. You faced off against Tundra in this group stage. How did you feel about them?
So for me, I think these teams have a lot of heroes in common, such as the Medusa, the Morphling. Well, for any team.
Everyone has
exactly.
that in common.
But another one is like Timbersaw, which is really, really hot for both teams. And then what's interesting with both these teams are that they don't like really care about showing their cores early. Like they'll just be like, oh, I'm just gonna show this. We're good at this hero. We're just gonna like pick it. For example, like back then, GG when Magnus Void Spirit was really like popular, they were just first to. Like, they don't really care. And then right now, Gaimin have a few cards such as the Lesh, they would early pick, the Ench, a lot of teams respect ban them. And then on the flip side, for Tundra, they have the Enigma now, since they showed it yesterday, and also the Visage, right? So, but I think Visage is like maybe of less importance for GG. So I think Enigma is like the big one to play as well.
Yeah, that was my take on the Liquid series in general, was Liquid knew that the Enigma was coming, at least in game 1, and was like, okay, here's our approach to beat the Enigma with the sniper.
Yeah.
And it did not work.
Yeah, I mean, they also didn't really show that Enigma was that high priority like previously in the tournament, so maybe it came as like a bit of a surprise.
Do you think it should be high priority right now? Like whenever you have a chance, you should.
Okay,
it's very high priority.
there you go. I when I was playing, I also felt this hero was like slowly becoming more popular along with the Visage, but Visage obviously I think is not as strong. So
gonna have a nice Visage.
Yeah, we'll see if they'll leave the morph as well going into this one. But
finally
the big one
done.
for Gaming Gladiators is they love IOLesh still.
Time for me to
This
go
is
to
a
bed,
strat
but
they've been
I
running
just
pretty much
wanted to
all year
make a
long, and
lab.
even though it's gotten
I
pretty
just
much
wanted
nerfed
to
at this
make a
point, it's
lab.
still
There will
something
be
that
no
Gaming
sleep.
will always pull out of their pocket if they need it.
Like personally, I feel like gaming's like a playstyle is like very good against Thunder because Thunder tends to be more greedy and gaming tends to have a lineup where they always like try to hit like maybe 20-25 minute timing, especially with like some IO-Lash. Even when they were playing Terrorblade yesterday, they had a lineup Terrorblade, TA, Brute. You do not expect that type of lineup to actually just all of a sudden group together with their items and just push your tower. You know, the Terrorblade wasn't even farming in a way like he was efficient for his own game. He was playing more pressure and take towers early, even though he's farming a lot less.
That is true. I think I view the game like there's like a lot of different ways to pressure. And for gaming, it's about pushing timings, Roshan, towers, and Tundra. Their type of pressure is like they're gonna pressure you by out farming you. So it's just like a really different approach.
And do you think that they have to try to adjust certain things to deal with the pressure that's coming out from gaming because they are more or less the more greedy team here?
I think it's a lot draft related, but Tundra have shown that, you know, even if they're behind, even when we played against them, right, we're like not stomping, like we're doing well in the lanes, but they always like manage to find space to farm and then they like minimize their deaths and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how AUI is going to be annoying to find space to farm because we've seen him do it on the Visage, where he's like cutting creep waves with his familiars hovering. We've seen him do it on the Enchantress, which is also banned out. But Tundra opt for a first phase of Pugna Tiny.
I'm actually surprised they didn't pick Morph because Morph is also really, really good against the Timbersaw. But I guess it's just not their style.
Tiny
is. They're just worried of getting countered at 8. They want to deal with like some Naga.
People even 5-pick it, like they don't really care. Like for example, the game before, right, the Quest, they just pick it. Generally, it's okay.
Tundra has actually been pretty consistently not first phasing Skitter 0. They've been doing support duos or maybe 33 at the beginning, but Skitter gets saved.
I don't think you can pick mini carries really early in this patch outside of the Deuce, Morphling, and maybe the Naga in some games. Those are like the 3 that you can pick early. Other than that, if you don't have a good lane on a carry, then it's going to be very difficult to get into the game.
True, but 2 out of 3 are available and they still don't go for it, which means that Gaiman can now get their pick of the litter. They want the Naga, they want the Morphling.
Yeah, and it would be a good pick in this type of scenario here to just pick Morph, I think, if they want to do that hero. But Gaming is a team that they don't look the best with Morphling. Duracio's Morph is not a hero that he's been particularly comfortable with, even though it is good this patch. I've seen him lose on it, and I don't think he wants to play that hero more than anything.
Yeah, because Morphling is like a hero that you need to farm a lot. Like you need to hit that item timing with the Aghanim's, usually like 3 item timing, and usually it takes around 25 minutes. So your team tends to have to play 4v5 for quite some time.
So I think this is like a classic gaming opening. It's like they don't really care about showing multiple cores, and in this case, we already know it's Timber mid and Brood off lane. So it's just really like their style. They're just really, really confident in that way.
But don't you feel like it's quite common right now nowadays when your first pick, right? Your 8th pick and your 5th pick are going to be really, really important. And right now there's so many imbalanced heroes that you can snatch at number 5, and you also want to abuse the number 8 because the number 8 pick is like arguably your strongest pick. So you want to open the draft with 2 cores and just ban accordingly in the second phase for them.
For some teams, I would consider Brood to be a flex, but I can't picture Duraccio playing Broodmother.
He hasn't yet, no.
He hasn't.
Not yet. Unlikely. I think when you do get to some of these teams, such as Gaming Gladiators, they have like a foundation, a system, if you will, where they play certain heroes in certain roles, and they just make sure when they do this that you're just the best at what you do, right? And I think they're just always going to put this Brood on Ace. I don't think anyone else will play this hero. And maybe Ace could play the Timber, but they're just locking it in for Quinn now. And now we're going to get a Duraccio hero. Probably later, he's going to be the one that sees more. But now they have like their kind of like foundation set up here. I think they need supports that have some type of like lockdown. Because when you're running Timber and Brood, both these heroes are pretty self-sustainable, want to run around the map and get kills. But sometimes they just need a little bit of a stun to help them out.
I hear people like to pick against the Pugna's Snap, so I think that's a possibility. Gaimin also liked opening with it previously. There's also the Undying, but Undying doesn't really have catch.
The hero has like kind of fall off the last couple of series, like last couple of days. I think teams are starting to realize that if you pick the hero early and your draft isn't really centered around playing with the tombstone and with the timing, then the hero doesn't really give you as much value.
And a lot of the reason is the Medusa and Morph is always banned, and Undying is usually really good with those heroes.
Dude, is Morph not going to get second phase banned?
I think both teams just don't want a hero at this point.
Gaimin might. I mean, both teams might play it actually.
Wasn't there a stat where it said like Morphling was the most contested hero of the major?
Yeah, it was earlier. As of right now, I think Techies overtook him, but for the majority of the group stage, it was 100% contested. Oh no, never mind. He's still the highest contested.
And as far as Tundra's Morphling, they only played it 3 times, and out of those 3 games, Skeeter has only won 1 time on that hero.
I think both of their carries are very similar.
We live in a world where Techies is one of the most contested heroes.
They like to play more like an active carry, like
I live in a
versus that
society.
kind of hero. So they don't really prize. Maybe if it's
No, have
really
you tried
good game
not?
skills, they might still consider it.
No.
But overall, I feel like they're not the teams that would
No.
immediately want to pick the hero early.
Unfortunate.
And right now they have like a lot of magic damage with the Snapfire and Tiny partner. I think essentially against Timber, when the enemy opens Timber, I think it's really important for your side of the team to have a lot of magic damage so you can actually burst him in the early game. And that's what EG, they were kind of like actually Beast Coast, they were kind of doing with the SF opening against the Timber.
Yeah, I forgot to mention, actually, a lot of teams like to pick the Snap against the Timber.
As a lane matchup?
Yeah, even in the mid.
I think it has to be at this point, right? You probably don't want to put Tiny mid
exactly.
and Pugna.
I guess mid or off lane, the Snap, but I've never seen 33 play it, so probably mid.
Yeah, and 9 is definitely one of those players that has an enormous hero pool, so no matter what, he'll find some hero to get in the game as long as he thinks it's good for the game, so would not be surprised to see him be playing the Snapfire at all.
If it was a C team, I think we would be seeing more Bat against the Timber.
That is true. That's totally
like what C likes.
As soon as I build the second lab, I'm go
What's your opinion
bed.
on Bat Rider? Do you think like Bat Rider is a lot weaker on the
No,
core right
you
now
can't
and
do
he's
that.
just better as a support, or you feel
I
like
think it's
but
still
I
really
can't.
viable as long as you go Travels first and not Octarine, especially in mid. I still think it's like really, really strong.
so you shouldn't be too greedy with the hero.
Even like Beast Coast, right? Beast Coast first 2 Bat, they don't really care, and Dark Mago always makes it work. No matter what matchup. Even if he's playing against Bob, it's like, he always makes it work.
Speak of the devil, Bat Rider does emerge for Game and Gladiators, which is actually, I think, the first time. Yeah, actually, no, Celery's been playing it, yeah, quite a bit.
So I kind of like the Tide here against the Bat Rider. Like Bat Rider really hates playing against Tide, no matter what a role. If you're a support or a core, you just don't want to see Tide in the game. And they have like a really, really overwhelming kind of like team fight right now with the Snapfire plus the Ravage plus the Pugna Netherward. I feel like they just need to run up their draft with like some active carry and you can play around it, or you can also opt to go for more like a late game carry depending on like what gaming finishes with the lineup here. So Tundra's draft is rather open at this moment. I think that's what you want to see, right? When you have second pick and your overall last pick, you want to be able to last pick anything.
Yep.
And I think 33, he has like 2 playstyles. One is the more famous one where he kind of just plays these micro heroes. Everyone knows that. But he has a secondary playstyle as well, as where he likes to play these frontline tanky heroes. And he'll just like never buy Blink Dagger. He'll just like get like a Heart of Trosk at some point and keep scaling and be this unkillable hero. And I think that's what he's trying to do in this game as well, playing versus a Brood, just be that frontline wall. Bat will never be able to lasso him as well. And just absorb all the damage so his team can continuously just push forward. And he likes to stay like, I feel like he's pretty much top net worth most all the games he's played these heroes as well, and he just never lets go. So that gives Skeeter a lot of space to play not only what he wants, but how he can maneuver around in the team fights as well.
And that's just his style. 33 really shows, like, especially if you're an offlane player, like he shows the importance of just farming, like being efficient on the map.
I mean, do you think that sometimes like a lot of the offlaners, they try to play around their team way too much and they can't really have like a good balance between farming and...
Yeah, it's really hard to find a balance. I mean, it's not really hard. You just need a lot of practice with it. Like even for myself, I've struggled with it a lot. Like back then, I wasn't scaling enough, so then I try scale too much, and then I'm like scaling too much, and I'm not doing things for the team. So like you really need to understand your team, and you have to like find a balance.
Tundra are finding a balance in their bans. They're not sure where this Broodmother might be going. They take out an offlaner, and they take out, well, a carry, unless you're a Mar. A Mar will play offlane Monkey King. But game and go with a carry. Faceless Void.
I feel like the lane is not that easy, you know, for the Void against Tide. I feel like that lane, if I'm the Tide, I show my hero first and you pick a Void. I feel like I'm happy with that trade.
It's just in the game. For the lane, I think it's like 40-60, 37.
It's definitely setting up 33 to have one of those games where he's top net worth and hard to kill, for sure. Because one of the things about Tidehunter against the Timbersaws, the Kraken Shell will remove the Ward of Death debuff, so you're deceptively tanky for strength against the Timbersaws.
We built 2 labs. We're on the way to the next tier of tech.